keep moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down
LCS. Hey, what's up, everyone? From our homes to yours, this is the At Home LCS broadcast. Welcome back for day 2 of Week 8. I am Dash, joined by Crumbs, Mark, and Azale. Gentlemen, I feel like we're old pros at this now. You guys ready to get into it?
I can't believe Crumbs is wearing a suit.
Yeah.
He matched you.
The man suited up for me.
We have
like
to upgrade the quality of this cast, and it starts with our dress.
Thank you so
I
much.
don't even
Crumbs.
have a suit at home. All my suits are at the studio.
No.
I think I have one jacket. I
Disaster.
could put on one.
Oh, Mark's got the collared shirt.
I have a tie.
Azale,
I can put a tie on with the
appreciate-
hoodie. What do you think?
I was gonna say,
would that
the
be a
high-
good look?
Fabletics, the high fashion Fabletics over there for Azale. But moving into day 2, week 8 of the LCS, it's ultra crunch time for a bunch of our teams. Again, C9, the only team to have locked a playoff spot. 5 more open up for grabs, and for a number of our teams, today will make or break their chances of getting in. I do want to, again, thank everyone for your support, though, before we get into it on this day. In these trying times due to COVID-19, we have obviously moved online to a fully online broadcast, and I just want to, again, thank our audience for sticking with us through all of the little obstacles that will trip us up throughout the day, and we will overcome them, and we will improve just the way that Crumbs improved the analyst desk with his suit today. But, gents, game 1 of the day, TSM FlyQuest. Each of these teams can lock in their playoff spot with a victory today. That is all it will take, is one victory today, and they're guaranteed into the playoffs. TSM FlyQuest.
Yeah, I think both of them have looked really good. It was nice to see the change with Solo mostly worked out. I'm sure we'll get into our different takes on it, but I was impressed by FlyQuest winning in 26 minutes that game.
Yeah, I think they looked really good. And Solo's a player that I always felt was a little bit underrated. He had been, I would say, at least kind of more like middle of the pack as far as top laners. There was a lot of talk about him not necessarily being easy to get along with or harder to work with among the teams. But I think his performance has always kind of spoke for itself. And with FlyQuest already being a strong team, if your top lane just got upgraded, they could be a legitimate playoff threat.
Without a doubt. Now, TSM FlyQuest, those games are 3rd and 4th in our lineup today, so I do now want to reorient towards game 1 because it is Golden Guardians against Team Liquid. Team Liquid suffered a devastating loss yesterday that puts them near mathematically out of the playoff picture at this point. And so for Golden Guardians, who are tied with them in the standings right now as well, a big game for both of these squads, just clinging to hopes of a postseason currently.
Yeah, and Golden Guardians didn't have an easy time against TSM yesterday, but on the flip side, neither did Team Liquid. So both teams are going to really be trying to scout what each other did, but at the same time come up short with, they're definitely not going to play this poorly against us. And so the bar of quality is going to be a lot higher than I think what we saw yesterday.
Azale, would this be the biggest letdown in LCS history to see a 4-time defending champions not make it into the postseason?
Yeah, for sure. I think it is. I think that when you look at the expectation of this roster, when it was built, they were 4-time back-to-back champions, as you said. They're MSI finalists last split. They picked up Broxa for an upgrade to do better internationally, and it really does feel like when TSM dropped Doublelift at this point, where they were kind of taking their regional success for granted and looking towards more international success. And they forgot you got to win in North America first to get there.
Got to get it done domestically before you can go international. Mark, let's talk about their upcoming matchups. Of course, Golden Guardians today, FlyQuest and C9 to close things out. So today is it is their easiest opponent left on the road to the postseason. Give me the outlook.
I think it's doomed. I thought yesterday was a must-win game basically for them because they need a 3-1 effectively to get to 9-9, which was their last 4 when we were looking at it, and then they lost to them. So that means you have to beat FlyQuest C9. And I just don't think they can do it in their current form. I mean, if you look at their game yesterday, that goal graph is 100% EG's favor. It just keeps growing in the side of the red team, which is EG there. And the person with the most damage was actually Impact on Mordekaiser. Jensen and Double If were complete non-factors, and I think this team feels like they're playing PvE. They never make proactive plays. They're always just sitting back and watching what the enemy team's doing, farming up if they can. Jensen pressed R once that entire game. Like, that whole thing to me was just a total disaster of a game, and I've completely lost faith. And unfortunately, I still hold their stocks.
Yeah.
But I think that's dead now that we're online. So you got.
Well, we'll see. We might find a way to bring
I hope
it back.
it is.
But as Mark pulls up the stats from the previous games, we are heading into Champion Select for this one here. Again, do or die time. You heard Mark say a 3-1 in the last 4 games is what TL or Golden Guardians will likely need in order to come away with a postseason. They've already dropped 1 game. That means they need to put 3 back-to-back here, and it starts with this one today. Golden Guardians, Team Liquid, let's out to the casters for the call.
Thank you very much, gentlemen of the analyst desk. I am Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, joined once again by Mr. Joshua Jat Leesman, and what I can only hope in the background is his lovable little sheep, Kubo. Jat, how you doing, bro? Are you ready for the 5-game marathon here today?
I am so ready for this, Captain Flowers, you have no idea. The first cast you and I had was actually a conference room call, and this is a throwback to that, except the games and the quality is just going to be way header. And we have, as the analyst desk just laid out, close to a must-win game for both of these times. I've been looking at the standings, and I feel like a 10-loss team will probably make playoffs. We'll have to see how it plays out, but there's always a chance you don't, and both these teams have to win today.
Well, the bans are already done. We got Ornn, Tarek, Set, Pantheon, Aphelios, and Senna all banned away. Team Liquid pretty confident in banning Senna away. You know that team's never going to play the champion. It's still pretty strong in a lot of other people's hands, so taking that off the table is always a good bet. And Golden Guardians, the Ornn tax that was so prevalent on the red side in previous patches, we saw it get through a couple of champion selects yesterday, and today it's actually Golden Guardians on the blue that will ban the Ornn away.
Yeah, I think Ornn's power was actually reduced a lot on patch 10.5, and he's not necessarily a priority, but I can understand why you want to take TL's initiation away. And you can see pretty, I think smartly here, TL is putting Core JJ on an initiator and Double Lift on an AD carry who has a little bit more of an ability to self-peel. I know I've talked about it on a few different podcasts, but I feel like Double Lift actually doesn't succeed that much in metas where AD carries can't be highly mobile, so I think the Zyra Khan is a smart call for TL in a really important game.
And the answer from the Golden Guardians is going to be to complete their own bot lane there, locking in Tahm Kench next to Varus. Also often, you see Varus picked up. One of the main weaknesses of the champion is how vulnerable and immobile he is, so why not draft him a 3rd summoner spell to lane next to him there, alleviate some of those weaknesses. Syndra also picked up here for Golden Guardians. Very powerful champ right now in the current state of the game.
Yeah, it's going to be a test for Golden Glue to see how much he can succeed on it. He is 2-0 on Syndra so far in this spring split, and I think Team Liquid didn't want to be starved out of other mid lane picks, so we actually see matched roles here in the first phase for both teams.
Let's see how they go about the second half of the bans here. It's going to be top lanes. It's going to be junglers. I would hope that Team Liquid would give their last pick in this draft over to Impact to see if he is able to get himself some sort of an advantageous matchup there in the top side. We saw when Mark brought up the stats from their game yesterday against Evil Geniuses, it was Impact doing the most of the heavy lifting while Double Lift and Jensen's damage stats lagged behind. So up against Haunter, We'll see if he can do it here again. With junglers being targeted, it's Rek'Sai and Lee Sin banned away.
I wonder if we'll see an Aatrox ban from the side of Team Liquid. Haunter's played it 7 times. It seems like by far his most comfortable champion, and it would round out Golden Guardians to make sure they have some side lane presence. I'm also... This is a shot in the dark, but I'm feeling Maokai for Team Liquid at some point. I think someone is going to play it a little bit more in the LCS. No Aatrox ban, but Maokai, it might be blindable with Set being banned right now, knowing you're going up against Haunter. So we'll see what happens. Guardians.
All right, Team Liquid. What's it going to be? Do you leave the final counter pick there for impact? Or do you grab yourself your choice of tanky boys early? This team currently lacking any frontline. They have engaged, but Rakan's not exactly a tanky champion. He goes in, he gets things started, but then it's hard to stay there and weather the front lines. They are going to go for the jungler here first, picking up the Gragas from Broxah.
If you notice, the jungle pool is actually surprisingly deep right now. So that was 4 straight jungle bans to set up Gragas versus Elise, 2 highly meta AP junglers. So I think that's why we see a lot of teams not early locking a jungler, because there's so many viable ones right now.
The response from Golden Guardians is a hover on Elise for a while. They will lock that one in. And you already mentioned the Aatrox being something that you were wondering if Team Liquid would ban away. Not only does it round out the comp pretty well, not only is it one of Haunter's most played, it's also one of the most blind pickable top lanes in the game. Renekton, also a very
Or you can just pick a
powerful
Crocodile.
laner. You just go with Renekton Elise. We've seen this combo in jungle and top so many times. It is massively scary for the enemy top laner, because just the burst CC combo there can be incredibly threatening, and that's what Golden Guardians go with.
Yeah, it's going to be his first Renekton game. I know that Immortals did beat Team Liquid with Renekton, so there's a chance that this is a little bit inspired by that, knowing that Impact didn't necessarily have a great answer for it, because the GP can work. The GP is actually pretty decent into melees if you can get ahead of the barrel game, and that's going to be what Impact decides to do. So we're looking at this Team Liquid composition, and it's on Broxah and Core JJ to get their engage off, and they do need to scale a little bit.
And as was pointed out by the desk, Team Liquid needs to win all 3 of the remaining games that they have to play in the regular split if they want to have a hope of the playoffs. This Golden Guardians match, despite the fact that these two are even in the standings, is by far the easiest of those 3 games they still have to play, because FlyQuest and Cloud9 await. FlyQuest being significantly above them in the standings, Cloud9 of course just being that absolute monster that only TSM has managed to take a single game off of so far. Team Liquid needs to win this game in style if they want to inspire any sort of faith in fans, analysts, critics, everyone, that they can pull this off.
Even for themselves, right? They need confidence building into that last week. And anytime you have a dynasty like Team Liquid, a lot of people aren't going to be willing to call them dead until they are mathematically eliminated, because they're still Team Liquid. They're still the 4-time defending champions, and it's getting closer and closer before they're reached the point of no return.
All right, with Champion Select complete, we are now going to be heading into a 5-minute break in order to preserve competitive integrity. But once we're back, we're going to be casting exactly what you're seeing on your screens right here. Same time, same place as always. Go ahead, do what Kubo's doing. Grab yourself a snack. Be right back here in 5 minutes. We will see you then. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Week 8, day number 2 of the LCS. I am Captain Flowers. Next to me, Mr. Joshua Jat Leesman. Next to me is Spirit, of course. We are, of course, maintaining that social distancing because of the fact that everybody's doing this from home because of the COVID-19 crisis. But we're still bringing the LCS to you. Like I say, we're almost at the end of Week 8 here. That means only 1 week left to play. And for both Golden Guardians and Team Liquid, it's do or die.
And 3 games left for both of these teams. Getting right into this one, I get excited every time Team Liquid plays because there's so much intrigue with this team this year, wondering whether or not they're going to be able to pull it together. And you can see Golden Guardians is actually doing a bit of a stack, and Team Liquid might be looking to flank engage here.
Double if will walk
I
up
see him.
the rush, but a ward placed down before face checking is going to make sure TL doesn't meet with disaster here early on, although they are rather extended. Golden
spicy.
Guardians coming in for maybe a collapse, but they decide against a level 1 brawl.
Whew. So that was definitely a little unique. Team Liquid wasn't willing to all in, even if Golden Guardians looked like they were potentially in range. FBI and Huhi maybe a little bit more baiting than actually vulnerable, but when everything's said and done, Huhi got a ward kill and a tiny little bit of gold, and not much else is doing.
I wonder if Golden Guardians back away from that when Team Liquid had extended themselves into the Golden Guardians jungle, specifically because yesterday, when we saw Golden Guardians and TSM go up against each other, it was Golden Guardians' unforced error, a bad dive in the top lane, that gave TSM the start of the snowball that they controlled the entire game with. I have to wonder if they're still feeling the reverberations from that and being extra cautious.
I think extra cautious for Team Liquid is kind of the story of their split. Their combined kills per minute is the lowest in the league. They are the slowest team, and even the game yesterday, it kind of looked like every other Team Liquid lost. So I actually want to see them get a little bit more aggressive, especially with Zyricon and Gragas playing around bot side, because Impact, I think in this game, would need to be the weak side top laner going up against the classic Renekton Elise with the GP.
Okay, so see Team Liquid play around everybody but Impact, really. See if Golden Guardians can manage to get themselves going without the errors that we saw yesterday. Specifically yesterday, it was Golden Glue, who ended up, I believe at one point he was 0-4-1. Constantly found out by TSM, constantly picked off, trying to play the Predator Rumble, but not able to put himself at a point in the game where he was ahead to make the roams that he wanted to make. Speaking of roaming around, it's Closer in the enemy jungle right now. He's going to walk up and see if he can find Broxa. Broxa steps out of the brush right there. I believe Closer saw him, and Closer will now start up this enemy red buff on his own. Closer already has both of his buffs under his control. Broxa, without a red buff to fight against this, will just surrender the red buff to his opponent.
I mean, this is really interesting that Broxa even entered the top side of his jungle because none of his soul lanes can support.
Oh, that was a well-placed cocoon there from Closer, finding Broxa beyond the Krugs. It manages to scare him away from that too, considering Closer, he has lane priority in both mid lane and top lane. As a jungler, this is one of the worst feelings. You can't deal with a guy 1v1 because it's not a real 1v1, and Broxa is denied the entire top half of his jungle.
Yeah, this early game is looking really unfortunate for Team Liquid so far. They're unable to get push bot against the Varus Tom Kench. The Syndra has push on Zoe early. Of course, the Renekton Elise is able to push up early on the GP. So Brox is really in survival mode. And when we do talk about Team Liquid needing to find some way to be aggressive, the question kind of comes back to how.
Well, Brox has got the bottom half of his jungle still waiting to respawn here. You can see Closer went ahead and passed straight towards bottom side to grab that crab. Did not stop around the top half for that scuttle crab. Just wanted to make sure he was going to go where Broxa is going. Keep him down. Keep him oppressed in this game and make it so he constantly has that lead on this Elise. 24-12 in the CS department. Jensen getting the better of Golden Glue here in a 1v1. The cleanse popped from Golden Glue to keep himself safe from the Sleepy Trouble Bubble CC. Will make sure that Jensen's not able to get the full kill, but he's still down rather low on HP.
Yeah, this is a better lane situation for Jensen for sure. And Broxa is still just level 3, so he's not actually offering any aid to Jensen. He might have to burn Flash here.
He shows up mid lane. Nice
Or
cocoon. Nice follow-up CC. The burst coming through. And the flash away from Jensen in time to stay alive.
definitely one of those things where Jensen didn't want to have to burn his flash and thought the Drowsy was going to be enough to deter Closer, but now he's just going to have to greed around this turret to prevent Golden Glue from just getting a larger experience advantage. Good roam up by CoreJJ to match, but this early game has been all Golden Guardians.
Jensen needs to stick around for this EXP, as you said. Otherwise, he'll risk falling too far behind, especially against a champion like a Syndra, that if he's able to get that level 6 while you're still level 5, set up the CC combo, he can 100-0 rather easily. No Ignite means it's a little bit more difficult than otherwise it would be. Closer is level 5. Broxa is still working on getting to level 4. Clearing out these Krugs. This early game has really not gone his way. And honestly, apart from the one good week that we saw him have where he got Player of the Week, it feels like he hasn't had the impact on the Rift that this team made the trade, made the change that they did to their roster in the offseason in picking him up to get.
You can see here.
Oh,
really
and
going for
as
it.
I say it, there we go. Predator popped. He swoops in underneath the turret and grabs the first blood.
I didn't think he had the damage for that, but the extra bonus from the Predator, you can tell Hanser as well didn't want to burn Flash, right? Like, he just burned his Renekton ultimate. He knew he wanted to keep presence in that lane. That's exactly the type of play the Team Liquid would need. There's a chance now with the experience that Hanser's going to lose, knowing he's up top without his teleport, that Impact no longer needs any assistance. And now maybe TL might be able to go classic style and play around bot side. So watching this one more time, you can see Impact does a good job just harassing him down low. Hanser burns the stun into the W, gets hit by the barrel chain, so he's just really low. And this is just a walk at him gank, but Hanser wasn't willing to preemptively flash the body slam. Maybe he didn't think that Broxa would commit the flash, or he thought the damage wasn't going to be fatal, but Broxa knew exactly what he was doing and picks up the first blood.
And that's exactly what the doctor ordered here for Team Liquid. It gets Broxa back into the game, catches him up for that massive CS discrepancy in the jungle that they got thanks to Closer's early pathing and Hanser and Golden Glue's early lane advantages. And now we'll see what Brox is able to get done on the Fat Man here in the bottom lane. Still no ulti available to use, so he won't be able to knock FBI and Fuki out of position. Doublelift and CoreJJ, no ultimates available on these bottom laners yet either. Closer does have his level 6, but of course that doesn't necessarily give you a new ability on Elise, so not as big as it is for most other champions in the game, as Golden Glue will once again be on the losing end of a trade here against Jensen, but he does maintain a farm advantage, and he'll pick up his blue buff now as well.
Yeah, and Closer is actually getting a pretty big CS advantage over Broxa. This is a bit of a snowball effect from the early red invade and the 2 pushing lanes that he had early, but Brox had picked up enough experience on the kill that he's not necessarily in trouble yet, but you can see just by the farm discrepancies that the first blood just makes the gold even, and Golden Guardian still has a Cloud Drake. So early game, even with Hanser going down, is still going okay for Golden Guardian.
One thing I want to point out as FBI goes back to base here for the first time, you can see based on his inventory and his keystone, this is a lethality poke style Varus. Not going to be revolving around those auto attacks, instead just looking to get big piercing arrows before the team fights. Makes a lot of sense when you look at the Team Liquid roster, which honestly has no tank. Gragas builds AP these days. Rakan's not necessarily a hard tank either, so a piercing arrow onto pretty much anyone can whittle these health bars down before a big fight, as long as he has the opportunity to let those fly. See if he can find those marks as this game moves forward. Hanser and Impact once again getting into it a little bit here on the top side, and Impact does a good job trading up against that lane bully Croc.
Yeah, I mean, at this point with the Sheen completed, Impact is in a point of lane bullying, but Golden Guardians is just much faster on this rotation, getting the Rift Herald and trying to run away now.
And Closer get out. He uses the Repel to get over to the Blast Cone, reposition himself just nicely. And now Broxa, he tries to get in position there, but won't quite be able to do it. Predator pop to give him the extra speed, but it was not enough. So now Team Liquid has to fall back. We'll see what Golden Guardians can get with that Rift Herald pickup.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting game, because Team Liquid is playing a lot of catch-up, but Impact is looking like he's in a solid position. And when I've seen Golden Guardians win their games, a lot of it is because I think their fundamentals, so to speak, are actually pretty strong in terms of how to play the map. Like, once they get the Rift Herald, they know where to use it, they know how to control Drakes, they know how to move the lead into a bigger lead. It's just really, really hard for them to get a lead in the first place. And this game is very even right now, but with the Rift, Golden Guardians might have a chance to get the lead. So it's a really important moment for Team Liquid right now to try and get a little bit of a lead to stop Golden Guardians from taking steps with this Rift.
Jensen using a fake flash there in the mid lane. Always important to remember that that's not the actual summoner spell. It was just the Zoe W allowing him to have that extra summoner for the trade potential onto Golden Glue, but it's not like it's going to send him home or anything. Still a moderate CS lead here of about 1 minion waves worth for FBI over Doublelift and Core JJ. And honestly, we've been talking about Team Liquid and how it's so surprising that they're doing as poorly as they are this split. Remember that last year, Doublelift and Core JJ were just in a tier of their own in terms of bottom laners. Everybody was always, yeah, Doublelift and Core JJ are the best. The conversation was, well, who's number 2? And it just seems like it's fallen off a cliff here in 2020.
Yeah, I mean, you can see getting pushed in right here, trying to turn around, but they have no assistance, right?
Yeah.
They can only just accept that gank, and now Rift actually being used bot. I'd love this by Golden Guardians attacking TL where their carry threat would be. This probably won't kill the turret, but it's going to make it really weak.
Getting him plenty of plate money. Doublelift had to go back to base. He had already expended his ultimate. He was down to about 1/3 HP. Didn't want to stick around and risk anything there. Brox is taken very low. Repel comes out from closer, but he doesn't want to go any further forward as Jensen comes down. TL could have the opportunity to make a move here. Core JJ with ulti and flash available, but TL decides to call it off.
And this is looking like pretty much every other TL game. Really slow, not much of a lead happening early. What's super fascinating to me about Team Liquid's struggles this split is they basically have the 3rd best early game on average of the teams in the LCS. So it is the weakest early game they've had in 2 years, but it's not bad by any means. It's actually been kind of after 15 minutes where they've gotten bled out. That's what we saw against EG yesterday, and I really wonder here against Golden Guardians, the first time they played it was the Keith first blood game onto Doublelift, and then Golden Guardians out from there. This game, it's actually completely even, and Keith is nowhere to be found because they've subbed in.
Their Kryptonite's gone.
It is going to be about this mid game.
With no Keith around to first blood Doublelift.
Yeah.
Is that the secret that Team Liquid needs to find success here against the Golden Guardians? And your point about their early games is interesting because that was one of the exciting parts about watching this team in 2019 was for so long, there was always this idea around the top teams in North American professional League of Legends play. They just won because they had better players and they waited to outscale and then just team fight you when they were better and they had all their items, right? It was kind of back when TSM was always winning, it was what it felt like TSM always did. And then all of a sudden, Team Liquid was here. They had the best early game stats. They had the fastest overall game time. And all of a sudden, our best team was also our most aggressive team. That was really fun to watch. And
gotta watch out here, though. The GP ultimate and teleport is up. Haunter's teleport is up. But Golden Guardians have the wave pressure. Core JJ goes in.
Let's see some of that TL aggression as Golden Guardians find themselves jumped on. It's Huhi and Golden Glue both under pressure. Both going to be popped. Take a swig. Broxton gives them a big old drink, and that is 2 kills over to TL. They got their marks, and now they're going for the objective 2.
Getting Core JJ on an engager seems so crucial there. They found the one pocket of missing vision from Golden Guardians and actually make a proactive play in this game. So getting the kills, getting the Drake do put Team Liquid in a good position.
Exactly where they want to be here, grabbing themselves that Drake, keeping the count tied up so they don't feel like they're under any sort of pressure whatsoever from the Drakes as the game moves forward. Let's take another look at how Core JJ set this up.
Yeah, look at all the wards that are in the river. They even popped the blast cone. The one place they're not looking catches Golden Glue off guard. And sure, Huhi flashes in to get the Devour, but Tom Kench actually can't move that far anymore. So if you flash into 4 people, you're still going to die, and then your Devour's not going to do anything. So it ends up being 2 deaths anyway off the pick from Core JJ onto Golden.
And right there was what I was talking about before the fight started, how when Team Liquid was at their best, they were a team that made things happen, right? They were a team that was fun to watch because they were creative and made moves. And right there, we want to see them make moves. We want to see them get back to that Team Liquid style where they look like a back-to-back-to-back-to-back LCS champion. Remember, if Team Liquid doesn't make it into the playoffs, if they fail to win these next 3 games, that will be the first time we have ever had a reigning champion not make it into playoffs for at least a chance to defend their title. That's crazy.
Yeah, and it would be the first time that after Team Liquid wins a title, they don't win another one. Because
I
they
mean, technically
won
that's
4 in a
true as
row
well.
ever since they started winning.
It's just
that's a
been-
little bit less impressive. That's more common.
Yeah, that one's more of
But
a
the
meme.
missing playoffs would be massive. And I mean, let's not forget about Golden Guardians. Most people had them pegged as the worst team in the LCS preseason.
Yeah.
Being 6-9 is quite an accomplishment already in terms of build.
It's nice.
And if they beat Team Liquid here and 2-0 them on the split, that would feel pretty good.
Remember back in 2018 when we first started with franchising and Golden Guardians were the worst team in the LCS, but the one thing they managed to do is beat Team Liquid? That's what I'm wondering, is if we're going to get a throwback to those times. What if they can be that Team Liquid counter once again, except this time it means a whole lot.
Looking towards the top side right now, you can see Impact still scaling up. I think he's going to be the strong point. Hanser doesn't have great ways of dealing with them.
Closer's in some trouble here. Nice collapse from TL to quickly punish and grab that kill.
Yeah, this might be a vintage Impact top die game. He hasn't necessarily gotten solo kills, but he has total control of this lane right now.
TL on to the Rift Herald here. Second Rift Herald of the game. First one was claimed by the Golden Guardians, used in the bottom lane to grab themselves a couple of plates. Broxa should grab this one, no contest, but it looks like Hanser may come over to try to stop him. Hanser low on HP with this Renekton, trying to go in and grab that kill. Broxa with a smite to keep himself healthy enough to not be killed, but the rest of the Golden Guardians are collapsing. Impact and Broxa flee towards the top side of the river as Shelly's patience is reset and she moves back into her home. Team Liquid maintain control over the mid lane and priority there, but Golden Glue, Huhi, and FBI are still all hanging around. Skill shot's going to miss from everybody on that side, and both sides disengage.
That was actually really tense because Team Liquid was sacking mid-pressure in hopes that Broxa would be able to solo the Rift Herald, but I believe Hanser actually snuck around through his own jungle to disrupt the Rift, and that's the reason Team Liquid couldn't break this open. But now, because TL was greeting so much in the mid lane, sacking pressure, they end up burning Doubleup's ultimate, can't contest the Rift, and Golden Guardian gets their second Rift of the game.
Well done by the Golden Guardians to wrest that objective away from Team Liquid and make sure that they put another in their own pockets. They are still down a little over 1,000 gold. Nothing too crazy just yet, but everything you can do to prevent Team Liquid from building this lead any further is going to help. With Doublelift almost knocking down this tier 1 turret in the bottom side, that gold lead will grow here for the side of TL. One more auto attack should do it. Hanser making his way down towards this turret, but he's not going to walk up any further. He knows that they don't have vision inside their bottom side jungle. Of course, we have perfect vision, so we can see all the wards being established by Core JJ and Broxa in this bottom side Golden Guardians jungle. They want to make sure they can come collapse if Hanser overextends himself. He won't be doing so, just moving down there to catch the wave as Doublelift goes B.
And they're really hoping to get an ISO death onto a Golden Guardian solo laner, namely Hanser, which is, as you mentioned, why he's playing safely. Right here with Ocean Drake spawning in 20 seconds, I expect Golden Guardians to use Rift mid to try and get pressure and then move towards the Drake. And TL is going to try and get engaged before that.
Huhi is put to sleep. The Drowsy comes out. The chain CC is down. Perfectly done by the side of Team Liquid. Golden Guardians look for a counterattack, but won't be able to hit their CCs thanks to a flash from Broxa getting him out of harm's way. And despite the fact that TL, yes, they had to use 2 big team fighting ultis to make that one happen, they managed to catch out that Tahm Kench, that safety net for the rest of the team of Golden Guardians, and that means it's Team Liquid who has priority and control over that Drake pit. FBI manages to get himself away from Jensen's Zoe attack, and that means that he'll stay alive, but second Drake now for Team Liquid.
Core JJ's been on point this game, and so is Impact. Great stun, though.
Jensen caught here, might be taken down. Piercing arrow is going to be let loose, and a nice shot from FBI.
Nice snipe. Team fights are going to be weird in this game. So sure, Team Liquid has the 2 Drakes, and they have the 5-kill lead, and that was the first kill for Golden Guardians, but you saw a glimmer of the way Golden Guardians wants to fight. They actually don't want or need extended team fights. They are all pick and pop. Everyone on Team Liquid is burstable. All they have to do is land 1 CC, and the rest can follow with Lethality, Varus, Syndra ultimate, and the burst that actually ends up coming out of a Sorcerer Shoes Elise. So Team Liquid, I feel like Banshee's Veils, Mercury Treads, QSSs, any of those things that can prevent that chain could just stop Golden Guardians' comp from working all together, because in an extended fight, Team Liquid just has way more damage than Golden Guardians, but in a pick scenario, Golden Guardians would have a large edge.
Yeah. Golden Guardians also get the bonus with having that Varus building lethality. Lethality items are cheaper than the big ticket crit items, like your Essence Reavers, your Infinity Edges, things like that. Umbral Glaive only costs 2,400 gold. Yuma's Ghostblade is 29, and now you can see with those two items, along with the Dirk in inventory, FBI's got a ton of lethality. And when you assess the armor on the enemy team, you can see Doublelift has a cloth armor in inventory despite the fact that his boots are already completed, so he can't build those into a ninja tabby. He's just setting on some flat armor so he doesn't get half HP'd by a piercing arrow.
Yeah, I think it's necessary, especially this early on into the game. You can see even with the 5-kill lead, there's only a 4 kill lead. There's only a 300 or 400 gold lead by Team Liquid, and once Hanser gets that Blade of the Ruin King, I'm actually really curious to see how the side lane 1v1 will go. When I saw the Blade of the Ruin King buffs, I thought Renekton might be one of the prime users because he can triple hit his empowered W and get, 30% of someone's health instantly, so I'm curious to see how that plays out.
Team Liquid with control over this top side river here, but Golden Guardians looking to move up and contest that, clearing out these wards. TL will be forced away, but now they got everybody except for Impact grouped up here. Remember, though, Impact does have the ability to immediately affect the fight with the Gangplank ultimate. Also has TP ready to channel to join this fight as FBI goes for the flash engage with the chains, and Jensen is way too isolated. Nice catch from the Golden Guard.
And that's the type of thing the Golden Guardians needs to do. That was one CC spell landing, dead. Jensen, yes, he's working towards a Banshee's Veil. He's not there yet. And there's no tank on Team Liquid, as you called out at the very start of the game. So it's going to be, even if they get the Ocean Soul, it helps in long fights, but it doesn't burst shield you. So Golden Guardians still have a very winnable game at hand.
Golden Guardians get themselves a slight gold lead with the extra money from the catch that they've just made onto Jensen. FBI is the man I'm going to be watching very closely as these fights play out. So much importance on him being able to land piercing arrows, hit the chains of corruption for the team fight, not just to lock down targets that they want to kill, but if Team Liquid ever finds another one of those opportunities to start the fight on their terms, it is imperative the Golden Guardians disengages as effectively as possible. As you've already pointed out, there's no way they win a straight-up 5v5.
Definitely doesn't seem like a Trinity Force and level 13 on the GP, so he's at a strong point if he can get to a team fight. You can see Doublelift completed his Infinity Edge as well. Broxa actually opted for the Mercury Treads because he wants to eliminate the chain CC as much as possible, but that also means that his Stopwatch or Zhonya's is going to be a little bit of a ways since he ended up going into the Oblivion Orb. So as much as Team Liquid want to set up for these spots, they have to proceed with a lot of caution because of that chain CC from Golden Guardians.
Honestly, 23 minutes into the game, 100 gold separating the squads with the Drakes tied up almost perfectly. 1 Drake to 2 there. Golden Guardians having just a slight disadvantage compared to Team Liquid. The game couldn't be much closer. Anything to decide how this goes.
This is kind of what we've been talking about with these Team Liquid games. Last year's Team Liquid would have had that 1,000 gold lead, and right now we'd be looking up and it will be 5K. But it's completely even. They haven't been able to set up enough plays. We've seen a few glimpses from Core JJ, but this Ocean Drake coming up in 15 seconds now because of the pick threat that Golden Guardians has thrown out and the kill they got on Jensen. They have the setup for this next Drake. And TL's trying to get it back through the mid lane.
Jensen grabbed himself a trouble bubble onto Huhi, who's now going to be isolated once again. Broxa making sure the ulti provides the combo opportunity. Piercing arrow won't find its way onto Broxa there, but now Golden Glue is going to be caught out. And remember, Huhi's already down, so there's no rescue potential coming out there. Golden Glue will deny them with the Scatter of the Weak. He'll continue to run away. Impact leading the charge, and Jensen coming up the wall there with the flash. Golden Glue tries to turn it around. A nice 5-man scatter. It's going to take some health bars low, but it will not find the kills. Golden Guardians stand in a 3v5. The health bars on Team Liquid are all around half, but it's still enough to give them their 3rd Drake and bring them to Soul Point.
Really big moment for Team Liquid there, being able to catch Huhi before anything else would happen. You could see even with the chase, Golden Glue nearly still took them down, but Hanser wasn't there. Huhi dies early, and TL put themselves one away from Soul Point.
This feels like deja vu. This is the same thing that happened last Drake. As the third Drake of the game was about to spawn, we also said, okay, let's see if Golden Guardians can use the Rift Herald to give themselves priority over this Drake pit, and then boom, they catch Huhi out mid lane underneath the turret, they use the Gragas combo to do it, and they get the Drake because of it. Then here for the fourth Drake of the game, boom, they do the same thing again. They're just rinsing and repeating what works successfully, and Huhi with 3 deaths so far has to be a little bit more mindful of these things.
Yeah, it's incredibly important that Huhi isn't the one getting picked out, because then he has no one that is rescuable. But like, more importantly, it's also important for Golden Guardians to be able to support Huhi in those situations. Like, the team does have to be more cohesive. I think one of the biggest Achilles heels for Golden Guardians all split has been ISO deaths, whether it's Haunser or Golden Glue. You can look back on a handful of games and say the Golden Guardians was in a winning position until the sidelines just started dying. It hasn't happened necessarily yet this game, but as you mentioned, yeah, 6 minutes ago we saw the pick. A minute ago we saw the pick. What are we going to see in 3 minutes and 30 seconds? Because maybe it'll be another pick on a Huhi.
If 4 minutes from now, Huhi dies mid lane underneath the tier 1 turret because Gragas ulti knocked him back after Core JJ or Jensen caught him out, there's going to be a serious problem here. Because you got to learn.
You'd think, right? But I was watching a lot of LCK before they went on hiatus. They announced they're going to be back fairly soon as well, but there were a lot of games where you see a Drake fight, and then people back off for 5 minutes, and then you see another Drake fight. And in this 5-minute lull, it looks like Golden Guardians has the pressure. I mean, look at where they are. They have deep wards into the blue jungle. Renekton is able to push up. Now that he has that Blade of the Rune King, it looks like he's winning that matchup. Even Golden Glue was able to push out that top lane. But this mid-lane control that TL is trying to hold on to has been important.
Doublelift loses half HP there. Oh, piercing arrow almost found him. If that hit, it would have taken him nearly dead, as Golden Guardians have to back away. Broxa did pop the Predator there just in case there was a chance to make a move, find one of those big barrels here yet again. Drake's still 2.5 minutes away. It is imperative for Golden Guardians that they contest all of these from this point on. That Ocean Soul, as you said, it's not going to stop just a big burst combo coming through, but as long as there's some time in between the CC, it will help Team Liquid regenerate away that poke and survive a little bit better.
Yeah, it's not as big of a win condition as an Ocean Soul would normally be, but it's still a really
still an Ocean Soul
that's permanent.
Yeah. And it brings Elder on the table, which is an entirely different beast that we'll talk about if we get to that point.
I kind of feel like that's where we're going, Flowers. This is giving me those vibes.
Yeah, we're not exactly. This isn't one where we've just got pedal to the metal the entire time. I mean, we've got 9 kills in 27 minutes. That's not particularly aggressive by any standard. We do have a stopwatch picked up for Closer on the side of Golden Guardians, so if he gets caught out, there is an opportunity to stop that. Huhi with his Gargoyle Stone Plate will also be able to last a little bit longer if he's focused, and you can see the stopwatch also in the inventory of Core JJ, so he can keep trying to make those initiations that we praised him for a little bit already this game. Team Liquid applying the pressure to the tier 1 turret here in the mid lane. Golden Guardians will finally have to concede that, and that is the second turret of the game. TL has only taken 2 turrets 28 minutes in.
Uh-huh. They haven't been able to move safely to sides, in part because of Tom Kench, but also because of the CC chaining. Like, if anyone on Team Liquid actually gets isolated, Golden Guardians is really good at collapsing on them. That's one of the reasons the Gold has stayed close despite Team Liquid's mid lane control. And we kind of called the Captain Flyers. We got 40 more seconds here.
All
Control
right.
set up for Golden Guardians. Lock your eyes on a Huhi, because maybe that's where Team Liquid's thinking about going next.
Okay, Closer there just took about half the HP off of Broxa and then goes into the repel to dodge the counterattack from Jensen. Let's see if the Golden Guardians can manage to keep Team Liquid at bay.
So Golden Guardians is all in the same place here, which is good. They just need to make sure that if Corge gets jumped on, they can burst on whoever jumps on him. There's no QSSs and only 2 stopwatches on the side of Team Liquid, so if they go for Core or Broxa, they should be able to burst.
Broxa
but they're split up
has
again.
flash.
They're going for Drake.
Broxa has flash. He's popped Predator. He is looking for any chance he might be able to find to go in here and make something happen. The Drake nearly down. That one's going to be secured there by Closer on the side of the Golden Guardians, but at what cost? Huhi keeping his mid laner alive. Golden Blue does not get hit by the ulti. That means he stays alive, but a flash over the wall is demanded from Closer in order to stay alive here. Jensen going to be denied by the Blast Cone, uses a fake flash to get over the wall, picks up another one. It's Zoe. He's going to flash 3 times in a team fight anyway. As Team Liquid say, all right, we got the enemy support. They had to use tools to disengage that. Let's go for the Baron now.
I think they can. They still have such a strong team fight. Doublelift has Flash ult available, 350 CS and 3 completed items, so they actually can burn this. Or if there's a fight, they're in a decent position.
No Huhi. Sleep finds its way onto Closer, who goes into the repel to dodge away from most of the damage that's going to be coming in, but Jensen's still able to find the kill, and now it's Haunter in the middle of 5. He is gone. Shut down for Jensen, and Golden Guardians do nothing to stop the Baron except give over a 600 gold congratulations gift to Team Liquid.
Good job by TL to give up the Ocean Drake, which, as we talked about, isn't extremely important in these contexts, and then use that 5-man squad to force a big objective. So this one more time, CoreJJ's just set up, waiting to see where Golden Guardians is going to be coming from. They get the sleep, and they know they can peel off. Like, there's not that much threat coming out from Golden Guardians unless they are able to get the jump on them with the CC chain. So sure, Haunter files in, but he's all alone. He's never going to be able to do anything in that situation, and Baron fairly easily goes over to TL.
TL now with that Baron and a 4,000 gold lead. With control over the map, let's see what they can get. Still only having those 2 turrets claimed from the Golden Guardians means there's plenty of standing gold on Summoner's Rift right now for Team Liquid to put into their own pockets and continue to build this lead with. Doublelift will secure the enemy red buff, give himself yet another resource that he's denying from the Golden Guardians. Impact sets up shop in the bottom lane, pushing towards that tier 2. He'll deal with Haunter in this 1v1. Baron-empowered minions going to make sure of that. Closer and Huhi looking to maybe make some sort of a play, as FBI is also brought down to the bottom side there, but they won't have a chance to collapse on anyone here just yet. Impact eats an orange, Closer's forced to run away. Team Liquid, they take down the mid lane tier 2, and now they're grouped up as 5, pushing onto this inhibitor turret.
Yeah, they're going to just keep going. I mean, Impact is so incredibly strong. Doublelift, with his stopwatch, is feeling quite safe. And they're going to just... I wonder if they're going to keep pushing this inhib. It seems like they're just maintaining presence here so that Impact can go clear off those side turrets, because this has the potential to be a very big Baron power play.
Huhi forced to gobble up Haunter there as he's hit by the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. You said it, man. Team Liquid, they're just saying, hey, if you leave, we'll kill it. We're buying time for Impact. There's not really anything the Golden Guardians can do about it. They're not in a spot where they can just run at Team Liquid. There's so much denial capability with the Zoe and the Rakan put together as Haunter's deciding he's going to go for the all-in here on the bottom side into Impact. That's not an all-in you want to take, bro. The damage comes out and Haunter is barely limping away.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if Renekton wins that, as Impact just handily pushes Haunter away.
Yeah, well, with the evidence that I just was shown, I'm going to say he definitely doesn't. Team Liquid feeling better than before now, as Impact is able to heal up, teleport right back into the bottom lane, and continue the siege. Now, granted, there is only 20 seconds remaining on this Baron power play. Golden Guardians still have all 3 inhibitors standing, although they lost the mid lane inhib turret. Preventing any sort of spawning of super minions from a Baron buff that your opponents were able to get still feels good.
And having the G on Impact means he can actually kind of play frontline now. If we think about the setup for the Ocean Soul, knowing he has not only the oranges, but also a second life to absorb the burst cooldowns from Golden Guardians, means that any fight the Golden Guardians starts on Impact, they probably lose, since they wouldn't actually get the kill, and those cooldowns take so long to come back up within the midst of a fight that TL would be able to turn it. So TL smartly playing very aggressive right here to get control of this Ocean Drake before the soul spawns.
Oh, Team Liquid, once again, in a spot where they control the Drake pit. Golden Guardians trying to find any opportunity they can, namely a piercing arrow, to move in here. Broxa with the Predator popped. He knows that if he catches anybody out with that explosive ultimate, he can grab an easy follow-up kill with the assistance of his team. Trouble Bubble shot out there by Jensen to try to get more zone control out. The Drake is spawning, and Golden Guardians are pushing the issue. They're moving up, Core JJ coming around from behind. Gangplank ulti is dropped. Here comes the quickness. Here comes the damage. There goes Golden Glue. That's what they needed for the side of Team Liquid. Who he flashes over the wall, I can't help but feel like it's a completely wasted summoner spell. You're dead to rights either way. Team Liquid with a 2 for 0 will now head back over towards that Ocean trade.
Yeah, they, I think, considered just walking down mid as well with how strong. Knowing they have double GA on 2 of their carries, Banshee's Veils kind of all around, they've hit the point where they've been able to itemize against this burst. And unless something goes terribly wrong, Team Liquid's got this one in the bag.
Team Liquid, 7,000 gold up. Drake's Soul finally secured. We said this was the easiest game they had remaining out of the 3. I said they needed to win it with style. They needed to look good. Whether or not they're winning it with enough style is up for discussion. But they are in a spot right now where it looks like they should be able to win this and keep those playoff dreams alive. Which it still feels weird to say that we're talking about Team Liquid in this.
Yeah, I mean, 12 kills to 2. 35-minute Ocean Soul. Sure, it's a little slow, but you don't mind in these cases. You're not... At least, I said this yesterday on the analyst desk after Team Liquid lost to EG. It's like, are they dead? I'm like, Team Liquid's not going to be dead to me until they are mathematically eliminated.
Just because it's Team Liquid?
Just because it's Team Liquid. Like, I understand that there are a ton of signs that this team isn't what they were. As Jensen kind of goofs.
I mean, he kind of goofed, but he also kind of lived. They shot everything in the kitchen sink at him, and he just walked away. Ulti called down from Impact to provide suppressing fire as he falls back, but well done there. Jensen, he avoids the death.
Yeah, I've been this way with any League Dynasty team, just like not calling them dead until they actually are eliminated, whether that's TSM when they lost to Clutch in spring of 2018 to fix their final sweep, and now Team Liquid going for this Baron. I think they're just going to win this fight.
Core JJ starting it off. Hanser thrown back into the Team Liquid line, and considering he was all alone, he stood no chance. Huhi now the target yet again as Golden Glue's caught out over the wall. Team Liquid does have some vulnerable health bars, but not vulnerable enough, man. They're just too far ahead. Golden Glue's going to find himself killed here yet again. I pointed out how yesterday he was 0-4-1. Today, 0-4-0, just not the games that Grayson needs to be having right now in these moments. As Impact and the rest of Team Liquid, they're saying, all right, we don't have the Baron, but they got the 2 picks on the enemy solo laners. You mentioned ISO deaths. You mentioned Hanser and Golden Glue dying too much for Golden Guardians. 0-7-0 between them this game. I don't think you could highlight it any better.
Not a good look from the Golden Guardian solo lanes. Ocean Soul actually paying off big here when the poke lands, so they could very easily restart the Baron after Golden Guardians actually got some good flanks in. With the vision control kind of wrestled away, Golden Guardians is unable to set up any of those big burst picks that they had earlier. And just watching this, like, it's not necessarily a clean fight by Team Liquid. Lots of stuns and CC end up landing for Golden Guardians, but, you know, you can see Closer off on the left, FBA off on the right, Golden Glue up behind them. They're making it difficult on TL, but ultimately unable to get fatal damage on anyone. Double its GA. This is why they build GA on him and GP, so he gets immunity to whatever the first burst combo is. Now they have Baron, and they're looking to end the game.
Yeah, when the biggest thing you can take from a fight is grabbing a guy's GA, you know you're at a bad point in the game. Over 10,000 gold behind. The Golden Guardians will have to make their stand here. It's 2 minutes of Baron locked and loaded here for Team Liquid. Impact once again taking his designated position in the split push, making sure that he's pushing up that bottom side. The rest of the team going to be covering him here from the jungle. Doublelift and Jensen both with plenty of damage to bring to the table here. Both almost, well, Doublelift is full build. Jensen is almost full build. He bought himself his Magi Soul Stealer just to see if he can add a few extra pages here to the book before the game ends.
Know that Team Liquid is going to win in a straight 5v5. This is sad life for Golden Guardians right now.
Yeah, you don't really have much that you can make happen here. Jensen, he goes forward, he gets caught by the chains, but it's immediately going to be popped anyway. Does not matter. Bottom lane inhibitor falls. Mid lane inhibitor, that's your next target for Team Liquid. There we go. Easy peasy 1-2-3-zy. Haunter loses 2/3 of his HP just by existing. Team Liquid is posing one hell of a threat right now as Doublelift is taken down below 20% HP. Has to fall back and regenerate here a bit. doesn't have TP, so cannot readily go back to base and immediately rejoin the fight. Instead, he moves over to the Wolf camp, and lifesteal is a hell of a drug, Jat. He's instantly back to 2/3 HP, but the team called to regroup anyway, so they're all back to base.
I mean, 50 seconds left on Baron power play. We might be seeing the old Elder Drake come through.
Here we
TL
go.
doesn't need to take any chances.
No chances.
They're
Send it to Elder.
continuing to outscale.
All right.
This is fine.
This is wonderful. We're waiting on the Elder Drake now. 40 minutes into the game. 11,000 gold lead. But
Look at double of CS, man. 470 in a 40-minute game.
yeah, that's
Although,
a
at this point, he's only farming for elixir gold.
that's a little wild. I mean, I guess you could sell your shoes and buy a Phantom Dancer or something.
You can. Yeah, technically he has no lifeline passive right now, so Phantom Dancer would work. He's already over 100% crit though, which still scales a
Wait,
little bit with
is he
Xayah.
over?
I think some of the
No,
abilities.
he's
well, he
only
would
75.
he would be over 100 if he'd be over 100 if he built Phantom Dancer. Because I think he's at 100 right
No,
now.
he's at 75 because Mercurial
I'm trolling.
and GA
You're
don't
right.
give any.
Yep, I'm trolling.
All right. Well, he could
Let's
do
do the
that.
Phantom
We'll see
Dancer.
if he does that. I don't know what he's gonna do. We're hoping for the Elder Drake right now. Team Liquid doesn't want to push down this last remaining inhibitor turret. They're gonna go for the big boy instead. Elder Drake spawning here under 20 seconds. Golden Guardians
Yeah, and-
on their death knell. Pretty much, if you give Team Liquid Elder Drake, you lose the game automatically. Yes, 9 times out of 10 you lose the game if you go towards the Elder Drake anyway, but hey, that's better odds than 10 times out of 10.
And there's a good chance that TL doesn't even take Elder into kill range, but they're only using it as a way to get Golden Guardians to come to Elder. Which I think is what the smart play would be, because Elder is just as effective for the team that has or doesn't have souls. You can see Golden Glue just gets chunked.
All right, Elder Drake, what do you got for me, buddy? Let's see how this one goes.
Flank.
FBI throws out the chains. Core JJ's coming in from behind, looking for the opportunity to engage. Repel comes out from closer, but there's nothing else to repel to as Core JJ goes over the wall. He's able to find the engage onto Golden Blue, and Haunts are both once again those solo lanes caught and destroyed as Doublelift will go up in the ulti. The stasis comes out from both Core JJ and Closer, but for the latter, it's the last thing he'll do this game. He and FBI will run away towards the bottom lane as Broxa and Impact will say, don't worry, fellas, we got it. They're on the Nexus itself. The playoff dream lives on for Team Liquid, and they take down Golden Guardian.
TL moved to 7 and 9. Golden Guardians fall to 6 and 10. And Captain Flowers 0016 for Core JJ. That's a bit of a throwback game for him, I gotta say.
That is the support dream for Mr. JJ.
True.
Exactly where you want to see your recon at. He found initiations, he found opportunities the entire game. Team Liquid, they're still alive. And now that that game is over, we are going to be stepping away here for a moment to set up game 2, but we'll see you here right after the break where CLG will go up against Cloud9.
When you're chasing greatness, just remember, it's not about what you say. It's about what you do.
Yeah, I'm married. Doesn't matter. You do that for me? Really? Yeah, I'd like that.
Who are you talking to?
It's Jake from State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning. Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis? Hey, do they ever ask you what you're wearing?
Yeah.
Red sweater, button-down shirt. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And we're back for game 2 of the day, CLG versus Cloud9. Before we dive straight into this one, though, I do want to get a quick recap on the game that we just saw play out, Team Liquid versus Golden Guardians, as it was such an important game for each of those squads that were sitting at 6-9 rather. Now TL up to 7-9. Azael, coming to you first. Thoughts on Team Liquid's victory there, and looking ahead at their next 2 games that are must-wins for them to get into the playoff picture.
Was a little bit slow to close it out, but overall, I thought they were going to win just based off the draft. I think this is the kind of composition that you want to see them play. I think it is the kind of champions individually for the players that you want to see them play. Impact on a scaling weak side champion. Brox and Core JJ on champions that can actually engage and make things happen. And both Jensen and Doublelift have the ability to actually take over team fights and make plays individually. It's not them so reliant on others to make things happen when they're playing Xayah as well as the Zoe. So I really liked it from TL.
Mark, thoughts on the way that TL played there in that composition, considering the fact that if TL even makes it into the postseason, they're going to have to challenge teams like the Cloud9 we're about to see play in just a moment.
I mean, it was a necessary win, and it was a good win in some sense, to Azael's point about the comp and how they played it and things, and there were a lot less individual mistakes than we've seen recently. It was a little slow. The enemy team did have a good early game comp, but even around objectives towards the end of the game, they were getting poked off a little bit. Jensen had this awkward flash over a wall and some of those things. They really need to clean that up, not just for if they make playoffs, but because they have to beat C9 and FlyQuest still in the next week, and those are some things they can improve on.
Let's talk about one of those teams they'll have to beat then in Cloud9 here today up against CLG, locked into last place currently, but can play spoiler to some other teams. Crumbs, coming to you, though, while TL is trying to find a singular identity right now and maybe, get that worked into a well-oiled kind of position, Cloud9 is doing the opposite. They've established themselves in their dominance, and as we saw yesterday with the Kalista top, the Syndra bot, the Gragas, and the Yasuo, they're really starting to experiment and see what else they can bring up to a competitive level so that they have more in the playbook for the postseason.
Yeah, and that playbook is all about instilling fear in their competition when playoffs come around. How big are their champion pools? How quickly can they dispatch games? And against CLG, obviously it's first place versus last. It's probably going to be a stomp, but we need to see how quickly can Cloud9 just win a game. Can they make minimal mistakes against CLG, or is CLG a team that can actually draw blood from Cloud9? If that happens, then I think they'll be feeling like this is something that should not have happened and that they should continue to just smash so that when playoffs come around, everyone's just trembling at the sight of having to face Cloud9.
So more flexibility but continued dominance is what we want to see out of Cloud9 here in the late stages of this split. Azael, coming back to you, though, on CLG's point, where should the mindset of the organization be right now in closing the split? They know that they're not making it into the postseason, but with the addition of Pobelter more recently, they have found more success on the back half than the front half of the split. Where would your mind be if you were somewhat in charge of this org and kind of looking towards summer?
I think you have to take a look at how you've performed with Pobelter and say, would we have made playoffs if we had Pobelter the entire split, right? And if you can honestly say, yes, I believe that we would actually be a playoff team if we had more time to, gel with Pobelter, to work with him. If CLG believes that, I think that you're pretty happy with your position right now going into summer, having something to build on. If you do not believe that you would be a playoff team with Pobelter having been there the whole time, I think it's time to think about what you want to change for CLG and for the players that are still there to prove that they are worth keeping.
Mark, thoughts on CLG and even for the players individually who need to prove their worth here with only 3 games left in the split looking towards summer?
I think that's the right way for the players to be thinking about this. You're not just playing, to try and pick up a win and look good. You're kind of on a bit of a tryout, I would think, because the org should be looking to make moves in summer. So every game for the players should feel really important. They should try to put their best foot forward to show that, hey, you should keep me for summer. I am a valuable asset for this team.
Well, CLG has already reacted to what Cloud9 showed us yesterday with the Kalista ban hitting the table very early on in that first ban phase. With that, though, the teams are into champion select, so that means it's my cue to hand it back over to Captain Flowers and Jat for the call.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Here we go. Counter Logic Gaming versus Cloud9. The best versus the opposite of that. here in the spring 2020 split, as Cloud9 have already wholeheartedly deserved first place and earned first place and cemented themselves first place in the regular season play. CLG mathematically eliminated from playoffs. I just want to see creativity from both teams here.
I think so. I mean, you can see already that Dash pointed out the Callista ban. You can see the Karthus ban, which is something Wiggly played yesterday. Didn't look good, but I think is still a valuable pick for a lot of teams. And like we say best versus worst, but I actually think if CLG had had Pobelter from the start of the split, they wouldn't be the worst team. I think they'd actually be competing for a playoff spot. So I think Cloud9 has the right mindset in these last 2 weeks, at least after looking at what they did yesterday against 100 Thieves, where they're just going to expand their champion pools, but they're going to keep competing at a very high level, because if they can maintain that level, they got the split in the bag.
I think literally everyone, even people with CLG in their nicknames in Twitch chat, would be surprised if CLG pulled off a win against Cloud9 here. The way Cloud9 has been playing and the way CLG has been playing so far this split. Obviously, things have gotten better with Pobelter, but it just seems the entire split, like Cloud9 is on another level. And the way that I've likened it to throughout this whole split, whenever I've talked with people about it, is it feels like watching a main region team play against emerging region teams at an international event. Cloud9 just seems like they understand League of Legends and play League of Legends so much better than the other 9 teams in the LCS that it's not even close. And TSM finally broke that armor. They finally were like, okay, they can bleed. But they're still 14-1, and they are still the scariest team in this league.
Totally agree. And a little bit of a switch up in draft here. You can see jungler picked in first rotation. Not a lot of people are doing that. And Blabber continues to have one of the smallest list of champions played in the LCS this split, only at 4 unique champions. It's his 6th Gragas game to go with 7 Lee Sin, 2 Elise, and 1 Pantheon. So Cloud9 has an engine that works when Blabber is on Gragas, and the Aurelia being picked up this early, probably empowered a little bit by the Blade of the Ruined King buffs, I think it's going to be a flex pick that follows this Rumble around. So kind of matching a flex soul laner with a flex soul laner. I like it.
And as the bans are coming through in the second half here, it's Sejuani and Renekton banned out by C9. They don't want Wiggly to be on that massive frontline meatball of a Sejuani. And CLG, they're targeting things that can keep Aphelios safe, it appears, as Thresh will be banned away. They've already drafted the TK for themselves, so that's effectively eliminated from Cloud9. Let's see what the last one will go to. Are they trying to prevent something like a Braum? Are they trying to prevent other defensive options? Or will they pivot away? No, the Ornn. They want to stop C9 from picking that up.
I mean, I think Braum is the pick if you're drafting for an Aphelios. It works well against Varus, which might end up being lethality. We've seen so much lethality Varus this week. When we've seen it, I think it's only been lethality Varus.
Or
you know,
do we get barred?
Apparently we just get barred.
I like how you're using logic and reasoning to pick out the champion that lines up the situation most properly for both the enemy picks and the ally picks, but instead we get
meep noises.
barred. We get noises and meeps and chimes.
So I think Bard is actually good.
Okay.
Yeah. Azael talked about this on the dive. He's been spamming a bunch of Guardian Bard. We saw Omnistone Bard from G2 just this week in the LEC. It has a really high win rate in solo queue. I think it even got nerfed in patch 10.6. So it is actually a good pick. It's not great peel, which is why it's a little strange to see with Aphelios, but I think we should be seeing more Bard.
All right. Bard's picked up. The response from CLG, they pick up the Rek'Sai and they pick up the Jace.
You do you, CLG.
You do, yeah. So what I'm looking at when I see this,
it's actually
CLG
more poke, right?
They started off by picking Rumble, who is an insane team fighter and provides a lot of AoE and just, zone control and all of this. And then they have Rek'Sai and Jace, which if they fall behind, they're both completely worthless. And Varus is a champion that we're seeing mostly played for poke, so he's not going to be the greatest team fighter either. So the CLG draft just kind of seems helter-skelter to me. Yasuo, the final pick here for Cloud9. Once again, bringing the Gragas-Yasuo combo to the table. We saw them play this yesterday. A big combo coming out from those two specifically is what ended the game, and they're going to put some more practice on it here today as well.
Yeah, the way I look at these comps, Captain Flowers, is it's poke versus hard engage. Jace, Rumble, Lethality, Varus, very pokey with the Tomcat to try and peel. And then you'll have the solo lanes both being melee for Cloud9.
Yeah.
It actually looks a lot more like a 2019 summer Cloud9 when Sven Skaren was making his MVP push of just like, let's try and 1-3-1 as much as possible and get flanks. Looking pretty advantage to Cloud9 to me, unless they get demolished in the laning phase by Jason Varus.
Well, the picks are locked in, and once again, we will be heading into a break. That's 5 minutes for competitive integrity. Once we're back, we're going to be casting the game right in front of your very eyes, so don't you go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are for Game 2, Day 2, Week 8 of the LCS. We have had to take a 5-minute break to preserve competitive integrity, but we're about to hop into Summoner's Rift here yet again. It's Cloud9 versus CLG. Both teams have solidified their positions in the end of regular split standings already. CLG mathematically eliminated from playoffs. Cloud9 already clinching that first seed with their impressive 14-1 record. And during the break, Jat and I were having a little discussion, and he said he wanted to talk about this when we got in game. I said I don't like CLG's draft at all. I think NA Jace has a reputation that speaks for itself. I think Rek'Sai falls off a cliff post 25 minutes. I think this is a 22-minute game. And Jat said that's way too fast. So,
well,
let's just...
Yeah, the shortest game of the split, I cheated. You told me your argument, and I didn't tell you mine. So,
okay.
Shortest game of the split was CLG versus Team Liquid, 23.5 minutes. The last time these two teams played, it was 26.5 minutes. So I just think 22 minutes is too fast. That's actually the whole bit of my
allow
argument.
me to math your math, my friend. If TL beat them in 23.5, and Cloud9 is better than TL, then Cloud9 can beat them faster. This is simple arithmetic, dear Watson.
They can. Here's another issue. I found the origins of the Bard Aphelios.
Okay.
It was 17 hours ago in solo queue with Vulcan. And
17?
Yeah.
I thought you were going to give me something that's like some ancient unspoken like dark magics that were released as soon as Aphelios came out, and there's like a one-trick duo queue that's been spamming this that was now discovered. But no, 17 hours ago it's solo queue. All right.
Well, they played it. Vulcan was Electrocute Bard. He went 1-7 and they lost. So he switched to the more defensive Guardian Bard, which I think is better. And we're gonna see how it plays out.
All right, let's see how it goes. We got Blabber starting in his on his top side jungle here. We've got Wiggly going into Blabber's jungle too. He wants to go ahead and just grab himself some Krugs here.
Yeah, it looks like we have a bit of a vertical jungle with the early invade, and Rek'Sai, knowing he has the Jace ranged advantage at level 1, wants to keep a lot of pressure on this top side. It also means that Sven and Vulcan will be able to push up on bot side, but like the early Rumble and the early Jace give a ton of pressure with which Wiggly can use to invade.
Wiggly on this Rek'Sai, feeling good. He was able to steal the red buff away from Blabber at the very start, so that's a good denial early on away from this Gragas. Rek'Sai's strongest at the beginning of the game. Whenever a player or a team drafts his champion, I want to see them make moves early on. Starting off with a buff steal is always a nice way to do that, as Licorice goes in, lands himself a stun onto Ruin, and then right back out. Just wants to make sure he gets that damage wherever he can find it. Doesn't just let Jace run the lane here, as Wiggly is going to tunnel through the mid lane. Not too worried about it just yet, because he's not exactly giving his position away. The wave is pretty far pushed up. The biggest thing he's worried about is stopping Blabber from doing a counter steal on his own red.
And it looks like Blabber actually got out of the range of the Tremor Sense. And if we're just counting camps, right? It's 1, 2, 3, 4 right now for Blabber, and 1, 2, 3 on the 4th for Wiggly. So Blabber is, even though he's red buffless, camp ahead right now. So the counter jungling hasn't yet affected him, aside from the fact that he doesn't have a red buff.
Crabs available as well. Wiggly going for the top side one, Blabber going for the bottom side one. It means that Blabber's not going to be denied a Scuttle Crab by this early pathing. Wiggly's deciding to head right back into the enemy jungle because he wants to grab these chickens on respawn. Doesn't look like he'll stick around to get
He should have the timer now that he's seen them. He should know that they're up, but the Scuttle seems to be higher priority. I wish he would have actually stuck around to take those Raptors, because now Blabber has
something to farm.
Smooth farm path wherever he goes next, especially when he bases for his Predator boots.
Right, needs to get back, make sure he grabs the boots so that he actually, has a keystone. And you can see that picked up there, along with the amplifying tome. And Wiggly just heads back onto his own side of the jungle. And I think that's interesting when we talk about when a player steals a buff early on and how much it actually helps them. Because if you steal the buff, but then your opponent manages to just clear what's left and get a gank, they're really not behind. Because the extra time it takes you to hoof it over to the other side of the map and then come back with your buff if you're not actually making any plays, the only way that it gets you ahead is if your opponent clears through the rest of his jungle, then doesn't have a gank to make, And so now he just has less overall resources available. That's when you get ahead.
Yeah.
If he can find an opportunity in between, then it actually doesn't do a lot.
Yeah, I still need to do more testing on this, as it looks like Ruin's just trying to shove this into turret. Hopefully we don't miss the first gank of the game, but I've been doing a few jungle paths that are like skipping my buffs on the first route. I don't necessarily know if it would be pro-viable because they're way too good at tracking junglers, but when the small camps have respawns of 120 seconds, which is just so fast, being able to cycle those can actually get you to level 6 before the other jungler who's spending time in between his, I call it cycling, just going back to base and kind of farming camps on respawn.
Right.
If your second clear is going to be faster after your first base if you can pick up the second jungle item component. So I've had a few routes that are like, I'll do like Wolves, Raptors, Krugs base. Then I'm level 3, I can buy my second jungle component, get a control ward, and then I'm there for the spawn of Scuttle. I don't have any buffs, so my combat power is lower.
Right.
But once I do clear my jungle a second time, I'm significantly ahead of the other guy in experience. So that's just kind of an example of why getting 3 buff doesn't really matter if you're not going to be doing PvP at all anyway. As you can see now, Blabber is 11 CS up and a level on Wiggly.
Yeah, that's the thing that I was most curious about in this was the Scuttle Crabs, right? Because without the buffs, you do lose the power to contest for those. So if the guy shows up at the same crab that you're at, you lose it. Now, granted, in solo queue, most of the time, everybody paths from bottom side to top side because bot side's more willing to leash you. So if you just go for the bottom side crab 4 out of 5 times, you're going to be fine anyway just by flipping that coin that way. But Cloud9 are now going to grab themselves an Infernal Drake. They'll pick up this nice early objective. Nobody's going for any kills just yet, so this will be the first thing really on the board to separate the teams here. And that's secured by Conquest.
I actually think you could try this on Skarner Flowers. So, like, let's say you're red side.
We used to do this.
If you just did,
we had this conversation.
You just did Wolves, Raptors, Krugs, and then base, you can take bottom Scuttle, and it's fine.
Back in Season 6, when I was best Skarner in A, the path that I would do, I would start every game off by saying, I will be level 6 at 6:02 with red buff, flash, and ulti. If you ask me to gank before then, I am muting you. And I would clear through my whole jungle, not
Blabber.
Blabber's gonna be jumped on though. Buffs or not, the man's in trouble. Smoothie's coming around. He's got the lick. He's got the stick. Can they get the kick? Yes, they will. The first blood over to Pope Belter.
I knew we were going to get tangent in jungle and miss first blood, so I apologize for those viewers. Basically, what happened is COG did the repeat on Blabber's red buff, which did catch him a little unawares, and honestly, these soul lanes by C9 have a really hard time establishing push, like Licorice against the Jace, and even the Yasuo against the Rumble, so it's really dangerous for Blabber to go up here. You can see he's clearing vision, they have the Tremor Sense, Pobelter just waits, and it is pretty well executed, right? They get the flash knockup. It doesn't matter that he's able to flash away because Smoothie's also made a roam, and they pick up that first blood. Good start for CLG.
CLG getting the first blood on Cloud9, getting themselves an over 1,000 gold lead. But the strategy you were talking about, by the way, before the first blood broke out, that's what I used to do in Season 6. It works less effectively if you're up against somebody that's going to invade you like a Lee Sin or an Udyr, but you clear the entire jungle, no buffs, then come back, clear the entire jungle with buffs again. You would have level 6 with flash, ult, and red buff as Skarner at 6 minutes and 2 seconds. You flash ult the mid laner when he's still level 5, he dies, he gets mad at his own jungler, and then you take the Drake and you win. It's the freest League of Legends you could ever play. And then they nerfed it and you couldn't do it anymore, and I was so sad in Season 7. Blabber's making a play on the bottom side, though. He knocks Stixay back. Follow-up damage coming through, and Stixay is just exploded. Nothing Smoothie can do to save him.
The lane bullying of Vulcan and Sven has actually been kind of out of control this game. Look how they've accrued an already 20 CS advantage. They burned the Devour with the Bard ultimate just to set up Blabber coming in with his Predator boots. That was really smooth by C9 to pick up that kill.
C9, not one to be asleep at the wheel, making sure that CLG aren't the only team on the board here. Catching up there and making it so now Pobelter once again has to come back and answer the mid lane as Niski pushes that out. He'll rotate up into this topside river to make sure Blabber doesn't get collapsed upon as they take the Rift Herald.
Just like that, C9, normal first Drake control, normal first Herald control. Dicey 1v1 though.
Here we go. Licorice takes it down. There you go. When Jace is not winning lane, it's a bad sign, man. This is what I'm talking about with Jace. I just this is Jace.
Yep. I I felt like Ruin was going to be able to win this 1v1. He's such a high elo solo queue player. I think he's currently at rank 6, has been rank 1 throughout the year, knows the lane dominant style, knows how to snowball these games, but in this case just gets all in by Licorice, burns his flash, and dies. That's just the worst case scenario in terms of keeping together an early game snowball into a poke out.
Ruin behind on the Jace now, with his opponent also rushing the Blade of the Ruin King. Like, the Blade of the Ruin King buffs, we've seen so many more champions building this item now. And it's especially effective in matchups like this one because of the fact that it gives you that extra chase potential, that extra sticking potential on a target that normally wants to kite you out. So with Licorice rushing this item, it's going to make it very difficult for Ruin to keep him at range.
Yeah, and just so you know why we're paused, there is a problem in the future that we are just pausing to resolve. It looks like they're getting ready checks very soon, so we should be able to get out of here quickly. And I'm pulling up something about Jace Flowers because I believe he has recently been changed to be just a little bit more of a scaler. So his early game isn't quite as oppressive. In 10-4, the base damage of his melee Q did go up with level. And in 10-1, the base damage of his Shock Blast went from 55 to 305 to 55 to 330. Remember, that's a 6-point ability, so it goes until level 11. So it still is something that is disastrous to die on, but I do think Jace's scaling is improved. So it's not quite as dominant early into useless late as it used to be, and it's a little bit smoother. Still a big play by Licorice, and luckily we're back into the game.
Back into the game now as Licorice, I already commented, he's going for the Blade of the Ruin King. You can see the pieces of the lethality items being constructed there by Ruin. I'm assuming it's going to be a Ghost Blade. Providing extra movement speed for him will be critical in trying to outplay those Blade of the Ruin King maneuvers that will come out from Licorice. Also worth one thing that I want to point out here that I didn't mention earlier. Cloud9 are running 2 exhausts on their composition. When they go into these fights, if anybody dives in on them, if the Jace goes melee mode, if Rek'Sai comes in, even if Rumble's looking to get in there and just torch everybody with a flame spitter, there's going to be a lot of denial potential, and there's a lot of dive potential too, as Cloud9, they find themselves a kill onto Stixxay for the second time this game, and his life is just miserable in this bottom lane.
Is this Vulcan's Player of the Week campaign? I'll have to check on what he was playing in the game earlier this week, because this Bard Aphelios lane is out of control. Like, that was so smooth. The 2 kills they've had have just been so smooth with the way they've been able to get the cooldowns out and eventually get the kill.
Nisqy now going to find Smoothie waiting for him in that brush, and that means Pobelter and Licorice are getting into a 1v1, but over the wall comes Wiggly looking to bring down the damage, and Licorice is exploded. Wiggly gets away from the turret in time to prevent a return kill, and Ruin all the meanwhile just has the opportunity to slam this top lane turret. They will grab that one to equalize the turret count, nearly bring this gold back to even as well. But Vulcan and Sven, the Bard Aphelios combo, have made their way into the top lane. The damage comes down, the exhaust goes out, and Ruin goes home with a screen in black and white. That is the 4th kill of the game now for Cloud9, the 3rd that this bottom lane is responsible for.
The point-blank face slap stun into the minion by Vulcan. That was just hilarious to watch. Good job by Ruin, right? Like, he's had some moments in these games, you know, getting first turret. He had a bit of a comeback after falling behind early on Aurelia against Dignitas, but ultimately you look up now and he's 0-2-0 on Jace, and Sven's Aphelios and Vulcan's Bard are looking to run over this game.
They are doing so damn well for a pick that we were memeing on a little bit in Champion Select for being Bard, but Vulcan is doing a great job on it. Yeah, it's working fantastically, and I love to see that. I love a pick that when you're surprised to see it in Champion Select, it pops off when you get onto the Rift, because it shows that there's more things to be found than just what is accepted in the meta.
Yeah, and I'm glad he's doing Guardian as well. I know Omnistone is probably more fun, which is why it's the taken rune by a lot of people, and Electrocute is the burst thing, but Guardian is ultimately just the best thing. Your damage is good enough, and you actually have a large amount of shielding and healing when you're allowing your heals to kind of mature and also your guardians to go up. But Licorice,
Licorice gets exploded, but Blabber shows up just a little bit too late to save his teammate. He will get a return kill and force Ruin back. Blabber now walking up through the river. Let's see if he finds anybody waiting on him there, as Pobelter was chilling out in the brush. Drops down the equalizer, looks to go after Blabber. Stasis into a redemption. Vulcan goes trying to find a double stasis, but he won't be able to get it. He still manages to protect Blabber enough to keep him alive, and now he's trying to stay on top of Pobelter to provide the opportunity for Niski to go after the kill. Niski's like, all right, Bard, you're not coming, well, I'm going anyway. But instead, he'll just move down here to clear out the wave.
Maybe a 1/10 of a second away from just a godlike stasis timing by Vulcan. The travel time of your ult does change depending on how far away you are. Missed ult by Licorice, but they're still going.
Stixay with the flash away to make sure that ulti doesn't connect, and Licorice may now be punished. Ruin over the wall has the damage, and that is Licorice's 3rd death this game. Things not going great for him here in the top side.
Yeah, when they can actually pull off flanks, the Aurelia is going to be successful, but it is a bit of a hard life. Laning up against Jace for most of the early game, you can see his CS has fallen a little bit behind, and it's been a little bit of an off game for him. I mean, for as dominant as Cloud9 is, I think yesterday was Blabber's off game.
Yeah.
At one point he was 0-3-1 or something.
There was a lot of deaths for him yesterday.
And it might be Licorice's off game right now.
I mean, better to get him out of your system now than when playoffs start up, but we'll see if he can clean it up here a little bit. Still working towards that Blade of the Ruin King. Has the Ninja Tabby in inventory. Very effective item against a Jace Rek'Sai combo, as the two champions are going to be dealing with the most coming after you. Looking at the rest of the Cloud9 score lines, you've still got 2-0-1, the best score line for Sven here on the Aphelios. Has the Essence Reaver completed, working on that second item next. Across the board, Stixay does have Yumu's Ghostblade plus the second Serrated Dirk in inventory, but he is lagging a bit behind in CS, and of course doesn't have the same kill money that his opponent possesses either. Next Drake is coming up in a little bit over 2 minutes. Cloud9 have secured the first 2 for themselves. And remember, it's Cloud Drake, which I think is or Cloud Soul, I should say, which I think is the one that has the most variance between champions for how much you should get out of it. And Aphelios can get some good use out of it. Bard can get, honestly, everybody on the Cloud9 squad can get some good use out of it. You don't have any champions that are going to be rooting themselves as they all.
Yeah, if COG gets control of the game back and they're able to get it on Rumble, it's actually pretty devastating to Equalizer and then zoom to finish up burning people.
High-speed flamethrower.
It is interesting here, though, that COG actually wrestled control of Rift Herald. It's really rare that C9 gives over any objectives, but the trade was actually to give Licorice a bunch of free farm on the bottom side, which for them, since he's one of their core initiators, probably worth it, as long as they're able to step up and contest the Rift Herald usage of COG.
Yeah. Ruin forced to flash away there. Vulcan goes for the ulti to set up the pick, but nice summoner spell usage will deny that. And the point about Licorice is interesting too, because when we're talking about the new age builds with Blade of the Ruin King, remember they make you strong in a duel, because lifesteal is very effective at combating damage over time. But in a teamfight scenario where you can be instantly blown up by 5 people, not having the health of a Trinity Force does make you more squishy, more susceptible to that instant burst. So Licorice does need to make sure that he's not falling too far behind the general curve of the game in terms of his stat line, as the Rift Herald is summoned up here in the mid lane. This turret won't die from just a charge, so they will need a little bit follow-up damage here from Shelly. Takes it down to 20% HP or so, but that's all they'll get.
Yeah, pretty useless Rift, all things considered, not even breaking up mid, with Drake up in 43 seconds as well, so they can't even use the defense as a means to get to the Drake. Luckily, though, they haven't used Rumble Ultimate or Varus Ultimate. That's going to be CLG's big opportunity with this Cloud Drake spawning in 30 seconds. It might even be something that C9 just concedes. Kind of in a weird state in the game right now where Pobelter's Rumble is powered up, and I think C9's a little bit worried about trying to force this melee pile on top of a Rumble team, because they might just get wiped.
He's got the double spell penetration. He's got the Haunting Guys working towards the Leandri's Torment to add the extra burn on top of the burn he's already doing. He's not in a bad spot at all. Pobelter, the savior of CLG here in 2020, trying to put yet another one on his back as CLG move towards that Drake. Again, the whole thing of Drake's, the first 2 don't really matter. It's all about getting the 3rd one, because it gives you the win condition, and then the 4th one, of course, is the win condition. But Cloud9 are now coming in, and they are looking to contest it. Wiggly still staying in the pit just to make sure Blabber's not able to swoop in and steal it away, but that is exactly what's going to happen here and now. Licorice over the ball looking for the damage onto Pobelter, who's gobbled up there by Smoothie and kept safe. Cloud9 still continuing to look for a little bit more. Knockup comes through for Niski, but it's only onto Smoothie. He doesn't want to jump in and take that one since Windwall was already spent. Blabber's going to continue to chase forward, removing Ruin from the equation, chasing him back off towards the chickens, and C9 will bring themselves to Soul Point.
Wow. That is not how I expected that to play out.
Not at all.
No one dying, and the Cloud Drake just being given away by CLG. they were in position. They have the Rumble. They have the Varus. They're the ones that want to fight in the pit. It just seemed like they had no idea how to respond to the Bard ult, and they let Blabber just kind of walk into the pit.
I mean, Wiggly...
Stop watchless Gragas and take it for free.
Wiggly tried to hang around to smite fight it, but when Cloud9 just waltzed in and all of a sudden had control, he had no choice but to bail, right?
Yeah. That's how it plays out. I mean, I wanted to double back on one of your points about Blade of the Ruin King, because I do think it's pretty interesting how not only are they good for side lane duels, they have diminished effectiveness in team fights because it's current health damage.
Yeah.
So once everyone's low, they don't have finishing power, but hello.
Pobelter found out here in the top lane, almost bursted down. There we go. Niski's now trying to survive, but he won't be able to do it, and Blabber could be punished as well. Vulcan shows up, a very nice Bard ulti onto 2 of the 3, as Blabber's still going to be chased down by Stixxay. Sven has showed up. Can the bottom lane of C9 2v3 this? The exhaust finds its way onto Sven. Smoothie's going to use the Devour to keep Stixxay safe. Piercing arrow gets shot off, and Sven and Vulcan fall back. It's a 1-for-2. Cloud9 lose out on that trade.
Yeah, the Tom Kench was really timely there from CLG, and it's kind of looking like the Cloud Soul is going to be a necessary part of C9's win condition here. How's that 22-minute win looking, Captain Flower?
All right, yeah. Yuck it up. Your results-based analysis is not welcome here.
Yes, I have much practice in this art.
Well, all right. I will concede you were the better predictor here today, my friend. I don't see any world where this ends in 2 minutes at this point in time. CLG have actually done quite a good job of keeping pace with Cloud9 here. 20 minutes into the game, less than 1,000 gold behind the #1 team in the LCS. They got 2 turrets compared to Cloud9's 3. The big concern is that win condition Dragon Soul coming up in 2.5 minutes. Not quite an Ocean Soul, but still a permanent buff. It's going to add a lot of punch to this squad. Pobelter caught out yet again. This guy is the man that you got to look out for. This guy's the one that's keeping the team alive. He's the one who's going to get away. And Niski gets too aggressive and is punished. CLG collapse. Protect the president. Secret Service style. They get Pob out.
And the equalizer just shredded C9 as they moved in. The big thing there was Smoothie got the Devour off at basically the last possible second. And CLG, if you don't look at the Drakes, which are still a very, very important part of this game, are looking competitive here. And dude, how good has Pobelter been? Just, it does feel like when they win, it's often just Pobelter putting on the big backpack and taking them to victory. I actually think that if they had him from the start of the split, they would be in contention for playoffs. So by no means is CLG a free win for these teams that have to play them in the last 3 games of the split. And C9, they have to find a flank. Like, the fact that they haven't been able to get behind CLG to actually get onto the carries and instead are trying these face-forward initiations that get gobbled up by Tom Kench makes it really, really hard for them.
Pobelter, it's hard to believe the guy wasn't on any team at the start of the split. Yeah. If there was ever an argument for him to make, he doesn't have to say a word. All he has to do is just link the VODs of the games that he's carried CLG and the performances that he's had on this team since being picked up by them in this second half of 2020. His performance speaks for itself. And it's really fun to see him do what he's been doing and try to just breathe life back into this team. Yes, it's too late for playoffs, but what Isaac was talking about on the analyst desk at the before this started, where he said this team should reflect and think on if they had Pobelter the entire time, would they be good enough to make playoffs? And if so, you have something to build from. They have a building block to work from now that is Pobelter. Whether or not you change the rest of the pieces, that's a different conversation. But this man has been showing.
All right, here comes Dragon Soul. CLG's got to fight this one. Bard ult does have a chance to delay, but like again, C9 has no flank position. It's difficult for them to go straight forward.
Oh, Bard ult misses, and that is CLG happy to see one of those big cooldowns expended for nothing. Now can they do anything with it? They are down less than 1,000 gold, so it's not like Cloud9 has a commanding lead here, but they do have control over the pit. Blabber takes a pretty big hit there. Niski not going to find anything with this knock-up. Turret is laid down by Sven. Equalizer comes through, and CLG have taken control of the river here for now. Cloud9 waiting on the equalizer to disappear. That's a huge team fight mechanism down, but it's Cloud9 health bars that are more damaged, as it's going to be taken by Wiggly and CLG. Cloud9 now on the retreat, health bars taken low. Pobelter down to about 1/3, but Blabber may be caught. The damage won't be enough to find him, but good lord, man, CLG are not going down without a fight.
Clutch smite by Wiggly, and C9 all taking that magical journey prevents the wipe that could have happened afterwards, because the stopwatched Q from Pobelter's Rumble just did a bunch of damage. COG, I thought maybe would try to turn for Baron after that, but in the meantime, you're seeing that if C9 doesn't get the right initiation, these fights are going to be real tough.
Wiggly is the same level as Licorice's Irelia. He's going for the fight here. He goes for the execution. He will lose the 1v1, but Ruin has showed up to clean this one up. Mop and bucket at the ready. He's stunned, but Stixay is there as well. Hey, if one person can't do it, bring two. If two men can't do it, by God, bring three of them.
Yeah. Nice attempt at the heroics by Licorice. Picking up the side lane kill, and now since they sent so many down, Smoothie's just trying to get vision control.
Smoothie walks up way too close to a brush that he might not have wanted to be near, but instead it's Zed who is shut down. Pobelter's artillery rings true as Niski swoops in. The knockup allows him to establish the last breath into the back lines of CLG. He'll throw Pobelter up into the air and slam him right back down into the ground. A triple kill for the Cloud9 mid laner as Ruin brings out the hammer. He brings down the slammer, and he's got the double onto Blabber.
This just turned into a game, Captain Flowers. Got something going on. Ruin is like at 2 health at the very end of that fight. So many close moments there as Pobelter was trying to burn people down. So watch this one more time. Yes, they burst Smoothie hard here, but watch Pobelter's equalizer onto a rooted Aphelios. And then C9 says, you know what? I'm tired of this. Let's just go. Let's just all press the go button. And Niski's the one who flies in. The wind wall completely cuts off so much of the damage from Stixay for most of this fight. And then he actually flashes for the kill. So Niski's off on one side, whereas Ruin's flashing on the other. And now that Niski actually picks up the triple kill, that's kind of the empowered diver that C9 needs. But you look at the gold, 200 difference. It's anyone's game.
This is not what I expected between number 1 and number 10. Turns out just having that extra 0 on your rankings doesn't mean a whole lot. Sometimes you just, if you got heart, it means a lot, Jat. CLG got heart today. They're playing with spirit, man. And they are in a spot where they're taking it to Cloud9. They're putting up a great fight. Pobelter is putting the equalizers right where they need to be in team fight after team fight. And now Niski is going to be jumped on by Smoothie and Stixay. That equalizer comes down here yet again. Niski's going to take the knockup, looking to make the outplay. He's going to buy himself a little bit more time as Blabber's taken incredibly low, taken down. Wiggly looking to grab some more damage here on a Niski, and the counter has arrived. Ruin will ruin him, and it's a double kill for Stixay.
Licorice with no TP can't join that fight, so it's a 3 for 2 in Flowers. This is why you play the games. You have to play the games to see who's gonna win on the day. And you can see with C9 clearly experimenting a little bit with the Bard and the double melee side laners are finding it really difficult to actually engage on this team. And even though Ruin started this game 0-2-0, 5-2-2 now, 600 gold bounty, and is a force on this Jace.
Maybe I shouldn't have dissed the NA Jace. Maybe I spoke too soon. He's got the cleaver, he's got double lethality, more swords in inventory can only mean the man is walking the path of the serrated Dirk time and time again. Let's take another look at the fight.
So the Tahm Kench comes up, and Niski says, you know what, I have no flash, I'm just going to fight. He actually gets a good ultimate onto Stixay, but again, a really clutch devour by Smoothie that makes the Bard ultimate not that effective. And good lord, Ruin with the double buffs flying in through the acceleration gate with his Ghost Plate on. That is a battering ram Jace if I've ever seen it.
45 seconds, and the Cloud Drake will be alive. CLG, thanks to a clutch smite from Wiggly, managed to stave off the soul being collected by their opponents until this point. We'll see if they can do it here again. Last time it was C9 with a 1,000 gold lead. This time it is CLG, but Pobelter, the man who's caught. But Blabber lets the ult go too early. They don't find the knockback, and now they're 2 team fight ultis down. Can CLG make anything happen from this? That's the question. Wiggly hanging out in the pixel brush. Cloud9 looking for the opportunity to go in, but Vulcan is nearly killed. That piercing arrow surely would have taken him out if it found his his health bar, and Cloud9 head for the hills. CLG head for the Drake pit.
That might be too much poke for C9 to deal with. The Locket Redemption on Bard is the general thing they've been trying to use to deal with the Equalizer, but Vulcan had used his Redemption earlier, just came back off cooldown, used Locket there, and CLG moving up towards this Cloud Drake.
Oh, man.
Funnily enough as well.
What a game.
They're so Equalizer heavy, the extra alt CDR on Pobelter is actually quite beneficial right now for them, even if most of the team, like the Jace, or even the Tom Kench, like that ultimate cooldown's not nearly as important. The Rumble one is huge, and it's pretty effective for COD right now.
Pobelter's the progenitor of the 200 IQ meme. What if this was actually the 200 IQ play? Give away the useless fire and water drakes, so you can pile 4 cloud drakes and get mega Rumble ulti cooldowns.
Well, IQ's put to the test right here.
Let's see Pobelter caught out into the stasis immediately, and look at how much damage is on to Niski's health bar. Pobelter finally brought down. Cloud9 get there, man. It only took so many attempts to get him, and now we'll see if they can turn it into anything else. Sven is half HP, but he does have life steal. They head towards the Baron, and Cloud9 are starting it up. CLG,
they kill it so fast.
Without their most important character, without their best player, now have to make the call on whether or not they want to contest this. Niski can come around from behind. Last breath not quite ready. He's caught out, trying to defend himself a little bit longer. Ooh. Dashing in, slashing around, still looking to find the outplay, still looking to find the moves and the kill. Wiggly goes for the 1v1 against Licorice, but once again, he's not able to find it. Cloud9 now looking to find some more kills onto Stixay. Smoothie ruin the rest of CLG. Everybody's running, but Cloud9 is gunning, and they are trying to find the outplays here as Vulcan slaps him right in the face with a meat and grabs the kill.
Oh, Ruin was so close to turning that fight around at the end, but it really did all start with the pick onto Pobelter and a perfect wind wall by Niski to stop the retaliation. Then just the whole rest of that fight is the chaos that the C9 comp needs to succeed in. The Yasuo Aurelia just needs space to operate, and they actually had that as the chaos erupted around Baron. So C9 actually kind of had their first good play in the last 10 or 12 minutes.
C9 with purple on not everyone, but critically a couple members, and a massive swing in gold where CLG was up by about 1,000. Now C9 commanding a 3k gold lead over their opponents. We'll see what they can do with it, what they can push down. There's still 2 turrets left standing outside the base of CLG. Those tier 2s in mid and top lane, you just saw CLG pings come out on those, meaning they're prepared for a Cloud9 attack.
Oh man, look at these items though. On C9, Stairs Gauge, Wit's End on Licorice, he's really tanky. The damage on Niski, if COD doesn't instantly kill Niski, his Conqueror Yasuo is just going to completely dominate. And then the Aphelios is at the same place, but that's why they're going for Niski right away. Look at Ruin's burst.
Niski, can you get away from this one, buddy? Drops down the wind wall, looking to buy a little bit of extra time. Ruin's auto attack's going to be intercepted by that one. A Smoothie gobbles him up to make sure Niski can't find the last breath into that damage combo. And Ruin will grab the credit for shutting Niski down. That is one Cloud9 player as a picture, and it means that this Baron push is going to be slowed down here. Not before they manage to claim those 2 tier 2 turrets, though. Cloud9 grabbing that in exchange for their mid laner. Still 40 seconds before Niski's back alive with only 1 minute left on the Baron power play. You have to think C9 won't get too much more out of this.
Okay, so Captain Flowers, we saw the Team Liquid Golden Guardians 42-minute let's only fight around Drake's game. That looked a lot like an LCK game.
Yeah.
This one's looking a lot like an LPL game, if I'm going to be completely honest here, where every team is just willing to throw down. And even that last play by C9 with Niski and Blabber bottom lane, the team picked up 2 turrets off of it. The Baron power play isn't amazing, but it's still decently gold positive. So we still have so much game to play.
Oh, we do.
Even after the 0-2 start, and we've talked a lot about Pobelter for his equalizers, my eyes are on Ruin. His Jace, and his melee form Jace. What you're doing with melee form Jace is basically you use your range W, which is the 3 really quick auto attacks, but you don't actually hit the autos. You swap in a melee form, use your buff to the skies, and that's how he's been dueling Niski, because then he's immune to the wind wall and still able to get a large amount of burst off because of his 3 melee kind of pre-stocked machine gun auto attacks. So really important to keep your eyes on Ruin in this next fight to see if he's the one that can deliver the killing blow onto Niski.
And I like the point that you made about LCK versus LPL, because the last game we were averaging less than 1 kill every 3 minutes. This game we're averaging more than 1 kill every minute. So
The LCS has got it all, Flowers.
it's
every range of League of Legends game.
this game is more than 3 times as bloodthirsty as the previous one we got to see. Licorice tries to put the stun onto Ruin, but it is going to be intercepted by the Edge of Night Shield. Meanwhile, we got a fight breaking out on the other side of the
Needs
map.
help.
Stixay going to be gobbled up. Licorice still looking to win the 1v1 here in the top side, but Ruin's got it. Now the 4v4 is all that's left to see as Cloud9 will shred to the members of CLG. Sven's got that flamethrower and he just burns them all to a crisp. A triple kill for the AD carry from Cloud9. And Ruin, the only man who won his fight.
Flowers, I think that's game. I think the death timers are long enough. They just destroyed them. I told everyone to focus on Ruin. That's what I was focusing on. And out of nowhere, I think Sven just flamethrower hurricane them to death. Ruin can't stop this.
Ruin, he'll try. I mean, he's got a Guardian Angel. He got a couple of stasises out. I don't know if those were BM stasises or real stasises, but either way, Cloud9, they won themselves a team fight. In the blink of an eye, you snap your fingers, and half the players on the map disappear. Cloud9 add another win to their column.
34 minutes, 40 kills, same result. That's really, you only got to kill the Nexus for it to count. I mean, all things considered, I think CLG put up a really admirable fight. That last fight, the 4v4 in the mid lane, ended up just being disastrous, but they should be able to be pretty proud. And I think for C9, I do want to see a little bit better from them. Yes, they were 2-0 against 100 Thieves and CLG this week, but I mean, you were calling 22 minutes. I said that was too fast because I was going to say 25. 34 minutes feels a little long, and they had a lot of, discordance in the way that they were initiating these fights. So I'm glad they gave us the fun game, but I still want to see C9 come back to being clean like they were at the start of the split.
It was fun to see. CLG fought valiantly, but it was not enough to take down our #1 team. We're going to step away now here once again to set up game 3. But once we're back, you're going to see Immortals take on TSM. Don't you miss it. We'll be right back.
When you're chasing greatness, just remember, it's not about what you say. It's about what you do.
Well, it's about time we got to work. There we go.
Red Bull gives you wings. The new Red Bull Zero and Red Bull Sugar Free. Full of wings, free of sugar.
Welcome back to the LCS and Game 3 of the day, TSM versus Immortals. A huge playoff clash between two teams that are currently in the playoff picture but want to solidify that upward position. TSM, of course, looking to solidify number 2. Immortals kind of in that conversation for 3, 4, 5. Currently, we've brought Prawley in to join us for the latter half of the day. So I'm coming to you first, Prawley, on this matchup. Let's talk about Immortals coming off a tough loss yesterday against FlyQuest, another top-tier team, and specifically how FlyQuest managed to secure that victory through the top lane.
Yeah, Soaz getting shut down, Soaz getting dove, and FlyQuest is not a topside team. You know, they had a substitute in with Solo the other day, so playing against TSM, who is our only topside focused team right now, is going to be pretty rough for Immortals. So it's going to be difficult playing against Broken Blade and TSM today.
But I still think it's important that they do try to find a skill-based matchup for Soaz, because in that game, it kind of made me realize why they've been playing Camille in these kind of like more narrow win conditions, because it feels like they need someone to be the focal point in the early game, and Soaz is the only one who it seems to be able that they can play around. It sometimes doesn't go well, and like you're saying, it's going to be really difficult against Broken Blade, but I think that's kind of what they have to do. Even when he's on Cho'Gath, you know, most of the ganks are going topside. Like, snowballing Soaz over the course of the season is the most consistent win condition I've seen from them. And if you can do it against TSM, it also has the benefit of slowing Broken Blade down.
Yeah, I mean, that would feel good, I'm sure. Oh, go ahead, Azale. Sorry.
I just want to see them leave themselves with more ability to actually make things happen in the game too. I had such a problem with their draft yesterday, where your primary engage is a Trundle Pillar and maybe a Morgana Binding, right? And PoE just takes Phase Rush, and now all of a sudden you can't actually catch anyone with the Trundle Pillar anymore. You're never going to hit a pro who has Summoners or hands with Morgana Binding. So it's one of those things where it just felt like if they didn't slam the laning phase, the game was over. And they didn't slam the laning phase, so they just slowly waited to lose. And
yeah,
you need to have engage so that you can choose when you're fighting and actually look for picks and make things happen.
I think too, the I have added trepidation just based on the fact that they suffered a loss yesterday to the only team tied with TSM in the standings. However, when we speak about both FlyQuest and TSM, at least more recently, people have talked about TSM as the number 2 squad, definitively better than FlyQuest, and so your opponent only got tougher from yesterday to today.
And it does look like the gravy train kept rolling for TSM. I mean, we were all kind of worrying if it was going to be the 2-0, 0-2 TSM.
Skipped right over that 0-2 week, baby.
Yeah, they took the week off last week. We were shut down. They come back, and it's the 2-0 week again.
Woo!
So that was really good to see. And it was a super dominant game, I would say, just with the Bjergsen roams top and snowballing and his Syndra, like you said. So it continued to solidify for me. TSM is the number 2 team in the league.
Yeah, let's move outside of the top lane matchup. While I do agree, it will be ultra pivotal in this one here, or deciding it today. Across the map, I think Bjergsen is somebody else that we have to continually come back to, and specifically that Syndra performance over the split, 5-0 now on the pick. We're seeing glimpses of the Bjergsen, I think, that used to be in conversation for MVP and really solidified himself as a deserving leader of a top-tier LCS team.
Yeah, I mean, Bjergsen had his sickness early in the split, and I think everyone was kind of wondering what was happening with him. But recently, he has been really picking it up, and especially the Syndra pick has been really deadly. I think last time they played, he was solo killing Aka. So today, Immortals is on blue side, so they have room to ban the Syndra. So that's a pick that I think Immortals needs to take away from TSM, because Bjergsen's just too comfortable with it. He's able to roam. He's able to solo kill. He's a really big issue on this team. So that's something I want to see out of draft today from Immortals.
Well, we've put a lot of focus on that top side of the map, and so as the teams load into Champion Select, my big remaining question is what will be the drafts and how will they choose to index behind each of their top laners today? Immortals versus TSM. Back out to Captain Flowers and Jat for the call.
TSM going head-to-head here again. For those of you that may not recall it, these two teams played against each other pretty early on in the split last time, and it took a very long time for that game to resolve. I believe it was the longest one all split.
Hard to miss it, actually, because it was on for so long. In fact, I think it ended a little bit ago. No, it was a 61-minute game where...
I actually had 100 different ways I was going to introduce that, and I was like, no, 99 of these are too sassy. I'm going to tone it back. So I'm glad that you picked up the sass that I left behind.
These are completely different teams now, is the thing, because it was actually it was a week 1 game, right? It was on January 26th. And a big part of that was TSM lost Drake control. They gave over the soul. I think 2 Elder Dragons eventually went over to Immortals, and it was one of those weird Soazy split push games with a Pokemon. They had the Zoe Ezreal. Fast forward now 3 months, and we have a TSM who's on the big win streak and looking to be the second best team in the league.
Well, let's see how it goes down, man. We've got Kalista, Syndra, Aatrox, Senna, Aphelios, and Set all banned away. And with a couple powerful top laners in Aatrox and Set off the table, Immortals see a good opportunity to pick up the Ornn first pick.
Yeah, I think it's pretty bold that they didn't ban Syndra. And it depends how much TSM is in win now territory, because Zyricon, Syndra as 3 picks in the first phase seem pretty likely. Since they're undefeated on all of those combos. So they should actually, they could Zaya Syndra here and get the Rakan on the loop if they really wanted to.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Like, Syndra just feels so valuable right now. You probably want to go for that early, maybe not.
It's just like Bjergsen Syndra, right? It's always a strong pick, but Bjergsen is 5-0 on it, looked completely dominant. Kabe's 5-0 on Zaya, Biofrost 5-0 on Rakan. They're debating what to do here. And they actually end up going with something completely different.
Okay, that's a little surprising.
Yeah.
Mostly because I feel like your opponents aren't going to pick Gangplank anyway, because they already picked their top lane. Well, then again, I guess Ornn could be a flex.
Yeah.
So, all right, we'll see. We'll see.
This tells me that they're waiting until second phase of ban, and they're going to allow... They want to allow Bjergsen to be a little bit more flexible with his pick, especially after winning Player of the Week last week. But by waiting, they have lost the Rakan. I don't think they expected Hakuho to just take it, since it doesn't necessarily pair that great with other stuff, but they did it. They broke up the combo.
Let's see what else they want to go for here before that second round of bans comes in. The Jarvan, they did hover for a second. They are going to lock that one in before bans come through. Xmithie has been a very potent part of this team in their wins, and he'll be on a playmaker here yet again.
That's a lot of engage.
Oh, hell
Immortals is logged in so far. Although, if we think about the ways that Immortals actually win, I wonder if that's an Ornn mid for Aka. Right? They've played it 3 times top with Soaz. They're 1-2 with it. But I just don't see them beating TSM with it, if that makes sense.
Well, TSMC, okay, you guys picked your jungler. It's not Trundle. We're going to pick Sejuani and have one hell of a front line too. So they grab themselves that to really lead the charge and be their initiator to respond to the mountain of initiation on the side of Immortals. And now TSM are deciding, all right, they've got 3 huge AoE engagers. The last thing we want is massive AoE follow-up damage. Let's ban the Rumble.
And TSM, I think, at this point needs, or at least should look for, magic damage in the mid lane.
Yeah.
So the Syndra, I know we said it before. Oh, we are flowers.
Yeah.
You and I are probably getting memed on in Twitch chat so much right now.
Why?
Syndra was the second ban of the game.
Oh, yeah, we're probably we're probably getting NA caster Keck W the whole game.
my God.
How did we both miss it?
I don't know.
Usually if one of us misses it, the other one will be like, oh,
yeah.
No, it was banned. And it's fine.
Yeah.
But when neither of us have, that's 2 people and 0 eyeballs.
Yeah.
That's 4 less eyeballs than you would normally expect from 2 people.
I'll take it. This was big grief.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah.
We ran it down a little bit.
Yep.
We ran it down. But now that that's taken care of, we're just getting the bad out of the way before the game starts.
Yeah, just go next.
Yeah,
you know, this is like a whole new draft.
Yeah, it's a scrim. We happen to int the level 1. They got 4 kills, so we're like, okay, just remake this. We're not. This is doomed. But we've got.
You know what's
Luck,
interesting?
Thresh, Misfortune, and Rumble all banned away.
You know what's interesting about people running it down in scrims? Luckily, at least for most LCS teams, the scrim culture's improved to a point where, like, if one team runs it down, they at least ask the other team if they're willing to remake, and then, like, with respect, they try and play out the game and win, because it's actually the team that played normal that has the right of refusal. Basically, it's like either let us snowball or okay, sure, we'll do a new one. But yeah.
Well,
Nautilus probably going with Zaya.
all right, so Kave grabs the Nautilus, so we've got even more engage and CC potential on the side of TSM. And honestly, I like this. These are my favorite kinds of games of League of Legends, chat, is the one where both teams have 2 or more champions that are just exceptional at engage, because it means we aren't going to see any of that LCK style resident sleeper, 1 kill every 5 minutes, just wait for the Drake and that's the only thing you're allowed to fight over type of stuff. Oh no. Somebody's going to get impatient. Somebody's trigger finger is going to get just a little bit itchy, and we're going to see him make a play.
That's the hope, because that's when TSM has looked a lot better, is when they're willing to go for it. The AP that Bjergsen would have left is Zillion, but for some reason, I'm wondering what the right combo is for Bjergsen Zillion in this team composition. So many other things are banned. It's like this or Zoe or Talia are basically his options. Just really quickly scanning to make sure those things aren't banned.
Yeah, you're paranoid now.
Azir would
You're
be a
paranoid
really good
now.
front-to-back team fighting. Oh,
Okay.
Okay.
That's new. That's new.
Awesome. Yeah, Diana into Orianna. I think they'll keep it in the mid lane. The burst on this slightly reworked Diana, it's been changed for probably almost all of 2020 at this point, having the E as an early dash. But like, if you can land the right wombo with the new R, the burst is so incredibly high, and they have a lot of setup CC to potentially allow the Diana to get good engages. So I don't hate it, even though we haven't seen Bjergsen on it yet this split.
Well, he's going to have either 100% win rate or 0% win rate after this game, my friend. He's either going to look incredibly good or incredibly bad. We're going to see TSM and Immortals.
Or somewhere in the middle.
My biggest hope for this game is that it doesn't last 61 minutes. And with that, we are going to head into
safe.
a 5-minute break here, once again to preserve competitive integrity. But once we're back, we will be casting the game live, as has been the case here for the entire weekend so far. We'll see you there.
This harness will guide us through dangerous nights. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thumbnail will help us.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are once again. Competitive integrity break complete, and we are just about to jump onto Summoner's Rift here for the third time today. A rematch between TSM and Immortals, as Jat mentioned, back in Week 1, January 26th, the last time these two teams played, the only game of the split to last more than an hour. Let's see if they can break that record here today.
Let's not.
In a good way. In a good way. I mean, be faster, not be slower. Not like that. We don't want big numbers here. This is golf rules.
Yeah. And as we mentioned during Champ Select, Captain Flowers, the Cinder was banned by Immortals, so Bjergsen had to go to a different pick eventually. The very last pick, Diana, coming in here. Also, the Zyra Khan was broken up by Immortals early on in the draft when TSM decided to go for the early GP, and really quickly they might get something. They get the flash from SOAS top.
Yeah, nice getting the Summoner spell here very early on from the side of TSM. And yeah, I checked my Twitter notifications as we were in the break, and we definitely had a few people mentioning how we weren't paying attention. One guy said he was literally screaming at his monitor because we failed to notice the Syndra being banned. So don't worry, we caught it eventually. Just
yeah,
took us a little.
those are the moments that you get to bond together with, when people are just completely oblivious to something, and then everyone else in the stands is like, no, look, literally in front of your face.
Well, we're back into the game now. Everything's Gucci. We know who's playing. We know what's going down. Let's see how they decide to play it out. Now, remember that Ornn will not have flash here for about another 4 minutes. And TSM have their blue buff warded by the Immortals squad. Hakuo and Apollo have stepped up into the brush. One Mystic Shot landed onto Biofrost there. And these guys are going to just try to be as annoying as humanly possible, keeping TSM from successfully leashing this buff for their
Ooh, they got the ward too. This is a little interesting, but they do have to go to lane to catch the minions, so basically it's just a little bit of annoyance. The big thing there is they got Dardoch to burn his smite because he didn't actually have vision of whether or not the Mystic Shot could be able to steal it, and that means that Xmithie is significantly further ahead in this play. There's a chance that Xmithie could actually have just ganked top right now, which Broken Blade does have to respect, but instead he's doing blue Gromp to get level 3, and then probably will be topside, maybe to cover the flashless SOAS Ornn.
Yeah, you always got to worry about the Jarvan level 2. One of the scariest champions in the game with only a single buff and 4 creep score to his name, as Bjergsen just decides to hang back here in the mid lane, recognizing he's in a melee versus ranged matchup, which early on is never a fun time, and Eiko will just have lane control due to that fact.
Yeah, and we got to keep our eyes on Dardoch early because TSM has been the best First Blood team in the LCS. They've gotten First Blood in 80% of their games. So usually Dardoch has been exceptional at tracking the enemy jungler and has been really good at communicating with his laners when they are in danger or not, which I think has led to so much success early. And like, for instance, right now, Broken Blade is technically in a dangerous spot when he's trying to push his wave in, but as you can see, Xmithie's on completely the other side of the map.
Yeah, Xmithie hanging around this bottom side. Not likely a play to really be made here, considering their opponents are underneath their own turret, and trying to commit a 3v2 dodge at level 3 almost certainly means at best you're getting a 1-for-1. Kabe and Biofrost will be comfortable farming up underneath this turtle. They will continue to take some poke. We'll see if Immortals may want to make this happen. Here comes your dive. There goes your root. There goes Hakuo, nearly killed off. The Ignite will not be able to kill him. Teleport was used from Bjergsen to make sure that they were ready to deal with that dive coming through, but it also cost both summoner spells from Hakuo.
Timely teleport, but the fact that they couldn't engage onto Xayah meant Biofrost ate most of that with Aftershock, and here we go. He's flashless, remember?
Dardoch knew that. He knew he was safe to immediately flash to make sure he connected with the Arctic Assault, and that's an easy first blood for TSM.
And that was the window to gank. SOAS was trying desperately to get that wave into turret, otherwise it would freeze on him. And right as the push is going to go all the way in, he's hoping for the experience of a few more minions. Instant double flash to get the kill by TSM.
Well played from the TSM top side boys as they grab themselves that first blood. However, because of Immortals' farm advantages throughout the map, they're still ahead in gold.
Smithy actually, I think, ended up getting 2 Gromps right there, so that was good for him early.
Biofrost starting off a good trade for the side of TSM, but it's not going to stay good for long considering Immortals have the man advantage. That's Flash from both TSM bottom lane.
So many gankable lanes now with all these flashes being burned. I mean, Broken Blade burning his flash. Dark needs to get experience. Otherwise, he is going to end up falling pretty far behind. So quite an interesting early game right now. And yeah, as you mentioned, 10 CS bot, as well as the experience advantage for Smithy's Jarvan.
Back to mid lane, Bjergsen just dashing around, making sure he's able to farm things up here. Aka does have the opportunity to farm up enough minions to get the CS back in his favor, but Bjergsen will head down into the river now with Dardoch. They have control over it with that control where the Dardoch is sitting on right now. And they won't go in any further. There's not really anything to go for anyway. It's not like the buffs are respawned yet. There's nothing to really contest for in there. So when the Scryer's Bloom doesn't find a whole lot, they're pretty comfortable here.
It might end up being a bit of a weird game. So, like, yes, the teams do have a lot of initiation, as the doesn't get all the way through. But just because Hakuho denied the Rakan, the team comps just ended up a little bit weird. Like the bottom lanes, neither of them necessarily being optimal. Like no one goes into the game and say, hey, we definitely need Ezreal Rakan, right? You go with something different, but because the denial picks came through, these teams are kind of navigating these non-ideal scenarios.
Ooh, Shockwave from Aka, flashed away from by Bjergsen, as Dardoch shows up here to make sure it's a fair 2v2, but a 2v2 it will not remain as Hakuho shows up now to the fight. Biofrost also working his way over towards it, as the Infernal Drake is started up by the side of TSM, but they choose to back away, if only to drag the Drake out. Smithy is still hanging around. He may be able to contest this one. Immortals are bringing bodies down here into the river as Biofrost goes fishing and finds himself Hakuho. However, Smithy
he might just
now
get it.
has alone time onto the Drake. It's going to be stolen by Aka of all people.
That is a huge win for Immortals. So that Drake looked really aggressive by TSM, but they had GP ult advantage and TP advantage. So as was TP-less in the top lane and doesn't have the global ultimate. So TSM thought, hey, if a fight does break out, we'll win it for sure. Therefore, Immortals won't contest. But because Immortals bottom lane could avoid the engage by TSM so well, not only do they burn the GP ultimate, they also just get the Drake because they were able to win the Smite fight at the very end. It was actually Aka's Orianna who did the killing blow.
Nice early game so far in this first 7.5 minutes for Immortals. Grabbing themselves a moderate gold lead, grabbing themselves that first Drake. They're feeling pretty comfortable here. Remember, as I've stated yesterday, mostly yesterday. Yeah, I don't think we really talked about Ornn a lot here today. I'm trying to remember, like, when you do so many games at once, it all gets kind of blurred together. But Ornn no longer gets the Ornn upgradables until level 13. So it is a bit of a delay on when he gets that just massive influx of over 3,000 gold's worth of stats if he's upgrading the big ticket items. So it will be a while before Soaz has that come online, but we will need to keep track of it once it's there to be honest about the gold in the game. Bjergsen, remember, had to flash earlier to escape the shockwave from Aka, so he's not really able to do a whole lot to get away from this one. Hakuho and Smithy merely stand guard and allow Aka to grab the killing blow.
Definitely one of those scenarios where you're ganging up on someone, holding both their arms behind the back, and then one guy's just trying to punch. Like they just allowed Aka to punch Bjergsen to make sure he was the one that got credit for it. But actually a really well done game. Hakuho's been everywhere in this game.
Yes, he has.
Allowing Immortals to jump out to that early lead. And to get back to your point,
well, we might not have time. Biofrost once again finding a dredge line down here, but Immortals disengages it. Okay, back to your point.
To get back to your point about Ornn, yeah, the passive been pushed back one level in every scenario, so his own items upgrade later and his other upgrades are a level after, but the brittle damage is down. So like this trade right here, Broken Blade would have about 100 less health last patch. That might have even been like close to a fatal trade, whereas now he's just going to GP Orange and potion back up and be completely fine. So the laning is actually way weaker because of the percent health brittle nerfs, since the Ornn combo normally has like 2 or 3 brittle procs coming out.
And as we see both junglers hanging out up here, I think the biggest thing to take note of is the difference in level. Level 5 for Dardoch, 7 for Xmithy, who's just in a wonderful spot right now. Still has about 25% of the cooldown remaining on that Cataclysm before he can drop a big ulti in another one of these skirmishes. But they've got control over the Rift Herald Pit. However, by putting that control ward down, they did see enemy vision around. So Xmithy's got to be careful to not overcommit to this while his top laner is back. So as, of course, not having a teleport available to use right now, has Summoner spellbooked away into an Ignite. And nobody's gonna over-index for Shelly here.
Yeah, everybody just slowly walk away. But Immortals is still in perfect position. I think they can actually just take it now once the reset happens. They have... The only thing they don't have up would be Hakuo's ultimate. He would need level 6, but it's not matched by Biofrost anyway. This is looking pretty darn good for Immortals early on, Captain Flower. So sure, the first blood did go over to Broken Blade, but it hasn't really ended up mattering. And this Rift Herald might break open the game for Immortals.
Shouldn't be any sort of an opportunity for TSM to do much about it. That'll be picked up by Xmithy. Remember, once you pick up the Rift Herald, I believe it's 4 minutes that you have to crack the eye, which, considering 4 minutes from now, it'll be just past when the plate timers expire. So provided Immortals don't wait until the very last second on that, they should be able to secure themselves almost a kill's worth of gold in plate money at the very least. Xmithy and Hakuo heading towards this top side, but Kaveh, Biofrost, and Dardoch are all hanging out. They're ready to go. This could be a big catch, and there it is. Hakuo is exploded before Immortals can do anything about it.
That was very risky for Immortals to be there again because of the TP and ult advantage of the GP. They end up not even needing it. Like, TSM was just able to get the fight won before anything even started, but that, I think, is why TSM was so willing to go for the fight right off the bat and get the kill.
Dardoch moving through the TSM jungle, coming towards the mid lane to provide some help for Bjergsen in case he needs it, knowing that Xmithy and Aka are both pushing up here into this mid lane wave. Kaveh and Biofrost will head back into the top side. Apollo shoots the True Shot Barrage. He'll manage to find Dardoch by luck and Kaveh by aim, but that's about it.
He found like 80% of TSM's fog. Like, he got, oh yeah, by the way, here's everyone. So even though it didn't hit minions, it actually ended up working out pretty well because they know where everyone is now and they can just start up on the second Drake.
Immortals on it. Dardoch's hanging out nearby, but the rest of the team is just saying, nah, bro, we're not fighting for this one. Just let it go.
All right, another Cloud Rift.
There's not
But
enough Ocean
Immortals-
Rifts in the LCS, chat. I really wish we had more of them. I feel like we never get them.
It's your Calming Rift, right?
Yeah, the Therapy Dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There were a ton of Ocean Rifts watching LPL last night.
Maybe it's because they know
wanna check
that,
the box.
maybe the game knows that LPL is the most bloodthirsty region and is trying to just calm them down a little bit. It's like, you know, chill lo-fi beats to study and farm minions to just try to pump the brakes on the team fights a little bit.
Yeah, Sentient League Drake RNG.
Yeah,
Just like,
yeah.
This is what you need
The
right
game
now.
is actually a living, breathing thing, figuring out what's best. But back to the current state of the game, it's still a very small gold lead for the side of Immortals. Bjergsen will take the blue buff here, Dardoch handing that one over to him. Still not that many kills showing up in this game, 3 kills in 13 minutes, so a rather slow early game in that respect. But Kaveh and Biofrost are on this top side. Plate's still alive for another 55 seconds. We'll see if either team can make any money off of that as Hakuo makes his way back up here to turn this into an honest 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, really, Bjergsen needs to find a way to enter into these team fights. He's been pushed into his turret for basically the last game. Like, the whole game, he's been pushed into his turret. And this Rift is actually going to break it. I don't think Dardoch can do anything to stop it, even if he was looking for a move. This is a little eerie, Captain Flowers, because as long as nothing happens while these Raptors are being stolen, Dardoch just kind of waits in the brush. Hi, bot.
Let's see if Soaz can make the big plays happen here. He gets the brittle, he gets the clap, he gets the smack, he gets the damage, he gets the breath. He doesn't get the kill. He doesn't get the kill.
Last patch, that might have been a kill with the extra brittle
I
damage,
think like
but
it would have.
yeah, Broken Blade has to respect it. So basically, everyone's been talking about this TSM 2002, 2002. I have my own little spiel on that, where actually it was 0-2-4-0, 0-2-2-0, 0-2.
Okay.
So it actually hasn't been perfectly symmetrical. But in the streaks of winning and losing, the losing TSM, I think, looks consistently bad in the same ways, where they will set up a play and then just not. And
then just
yeah, and that's kind of what Dardoch did there. He set up in the Raptor pit to engage on the turret push, and then just stood there. Now, like, that play actually probably wouldn't have worked, so is the correct call in the moment to back out. But if a play isn't going to work, you shouldn't even be setting up for it, which is why TSM is falling like 2,000 gold behind right now, I think, is because they're setting up for a lot of plays that won't work and then calling them off.
Dardoch loses half his HP here, but Smithy's also going to be in a lot of trouble. A nice shockwave from Aka will make sure that the fight goes back into the favor of Immortals. Smithy with a flash over the wall to stay safe, but he comes back over with the EQ combo. TP in from Broken Blade, but the fight is already over by the time he arrives, and that means TP advantage and bot lane priority goes over to Immortals.
And Immortals is looking pretty good here. The 2-0 Orianna, if Aka can stay consistent, he's got real carry threat in this upcoming game. We know Apollo's Ezreal can be safe. We know Hakuho's a good engaged player, and Soaz has actually just been handling Broken Blade in these side lanes as the Orm. So everything really working out for them as long as they can group up and work towards this Cloud Soul.
TSM down 3,000 gold at 15, man. That is not a small disadvantage.
And here's one of the examples where, like, TSM isn't going for these plays because it's not going to work. Like, Dardoch was thinking, hey, maybe we can burst out someone if they face check, but they were going to be a little bit outnumbered. Like, it seems like almost every time a fight happens, Hakuho is there to turn the numbers advantage in the favor of Immortals. And it's resulting in Aka getting pretty fed.
Aka 2-0 on this Orianna. Mercury Treads and not the Leanders, the baby Leanders, the Haunting guys, both in inventory. Now, this is not the super burst, WTF is that damage, OMG Riot 1000 AP one shot, how is this legal build. That is the Sorcerer Shoes Oblivion Orb Luden's Echo. That's the one that just 100 0 as a support in the mid game.
Yeah.
He's gone for a more defensive approach this time. He wants to have the Mercury Treads to get out of the CC that comes out from the Nautilus, from the Sejuani, and he also wants to have more magic resist against the Diana. Haunting Guy is also going to be more effective at wearing down healthy targets like, again, the Nautilus, the Sejuani, and the Diana. So that means at least you're a little bit less worried if you're Kabe, if you're Broken Blade, from just having a massive chunk of your HP removed instantly by that combo. But he's still very scary on this Orianna. Highest farm in the game, 2 kills under his belt. The man's doing work.
And here they go, Ornn right into TSM.
And
just
all right. I mean, you hit the
time.
mark, and you're out of there.
Interesting here. Immortals is actually trading temporary gold with Rift Herald to break another outer tier turret in lieu of setting up for the Dragon Soul. So they're actually trading Rift here for Drake number 3. It's within their right to do so, but I think with the Ornn and the Fed Ori, I would have preferred Immortals just groups around Cloud Drake. TSM, I think, should be very happy to take this trade.
Yeah, seems perfectly fine for them. Again, Immortals don't necessarily have to worry about this in terms of what it means for TSM, because you don't worry about Drakes until the 3rd and 4th one as a general rule. But losing their own soul point condition of then forcing TSM to fight at all points in the future for the Drake unless they want to give the soul over is a pretty big thing to not have for another 5 minutes, as the Gangplank ulti will clear the minion wave away from the topside tier 1 and barely preserve the integrity of it from Apollo and Hakuo's assault.
Yeah, also because Bjergsen got solo turret gold down bottom while the pressure was being used by Immortals top lane, so the guy who really needs the gold the most, because I don't think this TSM team wins unless the Diana gets going, is able to get solo turret gold.
Well, Biofrost gets jumped on there, and Aka once again looking to make the shockwave happen, but a good ulti from Kabe is going to make sure he gets away from it, and Smithy is punished. Initiating on the tanky support with Aftershock does not pay off for Immortals there. A good turnaround and a nicely timed ulti from Kabe.
Yeah, Kabe perfectly outplayed that, and then also held his feathers for the end of the stasis to instantly kill Smithy, but unable to get much more after that, as the Orianna's wave clear is still pretty strong.
Biofrost trying to Spider-Man himself away to safety, as Dardoch will walk into the brush and immediately find Apollo. Dardoch's still only level 9 here on this Sejuani. Not particularly feeling strong, but then again, Smithy doesn't have that level lead over him anymore either. Dardoch's done a good job of catching up and at least staying even with his counterpart, despite the fact that he is 4 levels behind the enemy mid laners. So it's not like he's going to feel invincible when he charges into these front lines.
This is feeling like one of those sad boys jungle games.
Sad boy junglers.
Yeah, this is where they take a screenshot when the solo laner's level 17 and the jungler's 11. They'd be like, "Look at the jungle experience," and then everyone
I'm just imagining sad boy junglers sitting in their raptor pits with an ocean drake, just looking out at the rain, listening to Lil Peep's greatest hits.
Yeah. Well, the reason is like there's so many farm hungry people on TSM that like Dardoch shouldn't take farm. So he's actually just going to naturally starve himself. And then Xmithy, just with the style that he plays, being so present, supporting his teammates, isn't going to be farming either. So we're going to see some really big level discrepancies between, I think, Aka, who will be the farm king in this game, at least as long as things continue in this pace, and the junglers. So it's going to make it really, really hard for them to have positive impact because they're going to be so starved for golden experience this game.
We're also going to see the front lines explode here shortly, and I mean that in terms of power, not like somebody just deletes them, because Xmithy, Dardoch, and Biofrost are all building Gargoyle Stoneplates. Biofrost actually just completed his as I started to make the point. So these guys are going to become much more difficult to just find that instant burst to shut them down.
Yeah, we're set up for some potentially front-to-back team fights. It's actually, if we call back to Champion Select, that is Azir Hover by Bjergsen. Feels like it might have been better if it was an Azir lock. Just because the Diana has been pushed in the whole time, doesn't have the same wave clear as the Azir, probably doesn't have the same scaling, and we are set up for these long team fights with 4 tanks that you need to be able to shred through, and I just don't think Diana is looking like the pick for that since he wasn't able to escape lane and start diving these sides.
Bjergsen will hang out at this tier 2 now, waiting for Aka to push it up. Aka just with total control over this matchup right now. 40 CS above, still building towards that Leandries. I keep switching the names. I don't know why. The completed Leandries, the one that actually gives the burn. And Soaz has hit level 13, and he's upgraded the 2 most valuable Ornn upgrade items. The value of gold in the Forge Fire Cape and the whatever Abyssal Masks upgrade is called, that's about 32 or 3,300 gold when you add those 2 values together. So when you look at the fact that, yes, this game is 600 gold apart, it looks practically perfectly even, remember that that gold value is a lie for Immortals, and you need to inflate it by a little bit over 3,000 for an accurate representation of how strong the rosters are.
I do think as well there is a little bit of wiggle room there because the gold value added is part of just like the strength of the champion. And also, like, there's only one Ornn item that they can actually upgrade as they're fighting over this mid lane Cloud Drake, which would be the Trinity Force when Soaz hits level 14. No one else has an eligible item.
Ludens.
Oh, right. Shoot. You're right. It's just people usually wait for the death cap because that upgrade's so much better.
Right. That is true. If you want an optimal upgrade, you do not upgrade the Ludens now. You wait for him to grab the hat after. But yeah, Ludens, Molten Edge.
Right,
Jarvan doesn't have anything you can upgrade. Rakan doesn't have anything you can upgrade. So we'll see how that plays out here. Drake spawning in 5 seconds. TSM with control over this bottom side river, but Immortals not willing to concede anything. Aka's still all the way back in mid, and so is Bjergsen. Teleport not available for Bjergsen. Aka doesn't have one to begin with. He has rotated himself down towards the fight. If Bjergsen wants to join, they've either got to initiate together and he comes in on the flank, or he's isolated and has to wrap around. It is going to be the latter here, as Broken Blade brings down the ulti to zone the Immortals squad away. Xmithy goes over the wall into the pit, and good! Golly miss Molly! Xmithy does what Xmithy does. The steal comes through, and Immortals will take the objective.
Right through TSM. He actually precast his flag and then just kind of danced for a little while before Q smiting. And now they're going for Biofrost.
Biofrost in some trouble. He pops the stone plate. He's making his way towards the wall to flash away. He's going to live. Apollo with no true shot barrage to hunt him down. But Dardoch caught out now in the bottom side of the river. Soaz chasing after him. Kaveh, he's in the bush. He says, all right, man, I'll see you later. I'll catch you back at home.
Big fight win for Immortals there. It was actually a little bit peculiar because it looked like Immortals was just only trying for a steal, and then halfway through they realized that they can actually just smash the team fight. So there's a chance that could have been even more one-sided if Immortals would have had a little bit more gusto in the way they initiated, but even so, one Drake away from Soul Point, still that 2,000 gold lead, and more Ornn items coming online. So I was hitting level 14 and upgrading the Triforce at the end of that fight.
Triforce upgraded means more power for Apollo. I think that one's only worth a little bit over 1,000 gold. It's not quite the same tier as the Forge Fire Cape and the Big Abyssal Mask. So still a nice upgrade to have on your carry. Broken Blade being forced to run away now from Soaz. Who says tanks can't win a 1v1? Lots of damage coming through there as Hakuo will force the flash on a Broken Blade.
Ornn doing Ornn things, even post nerfs once Soaz has this 20 CS lead he's holding. It's actually interesting. Most of the Ornns that I've seen on this patch haven't been nearly as dominant as the ones that were in permaban phase, but this Soaz game so far is making me reconsider the other games I was watching, because he's looking pretty unstoppable this one.
Yeah, the Ornn is just this huge brick wall that there's nothing you can do about. He's a brick wall that actively moves towards you to fall on you. And it's so hard to deal with.
I also kind of think, at least in a teamfight sense, that Bjergsen's lackluster Diana so far is a big part of why Ornn seems so amazing this game, because you're used to seeing maybe, at least with the double tank composition, like double tanks don't normally pair with an assassin mid. Double tanks oftentimes pair with front to back damage dealers that the tanks are able to frontline for. So the fights have just been really weird, and the damage sources haven't had good ways of cutting through an Ornn necessarily. So TSM still trying to find that recipe for a good fight, which would likely be a Bjergsen flank, but with the vision control and the wave pressure the way it is, he's just never able to find it.
I'm actually curious to see what the damage dealt is at the end of this game, because Bjergsen's 0, 1, and 0, I would have to imagine his damage dealt to players is under like 3,000. Like, there's no way it's good.
It's got to be pretty low.
There's no way it's
got to be really
high.
low.
So I'm genuinely curious what that'll look like by the time we get to the end of this game, because he just hasn't had the opportunity to do the damage that he needs to do. You can see Xmithie sweeping through the enemy jungle here. One ward is placed down as Dardoch and the rest of TSM, oh, they're heading up. They see the silhouette of Xmithie there in that brush, so they don't want to walk into it. They are scared of that red flashlight in the brush saying, wee wee wee, trouble ahead, run away.
That's actually, I love that happened, because it's something I saw earlier and wanted to talk about. Sweeping brushes where people are standing on control wards. The person on the control ward thinks that there is no way you can see them, but the sweeper can actually reveal them. So Xmithie waited there longer, just kind of waiting for someone to face check. He had no idea the sweeper was seeing him.
And Bjergsen, you can see there, jumped onto Soaz, did a little bit of damage, didn't find a whole lot. Soaz also building a Locket of the Iron Solari here as his third item on the Ornn to resist some of the burst that may come out from the side of TSM. Aka goes for the Shockwave onto Broken Blade, but a very nice outplay from TSM's top laner in a 1v2 to get a kill and get away. Bjergsen now continues the chase. He's got Biofrost behind him. This is going to be a case of the Ornn punching bag. The damage is just not there. The Ornn
Broken Blade's back
off. Soaz fires it right back into Bjergsen. Hakuo and Apollo have found themselves the opportunity to free fire onto Dardoch. By the way, Soaz still is not dead. Hakuo has to dash away right back to Apollo. That's a 1-for-1 trade off the back end of the fight that was ultimately outplayed by Broken Blade there at the very beginning. And it's still going to be a one fight here for TSM.
Aka died with flash heal up, but we have to look at this game right now. 15 seconds for this Dragon Soul. Kabe actually teleported top lane at the end of that fight, and that Soul, we're going to have to see how that results. So we're going to watch this kill real quick. Aka's just sitting in the middle of the GP ultimate and then gets double barrel chained. I don't think he realized the turret was on him as well as they chase down the rest of this fight, but I'm really interested to see what's happening over with that Cloud Soul. As you can just see, like, how many times Bjergsen has to hit Soaz before he has any effectiveness.
Yeah, there was no reason this team should ever target Ornn if they can help it. They couldn't help him right here. They kind of had to go for him, but it did buy enough time, even though Soaz died, for Immortals to get that return kill into Dardoch. You know, normally, I feel like Stoneplate Sejuani is so tanky that you think, oh man, this Sejuani, what a frontliner, man, what a tank. But then when you compare Stoneplate Sejuani to Ornn, the time to die was like triple for Ornn.
Yeah. And also the fact that Apollo was hitting the tank on one side and Diana was hitting the Ornn, right? Yep. The DPS is majorly different, but the big takeaway from that fight, beyond getting a little bit of gold for Broken Blade, is the fact that when they recalled and reset for Drake, Immortals was unable to make it in time to contest, and the Cloud Soul has been pushed back. So now we have Kabe hitting 3 major items. We have Broken Blade emerging as a carry threat who might actually be able to match Soaz in sides right now, and we still have a very open game.
Could go either way with less than 2,000 gold separating the squads. 29 minutes in, Drakes are down for the next 4 minutes, but Baron is alive and kicking. Immortals in the TSM topside jungle now, looking for a potential pick on a Biofrost here. Hakuo jumps forward, tries to go for the grand entrance, but won't get it. They do, however, secure the red buff away from their opponents. Apollo with a Mystic Shot to secure that. And TSM are right back into the mid lane here trying to defend.
Surely this doesn't go 62 minutes, but it is very
don't,
close.
Don't jinx it. Come on.
It's a close game. I mean, looking at how hard it was to kill Ornn and how the outer turrets, even the second tier turrets, are still alive for everyone. As we see this fight in the mid lane, good GP ultimate actually.
Biofrost tanking up here on the front lines. Hakuo looking to get himself away, but Bjergsen's able to find the shutdown and the damage. Broken Blade, the only man going to be caught out by the shockwave. And TSM, ladies and gentlemen, they've got a team fight. They get a 2-for-0 and they're on the march to Baron.
Hakuho, as he was jumping back from that fight, got hit by the second part of Bjergsen's Diana ultimate. So a one-team fight because the GP ultimate plus the Diana were able to flank. But now Dardoch, clearing vision, is very low, and TSM has to reset.
Okay, so TSM won't get the Baron, but winning a team fight like that, straight up 5v5, feels very good for them and bodes well for the chances moving forward here.
I think it does, but as we mentioned before, Gold's still close, Drake's still close. Watching this one more time, it's really just a matter of, like, Immortals initiate, like, all their tanks went in, but the GPL plus the Diana made it so Immortals' damage could not follow up. That's how TSM needs to have fights happen, because it actually gives enough time for Kabe to slice through the Immortals team.
Broken Blade continuing to just build up this farm here on the Gangplank as well, working towards the Infinity Edge. That'll bring him up to 50-50 on whether or not it's a crit, with these big old barrels finding their way into the into the Immortals lines, excuse me. As checking in on the Ornn items, 13, 14, 15, we should see another item upgraded, but they have not upgraded one because there isn't one to do. You can see Xmithy working on a Knight's Vow, which can be upgraded. We're still probably waiting on Aka to get that hat with the needlessly large rod in inventory. We all know that 2 large rods put together does make a hat, so that's probably what they'll be looking to upgrade next year if they can. Meanwhile, Hakuo has a QSS. He does not want to be caught out of position anymore when he goes in.
Yeah, they are playing the long game in terms of getting the death cap completed for Aka. And I think it's within their right to do so. I mean, we got this next Cloud Drake spawning in 1 minute and 30 seconds. They let the last one kind of get away from them because they tried to play top lane that failed. I think this time just getting first setup on the Cloud Drake, making it so TSM has to walk into the Shockwave in the Ornn ult, will give Immortals the best chance of securing this soul.
I wonder if Soaz just upgrades the Xmithy Knight's Vow right now because he can. Because I'm not certain if we're going to see the upgrade, see the hat be completed for Aka in time for the fight to break out. Soaz will have TP available to come to this Drake fight here when it spawns. It's just a few seconds away and the Drake's still 45 seconds out. But I feel like with the fight likely brewing, you would want to upgrade something if you can.
Yeah, I think it would have to be the Ludens if they get anything done. I'm not entirely sure if the Knight's Vow is upgradable. When I'm looking at the support items, it has the Locket and the Redemption as the upgradable options.
Wait, Knight's Vow?
But this,
I thought Knight's Vow was upgradable.
I don't think it is. Yeah.
Not? Huh.
I don't think so.
I'll be darned.
I'm not sure, though.
All the support items just blend together to me. You got chat items and not chat items. All the not chat items I'm not concerned about.
All good. Immortal setting up for this last Drake.
It still wasn't as bad as Spaghetti Messenger wasn't banned, so I excuse myself for that one for only making my second worst error this game, as TSM will try to secure the next Drake for themselves. Remember, if they get this third one, that puts them on Soul Point 2. The 7th Dragon is the last one no matter what in any game of League of Legends that it spawns in. Sans Elders, of course.
So they got this set up.
TSM have control. Immortals may once again look to make some sort of a steal here. Remember Xmithy, he did it once, but Biofrost is going to go in and look to shut him down before it happens. Broken Blade with the ulti summoned up. Xmithy with the flag over the wall, and the Drake is going to be secured by the side of TSM, but Dardoch has already been popped. Cataclysm comes through. Hakuo jumping right back out. It's a 1 for Drake so far. TSM will take that trade.
But Flowers, now that the jungler's down on TSM's side, Immortals might just look straight towards Baron, or at least catch Kabe. That was such a smart check by Kabe to see that Xmithy was waiting for him.
Yeah.
Because Immortals had the chance to try and rush Baron, but it just would have been very, very dangerous.
Immortals do get a tier 2 turret out of it, so at least it's an objective trade for an objective that they got. But I always enjoy watching these situations where both teams are at 3 Drakes. Everybody's on soul point. The 7th Drake is coming, and both teams know what's on the line, because it rarely ever isn't a fiesta. It always just turns into this absolute crazy bloodbath, and I'm about it.
Absolutely. I mean, we're powering up more and more, and when Aka completes that death cap, the Shockwave would actually be capable of one-hitting Kabe if he doesn't get his ult timing off properly. So we know that Kabe has been building pure damage because he needs to. He needs to slice through the tank line of the Jarvan and the Ornn. Yeah. The game is just getting more and more explosive the later we get into it, and Dragon Soul is going to happen, we think, in the next 3 minutes.
I would hope it happens.
I mean, hey, we just had that COG C9 game where it's like, it's close. Yeah, it's really anyone's game. And then 35 seconds later it was over. So that's always a possibility when you're this late into the game if someone gets picked.
TSM are starting off a fight here. TP is going to be coming in from both sides. Aka finds the ulti, but it's only on to Biofrost and Dardoch. That's the tanky members on the side of TSM. Dardoch trying to jump away over the wall. Biofrost will do the same. Xmithy comes through, and Bjergsen's going to be the target. Xmithy taking a whole lot of damage, having to get himself away. Bjergsen into the stasis, knocked up in the air. TSM on the retreat. Immortals will claim the win here in the fight, but do they have the opportunity to do anything with it? Jarvan doesn't have a Warmogs. It's not like he can immediately regenerate that lost HP. Apollo and Hakuo moving forward into the enemy jungle. Biofrost and Dardoch both with sweepers active, checking for wards as they make their retreat.
And the Baron damage of Immortals is not that high. So they can't just turn and burn it like if they had a Cassiopeia or a Callista or a Vayne. It's very slow for them to do it. So even if they chunk out TSM, and unless they've actually wiped them, they can't stick around there because then GP barrels would eventually just kind of poke them off the Baron pit or put them at large risk of dying. So we're playing this really touch and go game where we're waiting for probably the next Drake. As there it is, the Mega Death Cap has been completed.
Super Mega Death Hat, ready to go. Aka found his upgrade, and that's what Immortals have been hoping for here for a nice little boost to his power. Speaking of extra power, Broken Blade also has a stopwatch. So we'll see if he gets to debate everybody on Immortals with that at any point, if they think they can grab a kill, and then he can make a big ol' outplay with his stasis. As for everything else, it's pretty standard here, waiting for that Drake to spawn. If you look at summoner spells, flashes are up for everybody in Immortals except for Xmithy. Everybody on TSM has theirs down except for Dardoch and Kabe. But remember, Kabe on that Xayah, having both flash and ulti, he's incredibly hard to actually catch up.
Yeah, Kabe has the agency within him to be able to outplay these fights, but it is such a high-risk game when you're dealing with a Fed Orianna the way we have.
TSM backing up yet again. Place down the barrel, shoot the barrel, walk away, and wait for your opponents to walk into another barrel. Immortals, that's like a nice little, these dudes are playing Animal Crossing or something, planting little flowers in the Baron pit for their opponents to clear out with the little blue wards. I don't know nothing about that game, so I think you plant flowers or something, though, but that's just what I'm imagining since that's all I've been reading on Twitter for the past week. Either way, Immortals, they clear out the vision around the Baron pit. They're the only ones with vision in there now. They know that Drake's soul is spawning here in 45 seconds, and they want to be the ones with priority.
And unless Bjergsen finds a flank, it's really, really hard for them to fight. So that's why I see Soaz off on the side, trying to ward off Bjergsen from going anywhere. It's really all about the initiation in this fight.
Oh, they're so close to each other.
Who's gonna go?
Oh, they're gonna go. Something's gonna happen here soon. Dardoch takes a little bit of damage.
Watch the shockwave.
Little barrel goes off. Bjergsen's running away from the side. Knockout comes through from Soaz. There's the chain CC coming down. Now the charm goes out. The damage comes through. Stasis coming out as Hakuo is now going to be the target. Dardoch there on the front line. Smithy also tanking up. Soaz grabbing the kill onto Bjergsen. Dardoch very low. Dardoch very dead. Biofrost going to follow. And Immortals will slam that fight.
And it is Bjergsen who gets caught. If someone is trying to flank you, oftentimes, if you can just charge him first, you completely prevent him from being able to get that flank off. Aka didn't even need to land the big shockwave there. There was actually some dyssynergy as Xmithy was flashing back as the shockwave was going off, but because they just got so much damage on a Bjergsen before he could even press R, they take the soul.
Nicely done there from Immortals, punishing Bjergsen, out team fighting their opponents, finally earning that soul they've been seeking for the last 20 minutes, it feels like. And now they're going for the Baron as well. Considering Dardoch is only just now respawning, Bjergsen won't be alive for another 7 seconds, and even then he has no TP. This is a free Baron for the side of Immortals.
Immortals on the precipice of 2-0ing TSM in the spring split. Now finally breaking the game open for the first time. Man, this has been a slugfest.
Well, I don't...
Just thinking about the way it's
15
gone.
kills in 40 minutes. I don't know if we can call that a slugfest.
It's so... Just because the boxers aren't falling down doesn't mean they aren't landing punches, you know? There's so many beef balls in this game with the Ornn and the Jarvan.
So many
like,
beef
the damage dealt by Apollo's Ezreal is probably really, really high, and I imagine Kabe is super high on the charts as well now that he's kind of hit his 6 items. But just the ineffectiveness of the Diana has been the biggest story in this one. So as long as Immortals can just stay strong as 5, they look to be in position to win this one.
There's only one tier 2 turret left to take on the side of TSM. And Immortals do have that top wave pushing up. Aka's the one in charge of leading that one there to take this remaining standing gold outside of the TSM base. This will bring Immortals up to over a 5,000 gold lead, plus their Ornn item gold advantages, plus their soul advantage as they try to break the base of TSM. We have seen that TSM are capable of team fighting very well, as Soaz is saying, all right, Bjergsen, come on, let's do this. 1v1, mano a mano, Ornn versus Diana. Ornn's kind of clunky, so he just sort of charges around. Bjergsen's
He's just buying time.
trying to dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. Apollo shows up, he's like, all right, Ornn, 10 seconds is your time limit. You can't kill him by then, I'm swooping in to clean it up.
Oh man, just trying to get the wave out so as perfect play to just know that, you know, I know I don't need to kill him. I just know that he can't kill me, and Apollo is just going to meander his way over here. Now they have 55 seconds of death timer to force a potential 5v4. They might not even die. It's really just about pulling TSM back and forth so we can get one of these inhibitors down.
I like the fact that you use the word meander because it's the most unmenacing form of movement possible. You just... I actually think the meander is less intimidating than a stroll, but Immortals are strolling right into the base of TSM. They take down the bottom lane inhibitor turret and inhibitor with it. They take down the mid lane inhib too, and they are so close to closing this one out. They still got Baron here for another 30 seconds. Still got Bjergsen dead for 10. Minion wave pushing down mid towards these Nexus turrets. Immortals still on full HP. Looking to just grab anything they can here, but you got to be careful about diving between 2 Nexus turrets. Doesn't look.
I mean, there's no way for Bjergsen to flank this one, so they might just try and set up here with their Baron minions. That's as good of a flank to be able to get.
What is this TP coming in from Bjergsen? All right, he makes his way over to his own ward, but now the fight's still going to be breaking out in earnest. Biofrost going to be trapped in the Cataclysm. Dardoch as well, but Xmithy's the only man to fall. Bjergsen still looking to chase this one even further as Apollo and Hakuo kite back. It is a 1-for-0, and TSM make the defense. I still don't know what the teleport was all about.
It's the closest he could get to a flank. That's all I'm going to say. He was like, it's, you know, you pull out the old protractor, be like, you know, it's like a 15-degree flank, but it'll work. Like,
oh my god, I'm just imagining him, Bjergsen holding a protractor up to his monitor, figuring out
like,
the distance
ankles
from the team fight to the ward. Oh man.
Either way, it does keep the game going, right? The Nexus turret didn't fall. Elder is up in 150. Baron will be back. They can clear out the waves with Xayah and GP, and they can still get another go at one of these team fights. So the total game time of Immortals TSM that we've seen this split, Captain Flowers, is now over 105 minutes. So can we get to 120, I think? Can we get 2 hours of Immortals TSM gameplay is, I think, the bigger question. It's a really important game for Immortals.
I don't want 2 hours of Immortals TSM gameplay over the course of 2 games.
I'm all about it. I don't know why you're not into this. This is so important for Immortals. Like, they're in the playoff hunt, 7-8, getting top 4 would be reachable if they're able to win out, and very few people expect them to beat TSM here, but they're looking like they could do it.
And that's why you want them to win convincingly in under an hour. That's what you seek from something like this, I think. What do I know? I'm just here for the ride, man. It's a 6,000 gold lead for Immortals. The Elder Drake spawning in 40 seconds. The Baron spawning in over a minute. If Immortals goes for a play and they end up running it, then TSM do manage to get both Uber buffs at once, which could turn the game on its head. So I want to see just how gung-ho Immortals are here.
I mean, generally speaking, Immortals with the 2 waves of supers could control this Elder. It's kind of interesting how Apollo is up top with the TP Ezreal, making sure the top lane is pushed in. And yeah, TSM, like, if they can take a fight, they should take it now.
TSM, they're going after Xmithy, but now Immortals are collapsing from behind. Xmithy losing about 1/3 of the HP, but now the counterattack is coming in. Bjergsen going to be taken low. The Stacy's keeping him alive, if only for a moment. A nice shockwave finding its way onto multiple members of the TSM lines. Team solo mid, running all the way back down mid towards their own fountain. Immortals, they have a double kill for Apollo. Xmithy will lead the charge. He will plant a flag on the corpse of Bjergsen, and Broken Blade will be chased down by the remainder of Immortals. This surely ends the game and gives Immortals the win over TSM.
And what a win for Immortals, moving to 8-8 and breaking TSM's winning streak. By no means was this one quick, but you could really just see how focused they were to make sure that Bjergsen could not have an effect in this game, right? Like, that last pick, Diana, ended up being a total disaster for Bjergsen and TSM. Aka ended up having maybe his best game ever of the whole split. Like, he was really good on Orianna. And beyond that, Apollo played clean. Soaz's Ornn was strong. Like, that is a quality win for Immortals because they just took down TSM, who had just beaten in succession C9 and FlyQuest. So they were looking like they were that top team competing in Immortals. They just deflate that hype right now at the end of week 8.
Immortals with a win that many people were not expecting. They bring their record against TSM up to 2-0. And now with Game 3 wrapped, we're going to be stepping away here once more to get everything ready for Game 4 for y'all. Once we're back, it's 100 Thieves and FlyQuest going head-to-head. You don't want to miss it.
Every click,
every frame,
every press,
every sound.
They're playing aggressive.
I'll take mid. Every advantage.
When the difference
Between winning and losing
is measured in milliseconds.
Everything.
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 Everything counts.
The Alienware Legendary Battle Station.
It's Jake from State Farm.
Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning. Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Welcome back to the at-home LCS and Game 4 of the day, 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest. As you can see, that last match put a few of the pets to sleep across some of the other bedrooms.
Daisy snoozing.
Gentlemen, it was
weren't feeling it.
It was a long, hard-fought battle there that Immortals eventually was able to eke out, but I don't think that game looked particularly pretty for either team.
I think especially if you're on the side of TSM, we came in with pretty big expectations for them, right? You know, they just railed off 3 big wins. They were kind of riding high, have been looking very dominant. They drafted something that cannot really play top lane 2v2, and they looked a bit clueless, right? That has been the game plan in so many of the games, this aggressive 2v2 with Broken Blade and Dardoch. And when you're playing Sejuani GP, you're not this early game powerhouse that can just be dominating the top side, and didn't feel like they really got much done.
And on the flip side,
go ahead.
I was going to say, yeah, just for Immortals, like that was kind of what we've been seeing all year for them. These long, drawn-out games, front-to-back team fighting, 3 tanks. Like they're actually a bit of a team that I would hate to play in playoffs because it feels like you're guaranteed for a 5-game, like 4-hour slugfest. Like they would be actually very, very difficult to beat, and it looks like they're heading for playoffs.
It would be a long series, even if it's a 3-0 series, to say the least. Standings implications from that last game are important because, as you guys mentioned, it was an expected victory for TSM. We had high expectations for them to put that 1-game separation between them and FlyQuest and really start to pressure FlyQuest. But FlyQuest could now take solid control of second place with a win here. Likewise, 100 Thieves wants to remain in that conversation for top 6, maybe even challenge for top 4. Again, the importance of top 4 here with the new postseason format, all that much more apparent. So let's talk about it because some important stuff broke down yesterday. FlyQuest bringing in Solo in the top lane, substituting out Viper. They did pick up the victory, and it was to a degree through top lane. So after a slow start, Prawley, how did you feel about the way FlyQuest showed up yesterday with their new top laner?
No, I thought they did pretty well. I think the beginning of the game, you could see sometimes they had like communication issues where like people were missing and they're actually like losing kills and losing out on rotations based on Soaz and Solo's matchup in the top lane. But overall, they looked pretty solid. And now that we see Mortal's potential and to take down our second place team, it really bodes well for FlyQuest actually able to beat them yesterday.
Without a doubt, if we contrast that to 100 Thieves, who took a loss to C9 just yesterday, it's another one of those cases, guys, where it's how do you evaluate a loss to Cloud9? How do you really put any weight to the performance of the individuals against a team that currently sits 15-1? Because you could argue that Ryoma, and I know, Mark, you somewhat align with this, thinking that like the Ryoma project, there is some water there. There's some evidence to show that he has been improving throughout the split.
Yeah, I find Ryoma to be someone who still struggles a little bit in lane against some of these people, but has a good feel for what he wants to do in the game and can find opportunities, like the hop over the wall punish onto Blabber when they went a little bit too far. Like, he doesn't make like game-breaking mistakes, and he does find his opportunities. He's someone who I think maybe with more time in a major region coming over from Oasis for a split, his mechanics and laning can level up over time, and you might actually have a decent player. And I mean, that's a cool thing to track while also still being in the playoff hunt for this team with a bunch of veterans.
But now, Azael, do you think that 100 Thieves needs game-breaking plays like that, like they would maybe need against Cloud9 to take down FlyQuest, or is this an easier task?
It's for sure an easier task. Cloud9 is clearly the best team in the league. I don't think that there's really any debate about that whatsoever, especially after TSM just lost like how they just did. Not even the TSM fans, I think, would be arguing that TSM is the best team. So, yeah, it is an easier prospect to take down FlyQuest. I don't think you need to have such a monumental performance. But that being said, FlyQuest is a really strong team. They looked even stronger with Solo coming in yesterday. And if they are maintaining that level, having more proactivity, another lane you can play around, and still having the late game insurance of PoE and Wild Turtle, they're going to be a damn hard team to beat.
Yeah, while Ryoma may be improving incrementally throughout the split, he has a tough matchup today against Power Viva, one of the top performers for FlyQuest in their 6 run so far over the split, looking to make it 10 and take control of second place here in our 4th game of the day. Back over to Captain Flowers and Jack for the call.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Here we go. Game number 4. 100 Thieves going up against FlyQuest. The Thieves still trying to get themselves in a spot where they're comfortably into the playoffs. FlyQuest feeling pretty good at the top of the table, but want to finish the season out strong. The split, I should say, not the whole season. As Syndra, Gangplank, Pantheon, Set, and Senna will be banned, with one more ban left to go here for FlyQuest.
And I think a pretty realistic shot at top 2 for FlyQuest, and they can make a really large impact on 100 Thieves season if they beat them here. This is the clump that 100 Thieves is in, that Immortals is in, that Team Liquid is in, where every win matters just a little bit extra, because not only are we talking about playoffs, we're still talking about the potential to reach top 4. So you got to give your very best. It's been this project for 100 Thieves to bring Ryoma along and give him some time to scale up, but in terms of isolating for just this spring split, you have to be playing your very best stuff right now and not really worrying, at least in these next 3 games, about long-term improvement.
Well, we've got the 80 carries pick from both sides. It's Felios' first pick of the whole draft here for 100 Thieves. FlyQuest responding with a Misfortune. And since FlyQuest have locked in the Ornn, one thing I want to track throughout this draft is what you brought up last game. The Ornn seems so strong because the damage dealers against it were ineffective in terms of having like a Diana, right? So let's see what 100 Thieves can do. And immediately, as Trundle's locked in, that's a great answer for sapping his stats and making him vulnerable in a fight.
Yep, this Ornn is going to look a lot more mortal, I think, because Aphelios is one of the most insane 5 to 6 item carries I've ever seen when he has the right gun combination, and especially when you add the Trundle on top of that to shred his resistances, it does make it so you can remove a tank from the other team. So I really like the early Trundle there from Meteos.
And the pick from FlyQuest for the jungle that they're responding with will be a Rek'Sai. So we've got mirrored picks from each side. 80 carry, top laner, well, assumed top laner for both sides. Remember, both these champions can be flexed to mid lane as well. And then junglers for each. So we're going to still need to see supports. We're still going to need to see those mid laners. And mid lane is where the bans are coming in now. FlyQuest banning the LeBlanc away from Ryoma, as 100 Thieves will deny the Victor from Power of Evil.
Yeah, LeBlanc's so often banned right there, right? Not necessarily in the first phase where the really big power picks come out, but in this slot, just because it's such a good 4th pick on red side. So, or rather, it's a good 4/5. Like it can basically fit wherever you want it, and there's not a strong counter to it. So, right now, as you mentioned, yeah, just trying to find that right support matchup, and that's tricky to do against Dignar, whose support pool is incredibly deep.
Yeah, let's see what the Thieves want to pinch from it, or if they just want to focus on mid here a little bit more. And mid is the name of the game. The Corki ban coming through, and a pretty quick lock in there on the Braum from FlyQuest. You can see the Bard was flashed there for just a second, but with a vulnerable carry like Misfortune, not only do they want to be able to protect her, but keeping Braum away from your opponents when you already have Misfortune locked in. Braum is exceptional at denying her bullet time from doing work in a team fight, and they want to make sure that the 100 Thieves squad can't do that.
Agreed. I think it's a denial pick. It's also really interesting how we think of Braum as a fairly common support. It's Ignar's first Braum game. He's actually, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is his 10th unique support in 16 games. Pretty impressive.
Well, the lock-in for mid lane for Ryoma here is Orianna. And the final pick of the draft for 100 Thieves to go with that Aphelios is Nautilus. Now, you talk about gun combinations. Right. If Aphelios has the all-in gun combinations and he's got a Nautilus next to him, this 2v2 is incredibly scary.
Absolutely. And are we going to see another Diana? Right into Ori. Just slot it right in here for pick 5. No, I don't think PoE is going to be going with that. There's also his normal control mage late game carry stuff has been mostly banned out. And when he's out of picks, he's done this once before the split, he has this fascination with picking Ahri. He hasn't shown a high effectiveness with it, in my opinion, but it is what they've actually pushed him to because they banned out so many mid lane champions.
I'm ready to see the Ahri. This is a champion we really don't get to see a lot of in professional play. He'll have the opportunity to maneuver around a lot of immobile champions. Trundle, Orianna, Aphelios, all with no gap closers or dashes. Aatrox, of course, does have his Umbral dash to move him short distances. Nautilus can move around with his hook. The Power of Evil and his positioning on this Ahri, utilizing that ulti, could make some big moves here in a team fight.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised that Rumble completely fell through that pick ban phase. But overall, I am excited to see this draft. Just, I think both teams put together a lot of tools that can make for an interesting game.
And you already talked about the importance of not just playoffs, but top 4, because in all our previous years, it was always top 2, right? Like that's what got you the bye. You were in playoffs or you were top 2. That was the distinction. And now it's the bottom 2 that are sort of left out because it's a sort of pseudo double elimination where you miss out on that if you're in the bottom 2. You're only single elim now. So the difference between 4th and 5th is actually pretty massive.
It's probably the biggest difference in placement in the top 6, for sure.
So that's one thing that I want to see both squads keeping in mind. I want to see everybody working towards playing towards these playoffs, is not just getting in there. And this is always the conversation that I find interesting when we're talking about teams qualifying for anything or doing well, whether it's making it into playoffs at the end of a domestic split or getting into whichever group in Worlds. People always talk about like, oh, I want to get a good spot in playoffs so I can play a weaker team, or oh, I want to get into the right group in Worlds so I only have to play the bad teams. Well, that's only good if you're, not planning on going any further than just passing that step. But right now, we do have a break. Champion Select is over, and that means a 5-minute delay is on the way. Competitive integrity has to be ensured. We'll see you right back here after this. Welcome back, everybody. It's just about time to hop onto Summoner's Rift here for the 4th time today. Once again, we do have these 5-minute breaks to preserve competitive integrity, make sure that the game is delayed enough so that no sort of shenanigans can happen behind the scenes. But now we're going to be casting everything in front of your very eyes here. We got 100 Thieves lined up fighting out of the blue corner and FlyQuest fighting from the red.
And the big thing that looks a little bit different in this one is the Ahri.
Yeah.
Everything else is a pick we see a lot of. The Ahri is a pick that basically only PoE chooses. And if we think about the bans that happened 5 or 6 minutes ago, the Corki was gone, the Cinder was gone, the Victor was gone. A lot of those late game scaling picks that Power of Evil can control the game with. I mean, he did yesterday on the Victor, even though he didn't pick up very many kills, are gone. Whoa. But nice little invade to get the flash out early, and we'll see if they can play a bit around bot side now that they have that Nautilus flash gone.
Braum is so scary on invades because of his ability to do what he just did. Tag you with the Winner's Bite, immediately threaten the follow-up autos for the stun into the kill, and get the easy flash early on. Also want to point out, Power of Evil does have Glacial Augment on this Ahri. Ooh. The standard Ahri build these days is to take that, grab yourself a Hextech GLP, get some spooky ghosts, and then just have an incredible amount of slowing through your active items to make it easy to hit your charms and your other skill shots.
Yeah, that's definitely the build he's going to be going up for. I thought for a second that they might try an extended chase onto Meteos, but Meteos was able to kind of wiggle his way out of the jungle there, and everyone else had to go back to get experience. But yeah, as you mentioned, the Braum's so incredibly potent in those early levels. Knowing he's on the bottom side, though, Meteos and Ssumday are actually looking for an early invade. Trundle is stronger than Rek'Sai level 1, same with Aatrox versus Ornn.
Yeah, Trundle's incredibly strong at level 1, being able to take the enemy's damage and then gain it as a buff for yourself. The red will hit him a few times and make the trade come out more even than it otherwise would have, as Meteos and Ssumday both continue walking around. They're not willing to stop here just yet, but it's a different kind of 1v1 that's going down up here. Ignar walking away. Doesn't need to expend either summoner spell because he knows his opponent doesn't have a flash to use. Meteos and Ssumday are still invested in this red buff. They are not willing
Whoever
to
gets
stop.
it wins.
A smite fight is going to change the way this plays out as Meteos grabs that red for himself. It's first blood over to FlyQuest, who will grab the kill onto Ssumday. Meteos still trying to make his escape as Power of Evil comes around. Will Solo make his way forward to help this too? Power of Evil not going to find the charm onto Ryoma, but he will manage to get the orb. Meteos still hanging out here in this brush. He does not lose 1v1 against this Ornn, and now with the flash into the chomp, into the auto attacks, Solo's forced to flash over the wall defensively. Meteos will retain control over the area and look to steal away even more. Jat, what the hell is going on level 1?
I wish I had an answer for you, man. This was just, you get started with a jungle invade, and then you're just daring the other team to back down first. And that's how you end up in situations like this. Because, like, ultimately what happened, sure, Meteos won the smite fight, but it looked like PoE's Ahri got push, if you look at the minimap, and was the first to be able to get here. So even though Meteos won the smite fight, it meant that the escape was too difficult. I'm a little surprised that Ssumday didn't flash over the wall. It would have at least forced, like, multiple follow flashes to stop him, but probably because they were invaded in the other team's jungle, it was okay. And what's really interesting about this is Solo stuck around to continue harass on Meteos when Ssumday teleported back. So even though Ssumday died, he's got a full level on the Ornn now.
A full level and 11 CS to 0. Solo knows he can't walk up against that Aatrox when Ssumday has all 3 abilities and Solo's only level 2. He'll just get Infernal Chain and combo to death. So he's got to hang completely back until this wave collides with the turret. But the problem is, oh, by the way, there's those Infernal Chains I was talking about. Nice use of the Bellows Breath to go unstoppable there and make sure that he doesn't get yoinked back.
Solo's going to get denied.
Yeah.
I think here.
All these minions, the wave is pushing towards Ssumday. And as long as he's able to control this, how does Solo get any farm?
Yeah, he's got to greed. He's got to basically just walk up, get enough damage down on these minions that the rest of his minions will finish. And Santorin has defensively pathed up here to make it safe for Solo to push in.
Ssumday still has flash if Santorin goes for a gank here. Ssumday throwing down the chains.
Should be here, though.
There's the CC. There's the follow-up from Santorin. Ssumday, even with the flash, he decides not to use it because he's dead anyway. Santorin and Solo working well together. That's what a top laner dreams of. A jungler that's going to get him out of hot water.
Oh, my goodness. And that could potentially be a tilter for Ssumday. You think all the way back to level 1, helping on the invade, gets him killed. He teleports back, gets control of the wave, freezes it. And then if Meteos is there to cover, they win that 2v2 every time.
Yeah.
but because it was a 2-on-1 gank, he ends up falling and losing his place.
Whoa! Flashing into the charm, coming out from PoE, but he's CC'd underneath the turret, and he will almost fall. Cody Sun with a flash to grab the play. Ryoma makes a TP down, and 100 Thieves bite back.
Okay, that was...
You okay there, buddy?
I don't know what Power of Evil was thinking there. He was thinking he was going to land the charm.
Yeah.
I think that's as far as he thought.
He was thinking his opponent had no flash.
Yeah, and he was completely under the turret and just got completely destroyed. That swings the game back over in 100 Thieves' favor, because now the 0-2-0 someday actually doesn't matter in this case because he's up against a 7 CS at 6-minute horn. We're going to watch this play one more time, and he missed the Q, which is a big thing, but even if he lands the Q, it's not enough damage to kill. He just huge overestimation of his damage right there, and then a timely teleport matched by Ryoma to make it an additional kill.
And we're not stopping anytime soon, my friend. Santorin with the flash into the knockup. Meteos is the target. 100 Thieves looking to pull themselves back here as Power of Evil rotates over to the fight. Charm not going to find anything. Meteos still hanging around. Smite is ready. Smiting this Scuttle Crab will give him a massive infusion of HP. Doesn't even need to do it. It is surrendered by FlyQuest.
Yeah, 100 Thieves looks like they're in a really, really good spot. We know how well they can deal with enemy tanks and late game team fights. Ryoma's Ori is off to a good start. And Meteos' Trundle, even after all those level 1 invade shenanigans and Santorin picking up 2 kills, is completely fine in this game. So in terms of like first 7 minutes of the game, if I tell you, all right, at 7 minutes, your 100 Thieves, Sunday's going to be 0-2-0.
That feels
You
bad.
don't think you're winning the game.
Yeah, that feels bad.
Yeah, but actually they're up 1,000 gold and a Drake. So things are going unexpectedly well for 100 Thieves so far.
Comes Santorin. Flash away from Ryoma. Very nice use of the ult. He might be able to grab a return kill. Not quite, but that was real close to being slick as Meteos moves forward. Power of Evil. No flash ready, but he's still able to maintain enough distance to get away. Ignar eats quite a lot of damage from that combo from Cody Sun and Stunt. Auto attacks continuing to come through onto the turret now with all those little tiny spinning shurikens around Cody Sun. Allows him to put down so much damage.
Yeah, get the plate early, so that bottom lane is definitely pressuring fairly well. Stunt probably going to have to reset after that one, but it means things are in control. Talking about that mid lane gank one more time, it kind of needed to work, actually. The fact that Santorin ended up getting pulled into turret, but I believe got a Triumph heal after the kill came through is what ended up saving him, so it keeps this game competitive.
Still a nice CS lead in the top lane for Sunday's Aatrox over Solo's Ornn. Santorin level 5 here on this Rek'Sai 2-0-1. I talked in a previous game today about how when you draft Rek'Sai, I want to see players be very active, very early, very often. And so far, Santorin is doing just that, enabling his team to set these plays up and being a part of everything. Meteos and 100 Thieves, they're working together. They got a 3-man squad here to take down the Rift Herald. It'll be a nice early take on that one. They'll have the entire duration of it to still use it to try to get some plates. We'll see where Meteos wants to take that next as a TP comes in from Power of Evil to get himself back in a mid lane.
I actually think this is a situation where it might be good to use it bot. Bot already took 1 plate. I don't think they want to open up Sunday's lane yet. Oftentimes when you open up the Aatrox lane, I've talked about this before in 100 Thieves games actually, where Sunday was really far ahead and they opened up the top lane.
Yeah.
It's possible that his lead stops there, but in situations where he doesn't even necessarily have a lead, opening up top can actually be even more detrimental to the Aatrox. So we'll see what 100 Thieves does. Most times Rift is used top, but I think bot lane would be the proper use of it this game.
FlyQuest are heading people down towards the bottom half of the river right now. A flash away from Stun is going to be followed up by a connecting charm from Power of Evil. However, he still has the ultimate ready to go here. Meteos swoops in just to make sure they won't chase this one any further. Meanwhile, Turtle is grabbing some plate money here in bottom lane. Picks that up for himself before Cody's able to get back and stop it. But here comes the Goon Squad.
Thinking about it.
Ignar and Santorin maybe looking to make a dive here as Cody Sun does slightly win out on the trade here versus Wild Turtle. But 100 Thieves are bringing in the cavalry. They found the route onto Ignar, looking for maybe a little bit more follow-up, but there's so many members of both sides here, man. I just don't think they're willing to make that risk.
Yeah, everyone was in on that play. They kind of knew what was coming. Cody Sun and Wild Turtle fairly aggressively trading because they both knew that their team was coming and they both thought their team was going to arrive first. And yeah, neither team really willing to overextend there, and they end up just backing away.
You can see the teleport back available for both top laners here too. Summoner Spellbook had something else there for Ornn, but has now switched back to the teleport. And you'll see Cody Sun backing up completely out of mana. Is not a state where Aphelios wants to be, as Santorin moves towards bottom lane here once again. With Ignar coming around from the side, they may be able to make something happen here. Hook gets him away, but they're still looking to find the CC. The stopwatch will prevent Stunt from being in any more danger.
Super timely usage of stopwatch there by Stun. Completely stopping an otherwise for sure kill with a level 6 Rek'Sai, but timing actually, like, that's one of the cleanest stopwatches I've seen. I know it wasn't a super mechanical outplay, but just if you think about the amount of damage that it prevents,
yeah,
it's like he either walks away with full health or he's dead. And that's the difference of using that stopwatch there.
And you could say, well, yeah, but why couldn't he just ult, or why couldn't he just CC the Rek'Sai? But the thing is, the Rek'Sai was further forward than the Braum, meaning she would take the turret aggro first. All she has to do is ult to immediately drop it, and the aggro is so easy to juggle in that situation. I really don't think there was any other way out. Nice smite from Santorin there to get that blue away from Meteos and stop the steal.
Here's the bot lane Rift Herald, I think. Going to be able to break that turret as the setup before the Drake, and they give all the gold on Cody Sun. Having Aphelios as a late game win con when you have a Trundle on the team as well to shred the enemy tanks is really important. But even though that goes down, Meteos is kind of caught out.
Meteos looking for some damage onto Turtle. He has used the Subjugate, but now he's in the middle of 3 different members of FlyQuest. Horn goes out over the wall, finds a knock-up on the 2. Power of Evil coming around from the side. Ignar in some trouble, going to be chased down now. Cody Sun's got the range, got the damage, got the chakras, got the kill. And that's another one in the pocket of 100 Thieves. Bullet time is raining so much hell down onto these guys. Stun and Ryoma will try to get away. Somedays looking to save anybody, but it does not look like it's going to come through. He may get a revenge kill at least. Double kill to PoE, double kill to Someday. Over the wall he goes, looking for the Infernal Chains, looking for the kill, won't be able to find it. It is a bloodbath.
Time to throw down once again. So many moments in that fight, Captain Flowers, where it was one hit away from turning in the opposite favor. So Meteos actually buys so much time towards the top of this. We're all just kind of waiting for that Rift Herald to charge so Cody Sun can join the fight. Cody Sun gets solo gold, and then Meteos is like, you know what? I'm just going to battle with Wild Turtle and wait for my teleport to come in. When it finally does, Wild Turtle has no health, no flash, no heal, and it gives Someday some free time to fight. But then look at the bottom where Power of Evil is able to come in, and he actually plays this fight really well, basically solo killing Ryoma for most of this. As he missed, maybe it was a little bit better in my memory. Lands the second charm at the end, because I saw he missed one of those cues. And then Someday just kind of flailing around in the middle of this fight. I thought he was going to be able to pick up a triple here, but Solo had enough cooldowns to escape.
It was so close. Solo was just fast enough to get away from that chain. That was a fraction of a second away from snapping him right back into Someday's waiting jaws.
Man, 100 Thieves looking good. I mean, can you imagine a world here where FlyQuest would lose and we have a tie for second at 9-7, which would happen if they continue doing this as Meteos?
The fighting never stops this game, and I am about it. Meteos and Stun now going to be the ones under fire. FlyQuest coming in 5 men strong. Meteos down to 100 HP, but Stun's the one to die first. Ryoma finds a real big shockwave, but it's way too late.
Yeah, no Ludens on Ryoma yet, so no damage to go down there. I didn't catch who won that Smite fight beforehand, but it was definitely Meteos going for the red buff steal. And FlyQuest, they completely stay in this game. 4 kills onto PoE's Ahri. So we talked about how he calls back on this pick. The question will be, can he carry with it?
Ooh, setting up nicely there. Notice how he used the actives, he got the slows, and then when Ryoma was stuck on the glacial augment zones, he went for the charm to force the flash away from his opponent. Well done by Power of Evil. Exactly how you use this build.
Yeah, it's a slower build. Like, it's not necessarily the quick burst assassin that you see out of all these other people, but like the GLP Twin Shadows Ahri is weirdly just this combination of utility and mobility, which is why it never, to me, feels like it's hard carrying a game, which is why I'm really intrigued to see PoE play it and have 4 kills early, because maybe this would be our chance to watch a Glacial Augment Ahri really take over a pro game, because I, off the top of my head, can't remember it happening.
Rift Herald started up here. Second Rift Herald of the game. 100 Thieves seeing if they can secure this one like they did the last one. Ignar finding Someday here in the brush. Gets hit by the Infernal Chains. Not too worried about it. Shelly at half HP. FlyQuest. They got all 5 bodies here and they are ready to fight. GLP not going to find anything there for Power of Evil. The ball in the middle of the river, daring FlyQuest to walk over it. Now Santorin's going to be caught out, has to try to get himself away. Going to be taken very low. One more club upside the head, and Meteos has his number. There comes the pillar, and here comes 100 Thieves. A nice shockwave this time. It is perfectly on time, and that's shutdown money for Someday. A 3-for-0 plus. They grab themselves the Rift Herald control. They grab themselves everything in that fight, and now they're marching it down mid.
They completely steamrolled them in that fight. The shockwave came all the way back up for Ioma. Still doesn't have the Ludens. Doesn't matter because the team fight was just such a wash. They basically were able to move right through the bullet time from Wild Turtle to continue that chase. And, I mean, that wasn't even close. FlyQuest without an Ahri ultimate or with a good way of locking people in the MF ult just can't be there from the looks of it. So Someday has the flank here. Meteos is able to finish it because they started on Santorin and basically bursted him out. Everyone on FlyQuest is in disarray, and when they don't, basically Wild Turtle couldn't stand and fire bullet time because Someday had the initial flank position, so it meant that their combo of Ornn ult and MF ult couldn't work, and that's when things really fell apart. And it's strangely satisfying to me. I feel like you know what I'm talking about, the Aatrox sound every time he gets a killer assist.
Yeah.
Just watching him bounce around fights. Oof.
Well, good. Someday's getting his revenge for the 2 deaths early on here in this game. Popping off now. Black Cleaver in inventory. Has Caulfield's Warhammer as well. Make sure he's got that 30% CDR so he can slam his way around these fights with plenty of cooldown reduction to make sure the skills get spammed daily, nightly, and ever so rightly. Next Drake is spawning here in under a minute. 100 Thieves have both of them so far. Next one brings them to Soul Point and adds yet another thing for FlyQuest to be worried about. We'll see if the bloodbath keeps going on. I feel like practically every time we've come out of a replay, the teams are ready to fight here again so far in this match.
They are really willing to throw down, and I think a lot of it is Meteos' pillars have been super on point and cutting off the low mobility people on FlyQuest that aren't named Ahri, right? Like he's just popping it down, and then Wild Turtle and Ignar are kind of trapped out. But the thing here is they know they have an Ocean Soul win condition and a larger lead, so as long as they just set up around Ocean, take it, it means the Soul would be up around 23 minutes, and that's what they're doing. They're just walking through the jungle with control wards and being like, all right, if FlyQuest isn't going to be here, we're just going to take the Drake.
Yeah, no reason not to. If they're going to completely ignore the objective, take it. You can see the long-range trinket being used. For some reason, just the name completely escapes me. But
Farsight?
Farsight Totem, that's what it is. Yep, Farsight Totem placed down. It's going to see what they're taking, but that's all they're going to get, and that means 100 Thieves are up Soul Point. One more Drake, and they will get that Ocean Soul, which, as I pointed out earlier on in the day, I believe there has been criminally too little of. But this time around, we've got our Therapy Dragon, and more importantly, that is the strongest of all the souls.
I think it's timely. You know, the 4th of the 5 games you and I cast together today, just
a little bit of a
take
breathe.
a big breath in, know that there's honey fruit around the corner. If you get harassed out, you can just pick it up, refill your health and mana, and go on about your day. That's
good,
the
man.
Ocean Soul.
Feels good, man. Nice peaceful rift here as FlyQuest are trying to find their own inner peace and find a way to stabilize this game here. 3,000 gold down, 19 minutes into the game. Meteos, Stunt, and Cody Sun stepping up into enemy territory to lay down some vision, but they're able to disengage very nicely when FlyQuest comes to collapse. Someday, going back into the bottom lane now to deal with Solo in that 1v1. Not too scared of this Ornn. Black Cleaver will do a good job cutting through some of that resistance that the Ornn is building. As Stunt goes after Power of Evil, the ult has been used. PoE dashing away. Meteos not going to be able to stop him there with the pillar. Subjugate popped onto Ignar to make him a little bit squishier and smaller as the Shockwave comes out and forces the flash away from the FlyQuest support. Now Turtle and Power of Evil looking to find even more. There's your charm on a Cody Sun who has to get himself out. Both summoners used, and FlyQuest will repel the 100 Thieves invaders.
I think that was a kill on Cody Sun if Wild Turtle channeled Bolt Time. Right as PoE went for the re-engage, I think the charm duration would have been long enough for a kill, but a bit of a missed opportunity by FlyQuest to get back in the game right there. 100 Thieves definitely overstaying a little bit, and yeah, the way FlyQuest can get back into this game is if they find a pick. So that's what they're using the Twin Shadows, the GLP for. Oh, that pillar just completely stuffs it.
Just shuts everything down. There is no chance to walk through that, as Santorin will, I guess, grab wolves as a consolation prize. Only the big wolf. The little baby wolves are left for Meteos to take as FlyQuest moves back into the river. 20 minutes now means Baron has spawned. Of course, neither one of these teams really in a position to go after that, as Stunt and Meteos work together to force the flash out of Santorin.
Big flash burned, especially with the next Drake coming up in 2 minutes and 40 seconds and Ocean Soul on the way. I definitely feel like 100 Thieves is just kind of buying time for that moment, and it's on FlyQuest to try and find the appropriate picks to come back. And the last 2 weeks of the split, Captain Flowers, are going to be so interesting if FlyQuest loses this game, because the compression between 2nd and 8th is going to be so tight. Like, second place is going to be 9 and 7. 9 and 7 is going to be second place, tie between FlyQuest and TSM. We don't know if EG is going to win the final game of the day. They could also be in a 3-way tie for second. It's going to be wild. I can't wait to see the foldy sheet and play with it when it gets made for the final
foldy sheets are
week.
so hard. I know that you're just supposed to fold them, but I feel like I fold them in the wrong spot, because there's a lot of different... All I can say is foldy sheets make me happy that we have some very smart people who know their way around the numbers. As Power of Evil is trying to find his way around the ruins of an outer turret, as 100 Thieves are once again stepping forward. Meteos here on the front line, soaking up the damage, as the unstoppable Santorin uses the ulti to grab himself a kill before going down. It's a 1-for-1, but quickly about to turn the other way, as FlyQuest managed to grab themselves an extra kill onto Stunt at the end of the fight.
Hey, that's the type of stuff that FlyQuest wants to do before Ocean Soul spawns. I mean, Someday wasn't necessarily there. His teleport in was a little bit late. He's the strongest person on the team, so if they can fight around him, they're generally in an okay spot. And, like, it all started because 100 Thieves thought they had this free turret, and it was PoE dodging most of the spells, landing a nice range Q on Arioma to get him low, and then sure, the Shockwave does eventually take Santorin low enough that he gets killed, but that buys time for all of FlyQuest to assist in this one, and a 2-for-1 when they're down 3,000 gold and 3 Drakes is great.
FlyQuest not willing to let that second place go. If they do win this game, they will be in sole possession of second. Granted, they're still only one game away from the next closest teams. Everything has just been so incredibly close throughout Spring Split 2020 here. As Stunt walks into the bush, Wild Turtle and FlyQuest are immediately waiting there, but a very nice Shockwave coming out from Ryoma will make sure that it goes the way of 100 Thieves. Solo comes in from the side. Meteo's still tanking up there on the front line. No subjugate available means he is a little bit squishy. He is vulnerable as Solo has to dash away.
Good charm.
Nice charm on a Cody's son. Power of Evil using the Ahri to make the picks. It's a 1-for-1. Jungler traded for 80 carry.
Oh my goodness, maybe a game-saving charm there by PoE, because now 100 Thieves doesn't feel confident taking this Drake or starting up, and it's buying time for Santorin to respawn. If FlyQuest keep this holding pattern, Santorin will be there first, and they could actually take the Ocean Drake, I would think.
Solo's ulti is about to come up. Turtle and Power of Evil will not have their ults available should a fight break out here very soon. Ignars will be available here in a few seconds. On the side of...
Watch for Someday.
Yeah.
He's got ultimate and level 14.
We got to keep an eye on that big weapon for 100 Thieves there in the top side. Shockwave again from Ryoma. The cooldown is so low, the damage is so high, and Stun is so dead. Turtle grabbing the kill on that one. As now Someday's coming in from the side, looking to see what he can set up. Turtle in some trouble. Infernal Chains flashed away from, but... this critically means control over the river, control over the Drake, control over the soul for 100 Thieves.
And Ryoma has probably used the most shockwaves in 23 minutes that I can remember seeing. It feels like as we've been fighting on cooldown, he's been able to actually hit people with shockwave on cooldown. So he used it at the start of that fight, they danced around, he used it again to secure the kills onto Solo and Santorin. And even though the gold is only 3,000, that Ocean Soul is a big value.
It does so much. Strongest soul in the game, having that 24 minutes in, just, it's... You already said it. It's so much value here in the team fights. FlyQuest is going to have that much more health that they have to effectively cut through if they want to win one of these. The good news for them is the gold lead is still staunched. Still only 3,000 separates the teams. Granted, that's still pretty meaningful at 24 minutes in, but it's not any more than it was 5 minutes ago, as 100 Thieves will move up towards the top side. look to make some sort of a move here. Meteo's taking a bite out of Solo. It does all of what looks to be 13 damage, and Solo walks away.
And there is a little bit of strangeness in this game in the fact that Someday is so strong yet so uninvolved. Like, his CS advantage is massive, but he's only participated in 5 of the 12 kills. So when he does eventually join, potentially at level 16, it's going to feel a lot more one-sided than it currently feels, is kind of my prediction here. And 100 Thieves is just waiting to find the fight to end the game. Notice Someday coming up through the minimap. Here we go.
Stunt starting it off. Solo summons the Orin Horn, knocks it through a few members of 100 Thieves, and with Ryoma shut down, this is a FlyQuest fight. They're putting the damage into Stunt, looking to grab the kill onto him. Turtle grabbing the money from that one. Meteos retreats to the top side of the map, and FlyQuest is saying, oh, no, 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 no. We're not letting you out of here. Santorin leads the charge, and the rest of the team looks to collapse. Baron is up. You kill the enemy jungler. You have 2 dead on the enemy team. You have the chance to go for it. They're sending 1 back, I would assume, because 100 Thieves does have push over the mid lane. They could go for an inhib trade here. Instead, Someday's saying, nope. He's got his hero pants on. He's looking to 2v5. Is this a good idea?
It's ambitious,
but we're going to see it anyway.
Aphelios Assault can come out.
Looking for the moves here. They've got the Moonlight Vigil. It does almost 0 damage whatsoever. Ryoma's showing up, and Someday's got the World Ender. Look at it in there. Whoa, right now. Shockwave! Shut down for Someday. And FlyQuest retreats with their remaining 3 players. Someday with the flash over the wall will be stopped by the charm from Power of Evil, but Ryoma is still looking to find even more. Someday continues to try to combo his wombo, but he will not be able to. The dash away from Power of Evil's ulti means he can escape. It's once again a 100 Thieves priority game, though. They're the ones with 5 men on the map for the next 20 seconds. They're the ones breaking into the enemy base, and they're the ones taking it in game.
100 Thieves did what they could to prevent that. You might have wanted to see them go a little bit earlier, but it's still a big play for FlyQuest to get that Baron, keep the gold close, and keep the game at least somewhat winnable. The fact that they didn't necessarily get ace there when Ryoma teleported in and Someday just pounced on the rest of the team, that was pretty sweet to watch.
And the gold's still 3,000 apart. Somehow, everything just breaks perfectly even.
Yeah,
it's always the same.
Mean, what is happening necessarily? Because like you look at Someday, he's got a 98 CS lead on Solo. The rest of the farm seems relatively even. Like, where is this gold coming from? From FlyQuest, is it's not shutdown gold.
It's materializing in their pockets, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, so the kills are even, and the CS is even aside from Someday. So I feel like that 3,000 gold lead is basically just Someday over Solo. So when you see the 4v4s as Someday isn't there at the start of the fights, that's an even gold fight for FlyQuest, minus an Ocean Soul, which means they have to actually burst really hard at the start. And 100 Thieves still has a large chance of winning this game, but it's still competitive because 100 Thieves hasn't necessarily been able to get that great fight that we're kind of all waiting for.
We also have to pay respects to Ornn, because there's about 4,500 gold worth of Ornn item value on the side of FlyQuest right now. So that's also got to be considered in these fights. What else has to be considered is 5 versus 1 is not really a situation that you often get out of. Power of Evil learns that one in a very in-your-face kind of manner. He's going to be looking at a black and white screen here for the next 40 seconds, and that's another win for 100 Thieves.
Yep, just big whoopsie there from PoE. They're trying to get as many waves pushed out as possible, so those deaths are fairly understandable, since as PoE died, notice how they sent 5 people for him. Mid wave is all the way pushed in. Top wave was beyond 2/3. So, yes, PoE died, but aside from the kill gold, 100 Thieves actually doesn't get anything out of it.
100 Thieves still grabbing those picks, though, and they have 1 minute remaining until the Elder Drake is live. That we talk about soul making a huge difference, my friend. Giant laser beam breathing dragon could be exactly what this team needs to end the game.
Game changer.
Or what FlyQuest needs to turn everything around. We'll see. Yeah. That one's got to be fun.
It would have to be like the picture-perfect initiation for them at this point. Looking at Cody Sun's items, if he stays safe in this fight, he'll carry it. He needs to try in this moment to get or even like holding his guns right now and actually not shooting anything would be ideal for him because he's got the guns where he can put down the turrets, stack up his shock room, and then get really massive damage. And here we go.
Fight starting off. Meteos is the target. A shockwave finds its way onto 2. Turtle's going to be one of them. Moonlight Vigil finding a little bit of damage there onto Turtle, who's down below 25% HP. 100 Thieves went out in the fight, and Ocean Soul doing exactly what they earned it for, healing them right back up, making sure they're coming out on top in these trades. Santorin's going to be pulled right out of his tunnel, forced to flash over the wall instead. Ignar now on the run, Chains pulling him back, slammed right down into the ground, and Ryoma is the one providing the damage all so often this game, Jat, as Solo is caught out, and all 5 members of 100 Thieves will take him out. Turtles on the run. Sunday's jumping forward. It's a 5-man push in the mid lane for 100 Thieves, but they back off. They don't want to overextend, and they head towards the Elder.
Yeah, I thought after getting the flash out of Santorin, they might actually just turn back for Elder Dragon, but then it looked like they might try and win the game, and Someday, he's just hunting, gets the ult out of Power of Evil.
Man, Someday is just ready this game. It's exactly what you were talking about. He spent extra time not being a part of the main game, in quotation marks, just playing the side lane PvE minigame to grab extra levels up over his opponent and become this terror of team fights. But now that he's here, man, he's ready.
Oh man, Spirit Visage, Death's Dance, Merc Treads with an Ocean Soul on Aatrox. Almost feels like you're cheating, I think. It's right on the border there between what is fair and unfair. GA will be up soon for him right now, and it really does feel like this game is somewhat inevitable or trapped for FlyQuest. The best chance they have is the right charm landing. There's no Merc Treads on Ryoma. The QSS did just get completed by Cody-san, but if they can remove the squishy carries, then maybe all 5 of them can gang up on Someday and have a chance.
Ornn items completed on both carries. Both the items completed on the Ornn himself. Santorin and Ignar still needing to get their upgrades as Solo grabs his next couple of levels. Level 15 compared to the level 17 of Someday, who also now has a stopwatch to go with his incredible Death Dance and Spirit Visage healing in these team fights. And man, Ryoma. Shockwave after shockwave after shockwave, grabbing multiple people in these fights, making sure that it's not just a good initiation from 100 Thieves. The follow-through is always where it needs to be. I got to applaud this guy.
Yeah, he's having a big game as 100 Thieves tries to get... None of these games are technically must-win because 100 Thieves is only at 8 losses, and I think there's a decent chance a 10-loss team actually makes playoffs this split, but getting a win here against FlyQuest, who is actually right now the second-place team in the LCS, is just so massive as they try and build up their confidence towards the playoffs. They get the mid inhibitor, and I think at this point they need to turn to set up towards this Baron unless they feel like they can get an initiation from Stunt, because they're posturing very aggressively. I just wonder if this is worth the time or if they should just be peeling back.
They still have Elder Dragon. I mean, that's such a massive team fight buff. You've always got to feel comfortable trying to force some kind of a fight when you've got that. But yeah, as you say, Baron's up. Why not just go take it?
Yeah, I think they were hoping to just get a pick and win the game, but I think they gotta check all the boxes and get this Baron in their hands.
Here we go. No contest coming out from FlyQuest. Pretty easy to make sure that 100 Thieves can just secure this one for themselves. If FlyQuest was to come out of their base and try to contest this in open territory against a FlyQuest squad that's got the Elder Drake ready to go, I don't think it ends well for them in 99 out of 100 cases.
Yeah, this is the big push. Someday's level 18. He's got, at this point, let's see if he takes this cannon minion. Yep, all right. So that is 117 CS ahead of Solo. Pretty absurd. And on top of that, QSS and a ton of crit coming up from Cody-san. So they're looking to win right now.
Everybody pushing up here. They don't see the need to break up the 5-man push. Oftentimes you see a Baron push involve a 4-1 split or a 3-1-1. Just making it a 5-0-0 this time around. All the muscle here in the top lane. Stunt frontlining onto the turret as Someday jumps over the wall, scares them away, and just buying those couple of seconds making FlyQuest think defensively instead of offensively looking for some kind of a punish allows 100 Thieves the chance to break that base open in the top lane as well. Of course, there's still a tier 2 turret standing in the bottom lane, so it would take a long amount of time for 100 Thieves to try to go for a third inhib. Instead, they're just going to look for the end of the game right now. Solo uses Call of the Forge God, finds the knockup 1-2. Ryoma going to be one of those. Into the stasis he goes, looking to keep himself alive. The damage comes through onto Santorin. He is killed immediately. Ryoma is kept alive. 100 Thieves are pushing for the win right now. Power of Evil, Ignar, and Wild Turtle trying to get themselves back to the safety of the Fountain Steps. The Nexus turrets are falling, and time is running out. It looks like it's all she wrote. Stunts there providing the CC. Ryoma will finally fall, but the trade is everybody on the side of FlyQuest except for Ignar. That is a win for 100 Thieves, bringing them up to 8-8.
GG to 100 Thieves, man. I think they played that game pretty darn well, especially against a FlyQuest team who normally wins in a slow and controlled fashion when they're able to do so. Just having the Trundle Orianna and using that zone control pretty much this whole time, even if there's a little bit of not being on the same page as Someday the rest of the game, it's a big win for 100 Thieves as they close out their own Week 8.
Yeah, 100 Thieves are going to make that battle in the middle of the standings that much closer by forcing a tie in second, also bringing themselves that much closer to playoff greatness. And with that, Game 4 is a wrap. We got one more coming up here for you guys later today. Of course, we do have to take a quick break before then, but once we're back, it's Evil Geniuses going up against Dignitas. See you there.
And we're back for game 5 of the day. A big one, EG versus Dignitas. Playoff picture update, though, as it is very important, in particular with the result of the last game. 100 Thieves picking up yet another win to move themselves up. 9 wins right now is kind of the benchmark. And Mark, I will come to you when we talk about, therefore, the way that EG, sitting in 4th at 8-7, will approach their game against Dignitas today.
Yeah, I think the playoff picture is super close. The people who can grab wins, like what 100 Thieves just did there, is so big coming towards the end of the split. And EG, the one that they got yesterday, and if they can win again today, basically lock themselves. There are some scenarios where you can still not make it, but those are all most through tiebreakers,
right,
as I understand it. If you get 9 wins now, you will be at least in tiebreakers to get a playoff spot. So that puts EG in an incredible spot today compared to where we saw them even just a couple weeks ago when all those kind of interviews were coming out where all the players were kind of talking about how they were feeling. So this is such a good turnaround for this team.
Add that fact that with a victory today they moved to 9 next to the idea that they'd be handing Dignitas a loss and therefore removing their option of getting to 9 wins means they're already eliminating one of their competition then in terms of the race for the playoff picture. But as was mentioned, both of these teams are coming off of wins. So probably I want to come to you next and kind of talk about for Dignitas do or die time. If they want to hit the 9 win barrier at the moment, they'd have to go 3-0 in their last 3. What's the answer for this team? Because they started so hot and they've been on just a massive slide.
Yeah, I think part of it is figuring out like drafts that work for them. I think yesterday they were kind of handed a pretty easy draft where they actually got to see both solo lanes, and then Huni actually had the Rumble flex and was able to pick Fiora later in the draft. So I think positions where they can actually pick up kind of a stronger draft than the opponent is really important, and particularly giving Huni a pick that he has a lot of agency on. I think this split he's spent a lot of time on like Gangplank and kind of farmer's top that you're not really going to gank for and aren't going to really solo carry the game. And transitioning him back into kind of like, get him the Rumble when it's open because drafts are a bit more open nowadays, or get him some kind of counter pick where he can take over the game, I think is what Dig needs to start moving back into.
And Azael, I'm going to hop over to you for the flip side of the matchup. EG, Jizuke has been a top performer for the squad, in particular on that LeBlanc pick, really opening up some options for the team strategically alongside Bang as more of a steady carry. But for this EG squad, what would be the attack plan against a struggling Dignitas?
I think you play jungle mid. I think just play to your own strengths. I don't think you need to craft some specific plan to play against Dignitas. I think EG should look to what they are good at. Almost every one of their wins feels like it's coming through these incredible performances by Jizuke. So draft strong mid jungle 2v2. It's not just the LeBlanc. He's had great Zoe games as well. So I think prioritize that, look to fight, look to get him ahead, and put him in a position where he can make things happen for the team.
So if we're looking for Svenskeren and Jizuke to link up in the early game, we're going to want some priority picks for them, most likely in the jungle. Mark, what then for Dignitas would you expect Froggen to kind of jump back to? Because it doesn't feel as though Dignitas has been primarily mid lane focused. They've actually done some work to get Froggen out of his lane, like Jizuke, prefers to do himself.
Yeah, and I think he had a better game than we've seen recently. He had a really strong performance in their previous game. I think what probably was hinting at with like the counter picks and being able to see, I think the draft really set them up well. And I hope that they continue to go for that more proactive counter picky style. I know it's a little bit more volatile and you're playing these tougher matchups, but I think that's preferred for me than when we've seen them not pick enough engage and they pick, Ori GP and they just try and let the game come to them. So especially with EG, they're going to be scrappy in the early game. We know Jizuke is going to want to fight. And while I think Froggen is mechanically good enough to go up against Jizuke, he needs to pick something that can also match Jizuke's map play, because he's really good about going out and influencing other things.
Now, what about the bot side of the map? We've kind of ignored that up to this point, but I'll remind everyone that week 1, week 2, we were popping off about Johnson, this young gun, NA 80 carry, front runner rookie of the split. This guy's going to smash his way through alongside Afromu. And again, sort of fallen off the map up to, or at least in more recent weeks. You contrast that to to Bang, who again has kind of been the picture of steadiness, consistency throughout his career. How do we expect that matchup to go today? That's to anyone. I'm not going to direct it.
I think it's sadly going to be a bit of a non-factor unless it reaches the late game. It's just sad to say because Johnson just had such a great Kaisa performance, but that is a champ that is good about calling its own number, much more so than a lot of other marksmen ever are. And so it was good to get reminded of what we saw in the first couple games of the split for Johnson. But if they don't pick something that can call, like I said, be able to make their own plays happen, I think it's more likely to see junglers in draft attention on the top half of the map.
Oh, well, there the music has just kicked on in my headphones and the Champ Select screen is up onto our screens. I'll remind everyone at home that after this game, be sure to join us back here for the Bud Light Breakdown, where we'll recap all the games that took place this week, as well as award MasterCard Player of the Week to the tip-top player who played across our 10 games in this at-home LCS edition. With that, though, back over to Captain Flowers and Jad for the final game of the day.
Thank you, boys. Here we go. The last one of the day, the last one of the week. And Jat, I'm going to start this one off with a fun fact for you because I know you like stats. So
I love them.
Here's a stat. The last time that EG went 2-0, well, actually, I'm going to say undefeated weekend because it's not technically just a 2-0, was their last weekend in LCS in 2014, over 5 years ago. They went 4-0 on a super weekend, still placed 7th. It still wasn't a good overall finish, but they went 4-0 on a super weekend, and that's the last time they went undefeated. They have a chance with their victory over Liquid yesterday and a win here today to break that streak. That's awesome.
Yeah. I mean, they went 2-0 last week, so you're referring to the last time before last week.
Before last.
They've been on such a hot streak with now a 4-game winning streak, and if they win, tied for second. But before the split, I remember listening to Zazel interview in like the smoothie lounge with Travis Gafford saying they think they're a top 3 team, and I was not believing that for 1 second. But watching them in these last 4 games, with Jizuke reigning in a little bit, Bang and Zazel having stronger laning phases, and then also watching Kumo hold his own in these lanes has given me a little bit more hope. But you never know in the LCS, especially now in these new environments with so many teams playing from home, and with how Dignitas actually looked good last game. After they looked completely miserable and everyone had written them off, they won a game yesterday. So both these teams still have a lot to fight for.
And remember that the last time these two teams played was in week 1. This was back during the Dignitas hotness of the first 2 weeks of play, where everybody was like, OMG, this is the team along with Cloud9, bro. These are the boys. And then since then, of course, it hasn't gone quite as well for them. But hey, that means there's a pretty stark difference between then and now for when these teams are going head-to-head. However, we've had a lot of the draft already transpire. It's Rumble, Kalista, Pantheon, Ornn, Set, and Senna that were all banned off in the first half. It's Aphelios, Tahm Kench, and Aatrox drafted for Evil Geniuses. Dignitas grabbing themselves Syndra, Nautilus, and Fiora.
And I kind of love how Dig has just said, yeah, let's just let Huni play Fiora. Like, let's just let him do his thing. I think it can win against the Aatrox, especially with the buffs to the top lane items like Blade of the Ruin King and the Tiamat upgrades on this patch, and a huge potential to carry this game if he's able to get going.
Bans towards mid laners, the name of the game from both squads. Orianna, LeBlanc banned out here in the second half. Dignitas going to switch it up a little bit, keep Olaf away from Svenskeren. Remember, both teams still need to draft those junglers as well as the mid laner, only for the side of Evil Geniuses. But because Evil Geniuses banned out the Ori, they're saying, all right, we're not fully convinced that's not a bot lane syndrome.
Absolutely. It could really go bottom lane for Johnson. He's a solo queue superstar. He knows how to play almost all of these meta picks. And one more fun fact, since you had one at the start, I want to have my own. In the major regions, Fiora is actually undefeated this year.
Wait, really?
So it's only been played 6 times. It was played by Huni, Haunser, Khan twice, and then 2 games in the LPL. Won every single one of them. So it could be a pick that picks up more prevalence. 3.5% presence, but 6-0. So looking forward to seeing if that undefeated Fiora can keep going for Dignitas.
I'm always a little hesitant about super convincing stats with low sample sizes because it could just be they're picked in very advantageous conditions where they should
Meanwhile.
have a 75% chance to win the game anyway.
I think that's super fair, and there's a reason it's only picked 3.5% of the time. Right. There are so many ways a Fiora can go wrong. But to talk about a little bit earlier in this draft, as we have been flying through it, Bang's Aphelios is actually going to be really interesting to me to see if it can find effectiveness, because when Bang has been looking really good to me during this win streak, a lot of it has been on things that don't necessarily need to hyper carry the game. They are 0-2 on Aphelios so far in the spring split, so this will really be a test, especially with Jizuke on Rise. Like, can this team be cohesive around a carry Bang and have Zeyzal be in the right situation? It is Syndra Bot. Look at this dig comp. It is wild.
Syndra Bot, Huni Fiora, Froggen on Kiana with a Gragas jungle for maximum burstitude. This is wild.
Burstitude.
That's what it is.
Yeah, so it's like they have a bunch of pick with the Syndra, Kiana, Gragas, and then they have the Fiora to try and distract. It is really difficult to play correct, like actual split push win conditions where your team fighting is poor. I do wonder if the Kiana initiation in the right situation can give them enough team fighting to end up winning this, because, I mean, we look at Evil Geniuses, they're standard. Digs are the ones that are just kind of throwing caution to the wind, saying whatever we were doing before this extra week off we've had wasn't working. So let's try and recover by doing something. And it looks like there's something is, let's just let Huni play Fiora. And then apparently also everything else goes out the window because we get to see Froggen's Kiana.
Well, we'll see how it plays out here. Once again, we're going to head to our standard 5-minute competitive integrity break now. But we'll be back and we'll be hitting Summoner's Rift in just a moment. Don't y'all go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are. The final competitive integrity break of the day has been done. And we are jumping on to Summoner's Rift here to wrap up the last game of Week 8. A win for Evil Geniuses will put them in a tie for second place with both FlyQuest and TSM. But remember, the last time these two teams faced, granted it was 7 weeks ago, Dignitas came out on top.
And I have to applaud Dignitas here for the picks. I like the variety they've been giving us here. Hooney's Fiora, I think, is immediately attention-grabbing. Moving it all together with the Kiana mid for your kind of double physical damage, squishy soul laners, but then to also fit in the Syndra. Like, this draft theoretically works while also being super unique. So looking forward to see them doing it. And as we talked about before the 5-minute break, EG is just absolutely on a roll.
Yeah.
4-game winning streak after it felt like everything was falling apart for them midway through the season. And now with the win here, we'll move into a 3-way tie for second with TSM and FlyQuest.
And you mentioned it in the Champion Select, but I want to go back to it a little bit here now because we have a moment while we're just waiting on things to happen at level 1. You talked about Bang. You talked about what the best version of EG looks like, and you talked about how he's 0-2 on the Aphelios so far this split. How concerning is it that he's on this instead of something of a different style?
It's not necessarily that concerning because I think the fact that they've only played it twice is more due to the fact that Aphelios has been so banned. Like, it's just a really powerful champion.
Yeah.
So it will be concerning if they lose again with it, I think. Because I do agree that they don't necessarily work that well when everyone needs to play around Bang. He's much better playing around someone else. But at least with the Rise and the Aatrox, they have enough other people that can, create their own shot that Bang can still follow up on the Aphelios.
There's enough threat.
If they lose, it'll be worrying. It's fine for now.
Okay. Keep an eye on top lane here as Fiora, pretty good into Aatrox. It's very easy to riposte him. Everything he does that will cause the riposte to be a stun is telegraphed enough that she can easily turn those trades around. The champion often finds a lot of success against him. And even if the riposte is down or has already been used, she can pretty easily lunge away from the sweet spots and avoid bad trades from him. You can see Hooney already taking control of this lane here early on as Acadian will move towards his red buff, and then he'll be on that top side. Svenskeren working the opposite direction, starting at his own blue and going towards the bottom half of the map.
And it is pretty sad life for Kiana in the first 2 levels against Arise. You're expecting Froggen to fall a little bit behind. I think most Kiana mids that I've ended up seeing in Pro, when they're up against these ranged magic damage matchups, fall like sometimes 20 or 30 CS behind and still have a chance of creating game impact just because once you do build a lethality item and can get a roam off, you still have that huge amount of burst. So look to see if Jizuke can really punish Froggen early lane, because if he doesn't, then Froggen has a chance of running away.
I like how these two champions feel so opposite of what the players normally do in game. Froggen is normally the control style player. He scales up, he has a bunch of gold, he's got a lot of farm, he wants to carry late. Jizuke is just all over the place, looking to PvP every second of every moment. But he's the one on the champion that needs to scale. Froggen's the one on the playmaker, on the roamer. And I find that a very interesting juxtaposition here as these teams go head-to-head for the second time this split.
Yeah, it's Jizuke's first Rise game of the split. In theory, with the way Rise can play side lanes later in the game, Jizuke should be able to pilot it a little bit like LeBlanc in terms of the way he controls the map, but just because one champion can distort over 2 walls and the other one needs to channel a realm warp for 2.5 seconds, it changes the way you actually have to play it. In theory, Jizuke should be able to transfer his skills, but if he can successfully add Rise to his champion pool, it would be very good for EG long term.
Dignitas knows that Froggen is extended. They're expecting some sort of a play out of EG and Jizuke. Now they're jumping forward. It's going to be a full-on 3v3. Froggen the target as the Tahm Kench keeps his allies safe. And that's first blood over to Evil Geniuses. Their master plan comes to fruition.
Wow. That was really quick reaction there by EG. They were so ready for that gank. And Zeyzal just waddling up, flash devouring is what turned that fight, right? Like, that's the reason they were able to get Froggen down. Otherwise, that's where Dig thought they were going to be able to pull Kiana ahead in that lane. So actually getting the Ignite out of Froggen, keeping him lower in experience, extending the lead for Jizuke, is just massive, because if you don't get to roam ever on a Kiana, your team's not doing much.
When he goes for a repost there, Kumo doesn't end up attacking into it to waste his Deathbringer stance. And nice early lead here coming out from Evil Geniuses as Huni just continues to farm. Let's take another look at this. We got a replay here, how it all went down.
Yeah, so I mean, Aphromoo feels like he snuck in here. Zeyzal has the same thought, and it ends up being this instant 3v3. The route onto Froggen to delay his initial engage buys enough time for Zeyzal to flash W and get his Guardian proc. And that's just, it feels a little unlucky when you're Dig. You're like, we had the support roam. But yeah, the other team had a support too, and Zeyzal did a good job matching.
Froggen died without using flash there. He was taken so low, probably figured that there's no way that you escape even if you use it, so you might as well keep it up and ready for the next time your opponents try to repeat a move like this. Svenskeren here on the bottom half of the map. He throws a Sonic Wave at the Drake. He's going to start this one up solo, but it is warded.
Yeah, early Drake is so low health now, he should probably be able to just take it down. The fear, like, would obviously be the Kiana being level 6 and just coming and one-shotting you, but it looks like Jizuke has the angle on mid lane, and will make this completely safe for Svenskeren.
Yeah, even if Froggen roams first, Jizuke can instantly catch up with a Realm Warp, and considering bot lane has total control over that lane and their opponents are stuck underneath the turret, ward be damned, Svenskeren has the control he needed to take that objective nice and early here for the side of Evil Geniuses.
And it's also going to be hard for Huni to take over this game against a Tahm Kench. You know, the more that I think about it, because I think
gobble gobble.
We might have a bit of a time here. I still think Tahm Kench is misunderstood as a champion for what he brings to the game. A lot of people think he is just the guy who was a get out of jail free card, but to me that's a much smaller part of his kit now, and the bigger part is how strong he is in mid-game skirmishes. He actually is a lane bully, so in like a Tahm Kench Nautilus or Tahm Kench Leona matchup, if the Nautilus or Leona go in, Tahm Kench wins because he can out-trade, and then beyond that, he stops or enables split pushing really well because of the two-man semi-global he has, which is absurd. Like, the global pressure that EG will have with a Tahm Kench and a Realm Warp, they can hop their whole team around frequently, which will make it really, really hard for Huni to actually take over this game as a split pusher, the more I think about it.
And you can eat the guy that gets challenged in a team fight.
Yes, that also is still true. It's so much weaker than it used to be.
Look, you're over here being the smart guy. I have to be the, but Tahm Kench can eat him guy.
But he can eat him.
It's very
True,
important to
he
present
can.
both sides of the conversation.
But he's super slow now. He can't flash while he's doing it.
Well, he's in some trouble here. A lot of damage coming out from Dignitas onto Zeyzal.
He's gonna eat the
Froggen
guy.
shows up. He's looking to grab the rest of the burst here. He's going to take some damage from the turret shots as Bang looks to finish him off. Svenskeren showing up, and it looks like Evil Geniuses has shown up to clean these guys up. It's Johnson stuck in a bad spot as Jizuke should get the kill pretty easily here. There we are. Come on. What? Come on.
Well,
there you go. All right. Okay. I was... took a little bit longer than I thought he would, but hey, Jizuke got the kill. Sure, Dignitas get themselves on the board, but they lose 2 for it.
Yeah, I think the end goofiness was because he was losing vision and brush. Theoretically, actually, if he could have handed that kill to Bang and they got a Sys gold, it would have actually been better, but more largely, that was Dig's attempt to get the roam off. Froggen actually found a way out of mid lane. It's just, yeah, it was stuffed. The Tahm Kench, Zeyzal gave his life to prevent Bang from taking the ultimate damage, and it means that they just pull a little bit further ahead. Kumo's no flash, though.
Kumo staring down the barrel of a 3-man gank. Huni uses the riposte for the slow. Remember, Acadian doesn't have the ulti ready. He used it in the bottom lane to try to make that play, but they've still got enough firepower to grab themselves that kill. Dignitas has 4 men here topside. Counterattack comes through for Evil Geniuses looking to grab a kill, and Bang's got it.
It felt like that gank was in slow motion. I don't really know what it was, but Huni flashed early to get the range on Akumo, and then they didn't have any additional like Gragas flashes or Gragas ults, so they just kind of slowly killed him. And the weirdest part to me there was Aphromoo dying afterwards. I don't think he could actually walk away fast enough without his boots and mobility kicking in after he hooks in. And really, when you think about the kill trade, a kill onto Bang's Aphelios or a kill onto Acadian's Gragas, EG's going to take that trade 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, one of these things is not like the other. One of these things is Bang. And Bang is now sitting at a really good spot, having that BF sword, having the 2 kills. He's ready to go. And his team picked up the Rift Herald.
Yeah, so EG have weathered some of the early craziness of knowing they're up against Kiana Fiora and seem to be playing a fairly controlled game. The impressive thing continues to actually be Jizuke's restraint. I think he actually looked pretty poor in a lot of their games earlier on this split, but as long as he can, actually exercise a laning lead, which he's doing against Froggen here, and then find the right plays around the map instead of overpressing all the time, this EG team gets really good because we know Bang is going to be a reliable team fighter, and if Jizuke is able to find the right windows to fight, the overall teamwork of him with Svenskeren and Zeyzal, who have synergy all the way back to Cloud9 World Semifinals, makes for a really good team.
And honestly, you said Jizuke had a lot of poor games, and in those poor games, I think he still had some moments that were almost fantastic. Like, he would have some engages, he would have some plays that would nearly kill 2 or 3 people, but nobody else was on the same page as him. So it was the right thing at the wrong time. And I want to see if he can find that kind of damage opportunity when the rest of the team is behind him. Because he clearly knows the thresholds of his champion and exactly what kind of threat he can produce. He just needs to make sure that he's got the backup behind him necessary to make sure that it's not an int.
And Dig's in a really hard spot right now. They don't have wave pressure anywhere, and they're staring down a Rift Herald, and they don't have a better team fighting composition.
The kick from Svenskeren is going to knock Acadian back through Aphromu to damage both of them down to about half HP. It also means they can't engage while Shelly is being escorted up to the turret. It also means that they're now in worse shape overall, so EG grabs a Drake. It's all coming up evil.
Yeah, and it's looking like Dignitas is going to completely give over this Drake, which is the correct call. The one chance might have been a Kiana ultimate in the river, since that's where it is at its most powerful, since it'll basically be a Sona ult that also knocks people back when you're in the river. But it is not to be. Bang is powering up, Jizuke is powering up, and EG has a very clean first 12 minutes of the game.
Tier stacking up on Jizuke. Rod of Ages also fully completed by 12 minutes, has that one up to 2 stacks. It was done by 10. So once that item fully completes, remember, Rod of Ages has a ridiculous gold efficiency once it gets fully stacked after the 10 minutes. It's like 150 or something, but it's really not fantastic early on. So just give him time to scale up there. Another 8 minutes and that item will be fully charged. He'll be ready to go. Froggen, with only mobility boots and a serrated Dirk in inventory, it's like you said, I mean, he's not that threat. This isn't the point of the game where he can roam around mid lane or roam around mid game and just start popping people.
Yeah, and I think also because of some of the action we saw up in the top lane, like Huni having 94 CS to Kumo's 116, I'm not exactly sure how the side waves have been moved around in this game. That's not something that Huni's going to be able to take over later.
And the big thing I'm noticing here, so all too often, the thing that most people build into Fiora is a Bramble Best early, right? Because it stops the Vitals from being good healing. It stops the whole Grand Challenge thing from really working that effectively. Anytime she wants to proc a Vital or get that healing, she has to automatically have Grievous Wounds because she's hitting you, right? It counts as an on-hit. So your opponent is already going to index into anti-healing, and he's rushing a healing item in Blade of the Ruined King. That feels a little wacky to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just the current health damage that Fiora wants to do. Like, if you think about the way the Grand Challenge is going to work, if Huni uses it around half health, like you use the Blade of the Ruined King to get as much current health down as possible, you pop that ultimate, you get % max health true damage on the rest of it. He's just trying to use the Blade of the Ruined King for like a full combo. Okay. But as we saw yesterday, I know Freak and Azael were doing a lot of Blade of the Ruined King theory crafting. You're trading off being able to shove the wave with Tiamat and reach late game Fiora with having earlier game dueling power in the Blade of the Ruined King. And right now, since Huni doesn't seem like he's going to be able to win the early game duels, is just going to put Dig a little bit behind in map pressure.
Mid laners have taken up position here in the top side. Jizuke finding a route into a combo with the overload there onto Froggen, put a little bit of damage onto his health bar. Acadian hanging out near here just to make sure they don't try any sort of dives onto the mid laner of Dignitas. But Bang and Zeyzal pushing up the mid lane here. Johnson and Aphromu in position to try to answer. Bang goes for the play onto Johnson with a Moonlight Vigil, but it is sidestepped.
Yeah, so Dig able to hold strong in the mid lane while EG continue to take control, but this is looking like a pretty controlled EG game so far. Even yesterday, when EG beat TL, it was a small lead early, and then the goal just kind of grew up and to the right because they're starting to get this 1-3-1 thing down. And you can see it right now where Jizuke is just patiently, not overextending, but applying constant pressure top lane, and Kumo needs to be able to escape this.
Kumo has been grand challenged by Huni. A little bit of damage coming through there. Waits to see Acadian's body slam before he goes for the flash, and he gets him out of the game.
And while that happens, Jizuke gets the top turret. So this is the push and pull when you're playing the 1-3-1 properly. You have the Tahm Kench camped in the middle. If a play goes too wacky on the side lanes, the Tahm Kench can actually come over and join, and it's just making it so Dignitas doesn't have strong things to do. If Huni's not even winning the 1v1s, there's almost nothing Dig can do in this team.
Yeah, when you draft a strictly like 1v1 split push champion and then fail to accomplish that goal, well, it makes you question what the entire purpose of the draft was. I mean, yeah, they picked it early. Maybe they're assuming he'll be able to handle whatever they throw at him, but that doesn't seem to be the case.
Yeah, I'm going through in my head. Froggen's level 11 now, which helps a lot. If he can find some type of flank in a dragon fight, it's good, but like 5v5 with current goal differences, I think Aatrox Rise of Felios is stronger. And then even in 1-3-1, if EG is also stronger because Jizuke can match Froggen and Kumo is okay matching Huni, and then you also have a Tahm Kench who can join sides, EG is better in 5v5s and in 1-3-1s. So Dig doesn't have a win condition right now, unless they can find a way to find like a miracle fight.
And that point that you made about the Tiamat earlier really rings true when you just saw Huni start hitting that wave as they collided down there, especially when he's out of mana. It takes him so damn long to push this wave up, just doing single auto attacks against a single target.
So this is actually the moment where Froggen is in the enemy jungle. Ooh.
Oh,
okay.
Spotted out now.
And Scaren's smart. He knows that could be where he is, and he found him.
Umbral Glaive will make sure that Froggen's able to two-hit that control ward and reestablish his secret position. However, considering he's been discovered, not a good sign there for Dignitas, but Shelly's being escorted forward here yet again. They want to use the second Rift Trail charge. Remember, the first Rift Trail charge is what got it that low. The second one will finish it off.
Satisfying, and Froggen is trying his damnedest. The only way they win is if he finds some miracle engage, so there's a high chance he just gets killed before he can find that flank, because EG's on the hunt.
Zazel went to give him the lick, but it didn't work, and now Froggen, he has been found out by the Infernal Chains. He jumps away. He will not be yoinked back yet, but it seems he's still in a pretty dire position, my friend. Kumo pops the World Ender, slams him down into the ground, and that's a 1-for-0 Evil Genius.
Not today for Secret Agent Froggen.
No.
That was and now they know they have a 5v4, so they're going.
It's a 4-man party. They're going forward with the Realm Warp. Remember, there is no turret to protect them. Okay, we got a big distance ulti into a big distance ulti, but they will not find their catch.
That's so comical. It's like Realm Warp didn't work. All right, Tahm Kench, you're up next. Nothing actually gets them a kill, but sure, you can have your fun. They keep control of the game, and now they set themselves up for what would be a 23.5-minute Mountain Soul if they keep control.
This is a pretty clean Evil Geniuses game so far. You know, I made a tweet that may or may not have been kind of flamey earlier on in this split, where I said Evil Geniuses came into preseason talking like they were Lex Luthor, but then their gameplay looks more like Dwight Schrute. And they're actually looking more Lex Luthor tier now. Because they seem to have this evil plan that it's all coming together. They're playing the mastermind role. They're forcing their opponents to make mistakes because they feel so flustered. And that's fun to see this team evolve that way.
Isn't the guy who played Dwight Schrute, wasn't he in a superhero movie?
Was he?
Rainn Wilson.
Rainn Wilson? Yeah, that's his name.
He was. Yeah. This is another thing that's great about casting from home is you have access to...
You can just Google, was Rainn Wilson in a superhero movie?
Yeah, well, I keep clicking the wrong thing. I swear he was. I remember seeing a trailer for it. So either way, it is very possible for Dwight Schrute to turn into a superhero, is I think what's happening here, is what the point I'm trying to make.
Okay, I wondered where we were going.
He was in Super. There's a movie called Super in 2010, starring Rainn Wilson, yeah.
And was he the good guy or the bad guy?
I don't need to read... I don't remember. A superhero with the best intentions but lacking in heroic skills. That's the It's got a 50 on Metacritic, so I don't know if it's
Oh,
the best
no.
one. But either way, EG looks clean. Let's just leave it at that.
Okay, EG, we've gone on a bit of a tangent here, but EG's looking clean. They're looking evil like they intended. And let's see if Dignitas can find a way back into this game. It has been about a 3,000 gold lead here for a while. Huni finally has that Blade of the Ruin King completed, locked and loaded, ready to go. But man, look across the table though. Jizuke, he's got the Rod of Ages fully stacked. He's got the Seraph's Embrace ready. That means a shield in the team fights to make him that much more difficult to kill. Has the Glacial Shroud in inventory. Could turn that into either a Righteous Glory for more engage potential or a Frozen Heart to have that armor stack and really resist the Kiana and Fiora that much better. Kumo now under pressure in a 1v3. World Ender has been cast. It's not going to do a whole lot here. Froggen wants to take the kill, but Acadian decides to toss the World in there and grab it away.
It was getting a little dicey because they didn't full burst him, and that you actually hate to see it. You really want Froggen to be able to get a little bit more farm, as that was the one look they've had in about 20 minutes that was good. Ah, man. And so, more largely on EG is they got about 2.5 minutes until the next Mountain Drake comes up, and they keep this 1-3-1 going once Kumo respawns. I never doubted EG's ability to play the map, execute macro. We know Sven Skaren is the defending MVP from last split. We know Zazel is like this actually really strong support shot caller. We saw all these things at play. Oh, as they're going in for more.
And Skaren looking for Johnson. Won't quite find him. Sonic Wave only found Acadian there, but after
Might just die.
The sacrificial move. He's taken down and bang goes on a killing spree.
Man, it just looks so easy for them in the mid lane right now. I was never in doubt to me that they'd be able to play the map like this. What was in doubt to me was their ability to get leads in the first place. And that's been a big turning point for them, where Kumo was a really, really big weak spot for them in a lot of their early games. And in these last 5, his early game has been good. And this is just allowing him to just school people. Like, look at what they're doing right now. Killing the mid lane on Aphromu, denying the full jungle from Acadian. A lot of other teams would be in full holding patterns until the Mountain Soul comes up. EG is actively extending their lead, get the pick on the jungler, and now look at this. They immediately teleport in for the Baron. They are playing so well right now.
Yeah, that was Acadian's first death of the game. He was the one person on the team with kills, and with him out of the picture, with him being the jungler, that Baron is secured only 22 minutes into this game by EG.
This could be a fast one, because I think the Baron power play is going to be up while they can pick up the Mountain Soul, and then they might just win. They're going to set up Jizuke Kumo in a 1-3-1 with a level 11 Tahm Kench, whose ultimate is basically global here. They're going to be in a really good position. They actually ulted back to the wave to get mid lane pressure immediately. They're not giving over any freebies to dig here.
Dignitas just being strangled out of this game, man. Mountain Soul, 30 seconds. Dignitas, where you at? Let's see it, because something's got to happen here. Giving away that shield, especially when you've got a composition with Syndra and Kiana and Gragas. They're looking to burst somebody out. When you have to deal with that extra couple hundred HP shield from a 7,000 gold disadvantage, that can be the difference between getting a kill or not.
I hate to be a Debbie Downer.
Oh, no, not a Debbie Downer.
It's going to be tough.
Oh,
Froggen
no.
might try another snake thing.
Well, here they go. Dignitas may have found their initiation 0-3. Acadian has to go into the stasis. Bang getting himself away from the grand challenge issued by Huni. Zazel looking to keep his 80 carry alive, but he's not able to do it. Kumo coming in now looking to find the revenge kill. It is 2 dead on the side of Evil Geniuses, including the jungler, and Dignitas will move towards the Drake. You may have caster cursed
Did they do it?
You may have caster
Did they do it?
Did
they hold it off?
You may have just
It's a 4v3 now. Froggen still has ult as well. If EG tries to contest this too much, Froggen might actually get the flank off this time.
Acadian's here. He's got the smite. Kumo, Zazel, and Jizuke coming around. Froggen still hanging out behind the pit. Drake at 5k. Kumo jumping forward. Finds the Infernal Chains onto Johnson. He's able to pull him back, but Kumo gets exploded. Jizuke still looking to find some more. Now remember, it's Rise. It's a team fight. The champion does some damage, ladies and gentlemen. Zazel jumps in. He gobbles him up to safety. Jizuke's got a triple. Make it even more. Tahm Kench steals it, but who the hell cares? That is EG making it happen.
The power of Rise. Jizuke just flexes on all of Dignitas. Kumo goes down as the distraction, but the Righteous Glory Rise just flies in. Zazel's back as well. He just pops up towards that mid lane, and now they have 50 seconds of this Baron power play left to break open that inhibitor.
Just when we thought Dignitas may have found their way back. Oh no. Oh no. You all forgot about Rise, but Rise didn't forget about you. He's here to win the team fights, pull EG into a spot where they're just feeling fantastic. Huni just gets ships in the night. He just passed. He was there, but he never met them.
Yeah, they pass right through, and Huni just like, his hair flipped up for 1 second. He's like, I wonder what that was.
Something is amiss here.
Yeah,
Well, here comes the fight. Huni's caught out. Scaring in a fight against him. The grand challenge has been issued. It does not matter. Scaring goes in and grabs the kill onto Johnson. More damage just flowing freely into those Dignitas health bars. The bottom laners have both been destroyed. Evil Geniuses looking for the win right here, right now. Jizuke chasing Acadian underneath 2 turrets. Top lane inhibitor is gone, and the push for the win continues. Turret laid down there by Bang. The push will not stop anytime soon. I'm trying to reiterate this in a few different ways, a few different words, but it does not even matter. They have no mercy against Team Dignitas here. 26 minutes in, not even that. And they're looking to lock this one away. Dignitas trying to defend. They have their bottom laners alive now here again. Zazel's playing Ring Around the Rosie with Froggen over at the red buff, keeping him occupied. I don't even know what that is. But Acadian's now going to body slam to stop the resonating strike damage coming through from Svenskeren. It's a 5v4 now as Froggen's still trying to make his way into the fight. Still going to be zoned away by Zazel's tongue. As Kubo gets taken out by Johnson. That's 1 kill going the way of Dignitas. They seem to have held the line. Svenskeren kept safe there. Froggen rooted up. Froggen bursted down. Jizuke
take it, Jizuke. Buddy.
Without anybody else in the realm. What?
It's like someone takes the fireman's pole while everyone else is just hanging out. All right, he's back.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, Flowers, that was an absurd sequence. Zazel was actually out-dueling Froggen, and Froggen was running away from him for 40 seconds. EG is in complete and total control of this game right now. I believe they can just walk it in, but they might be just little interrupt. I think they're just going to reset to make 3,000% sure that they can win this one.
Well, Acadian's coming around to try to stop them. I don't know if he actually wants to go in here. It is only 4 members of Evil Geniuses. Kumo cannot join this fight. There is no teleport available.
Last-ditch effort by Dig.
The blue's stolen. Acadian is found. Svenskeren and Bang put down the damage. All right, Acadian's gone. Dignitas heading right back to their own base as Svenskeren jumps over the wall there with a blast cone. Huni goes in, looking to bring the fight to Jizuke. However, a lot of damage going to continue to come out there from those overloads. Jizuke protecting that last vital, blowing up Huni. Bang gets the kill onto Johnson. Afromu is all alone in the middle of nowhere. Play the sad music. There's not much left for him here. A double kill for Jizuke. This game is over. Zazel even uses the Abyssal Voyage to bring Kumo into the enemy base. Bang gets the ace for style points there at the very end. And EG, they're just goofing around letting the minions do the dirty work, and they will tie for second place.
A flare of Evil Genius BM right at the end of that one, Captain Flowers. And like the last 2 minutes of that, I feel like that is like an NFL game where you're just throwing 5 picks and trying onside kicks every time you score. So like it could have been a lower kill game for EG to win, but at least Dig was trying stuff at the end. Overall, though, you could see that was a dominant performance by EG. I think they won in draft. They completely handled whatever type of funny business Dignitas was trying to do. They made it so there were no win conditions for them throughout. And I mean, you ask me right now, who's the second best team in the league? Is it actually EG? Because they're tied for it, but they looked the best recently.
They're definitely turning things on here at the end of the split, but that is the last of games here to be played for Week 8. That'll do it for Jat and I here, but after a quick commercial break, we are going to be back jumping into the Bud Light breakdown, where Dash and the gang are going to wrap up the entirety of the week's action. We hope to see you there. We'll see you in just a moment. Take it easy.
Welcome to the Bud Light Breakdown here to conclude Week 8 and the first ever at-home LCS broadcast. I am joined again by Prolly, Mark Z, and Azael to close out the weekend. Gentlemen, I felt pretty good about this one. How did you guys feel about the way this all came together?
I thought the show was really good. We didn't have any significant issues, a couple more pauses than you would see at the LCS, but that's about it. And the games themselves were wild this weekend.
We did have some pretty wild games. There's a curiosity within me that wonders how much of that is a product of the teams, playing outside the normal LCS environment. A couple of the games there did feel a little bit more like the stories that we hear from the different scrims, sessions that the teams play, right?
FlyQuest game, baby, level 1.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But it does make for a very exciting, time, again, because the importance on the matches still remains. And I think that's where I want to kick things off here on the Bud Light Breakdown, is to get another look at the standings and where our teams all sit currently. But while the circumstances might not be fantastic, the importance of the matches still remains. And there you can see within Mark's window there a quick look at the 2020 spring standings. Of course, Cloud9 well out in front of the rest of the teams, but behind them, TSM, FlyQuest, and Evil Geniuses now even moving up in that win category to start challenging in the conversation for top 2, 3, and 4. Immortals, 100 Thieves, Team Liquid, Dignitas, and Golden Guardians even still all chasing behind them. Of note, only one team has locked their playoff spot, and that is Cloud9, and they did it weeks ago. Still, no one else is guaranteed a playoff spot. Those 9-win teams, though, probably they are guaranteed at least tie breaks, so they can take some solace in the fact that they've gotten the 9, and if they get one more next week, any of those teams reaching 10 will guarantee themselves a playoff spot.
Yeah, I mean, I think we had a soup in the middle, but now we're getting that soup at the top where we're trying to figure out who's our second place team. Is this going to be a chowder now? What? I don't know what the kind of a soup is.
Yeah, what
Maybe
kind of a soup?
Does Mark is the soup expert, so
is it stew better than?
I
soup?
pulled the standing down. There's too much soup talk.
I'm bringing it back.
Let's bring in our soup expert in the bottom left.
Our
Mark
soup
Zimmerman.
consultant.
What can you tell us about the kind of soup it looks like we're going to end up with here at the end of the spring split?
I mean, this looks like a pretty good soup to me. Most of the teams have a positive win rate. The two bottom teams at 8 and 8 right now, at 5 and 6 is Immortals and 100 Thieves. And they look decent, honestly. 100 Thieves picked up a win. Immortals picked up a big win today over TSM. So it bodes well. It looks like it's going to be a pretty competitive playoffs.
Today was the day of upsets. So where everything felt like if it went to chalk, we were going to secure 2 more teams into the playoff picture. We've done nothing of the sort. And again, I'll remind everyone at home that 2020 spring, we're introducing a new playoff format. You can find more info on that on lollysports.com with a bit of a more in-depth breakdown, but there's a lot more importance placed on reaching top 4 as well as just top 2, and so a lot of value to be gained for a couple of these teams that kind of sit in the middle of that top 6 currently.
Yeah, I agree. It is important, right, to be playing for those top 4. Having yourself in the double elimination bracket is going to be really, really important. And I think especially if you are a team that feels like in best of 5, you have a better chance, or you're ramping up, you're considering yourself a good playoff team with a lot of experience, you have an extremely high chance of making it far in double elim. There's not that, TSM getting upset by clutch, now you're out. You have that one bad series, you get to actually try to bounce back and adapt. And I think adaptation is going to become really, really important in the playoffs as a result of this different format. We're more likely to see the truly best teams reach finals.
Go ahead, Mark.
I was just the final thing is it just puts more pressure on TL as well, where the 100 Thieves and Immortals are picking up wins against other playoff teams. It was going to be a tough road anyways with FlyQuest and C9 at the end of their split, but now these other teams are raising the bar, and that's why we keep saying 9 wins feels like where you have to be to make it in, because the other teams are 8 and 8 right now. And even if you have this massive 3-way tie at 8 and 10, it's still tough.
I was going to say, if we go ahead and just snap the top 6 as it is currently, Cloud9, Evil Geniuses, TSM, FlyQuest, all tied at 9 and 7, and then Immortals, 100 Thieves at 8 and 8, would make our top 6. That means that TL is the first team outside the playoff picture if today were the end of the split. When thinking about this top 6, coming back to you, Prolly, how does this reconcile or contrast to your preseason expectations to the current top 6 that we have right now?
I mean, TL's not in it. I think everyone is wrong at this point.
Yeah, everyone's very wrong.
Yeah, not even in the top 6. Like, that's pretty shocking. Especially like, this format actually favors the more veteran teams because there's no surprise really. Like, if you go into a best of 5 and someone like pulls out that cheesy pick that you couldn't deal with in that moment, like as Zale said, adaptation is going to be super important now, even more so than before in best of 5s, because with that second life in top 4, you get to come back and kind of see how they play again and have another chance to get in there.
Even without the TL piece of the conversation, Azale, I mean, 100 Thieves was a team that people had a lot of questions about, especially with the rookie Ryoma saying, they're probably not a playoff team here in spring. There were questions around Immortals with Aka and even, how much Smithy really could get done on that team. A number of these teams didn't feel like they belonged here, and yet they find themselves squarely in the playoff picture.
So I would say for me, 100 Thieves was kind of on the precipice of playoffs. I'm not shocked if 100 Thieves are a 6th place team because I kind of saw them as, say, 6-7, where I would say my preseason expectations were very off. Besides TL, is CLG dead last. I thought that they had improved with picking up Crown, and they're coming off of, 2nd place in the regular season in summer, 3rd place in playoffs, whatever. They had been really making strides in summer, looked a lot better. They have been pretty atrocious overall, obviously had to swap out Crown. And then looking also at Immortals. Immortals, I think I had 9th. And I think a lot of people had Immortals, down there 9th, 10th, 8th, maybe as kind of the higher rankings I saw for them, because people didn't think that they had a true carry threat. And they have been able to pick up a lot of wins. I think Smithy definitely deserves quite a bit of credit, but the team has stepped up around him. And I think I believe it was you, Mark, talking about him earlier today, that a lot of the times when Immortals are finding success, it's playing through Soaz.
Mark, let's get you back on. Oh, go ahead.
I'm back. Yeah, I was going to say the other one for me is FlyQuest. I don't know if anyone... I think some people might have had them in playoffs, but currently tied for 2nd in a big 3-way tie. That's still way better than I ever thought FlyQuest was going to be. So this was a very different season than what I think most people predicted.
For a lot of people, without a doubt. Well, as we talk about team performance, let's go ahead and transition over to individual performance. As is typical, every week we award the accolade of MasterCard Player of the Week to the top performer from the weekend. And this week, it will be Evil Genius's Jizuke in the mid lane, coming up big with a LeBlanc performance yesterday. Follow that up with the Rise pop-off today. Let's talk about this guy because, again, tons of question marks coming into the split about how he would fit into a team, and he's starting to shine.
Yeah, I mean, he said it himself. He had so much of an issue like coming to NA and dealing with the NA scrim culture where mids aren't really fighting him back, and that's just something he's so used to back in Europe. So to see him actually finally fit in with his team, and not just the team performing well, but him performing well. Earlier in the split, he was having like solo deaths and a lot of like really big mistakes in lane. But now he's actually showing up his own play really well, and he's playing off his team well, which like I didn't have EG in the top 4 in my preseason. I definitely thought they would be top 6, but now that they're like fighting for 2nd, like I think they're doing really, really well, and I think a lot of it is off the back of Jizuke.
Any other thoughts there on Jizuke's performance?
I think he probably has the most carry performances this split. I mean, they're tied for 2nd most wins, but a team like C9 who has 15, each guy has kind of had a couple hard carry performances in every game. Everyone's mostly playing well, so it's hard to be like, oh, that was solo won by Niski and these other people. But Jizuke, a lot of their wins, you're like, oh, that Rise just got a quadra kill at a dragon fight, like what just happened today. And his LeBlanc is just 1v9ing in the side lane. Like, those are the kinds of games you see out of Jizuke, which is why it does feel like he has been so incredible for EG.
It would have been a quadra if that damn Zazel didn't get the Tom Kench kill to make it a triple. Sorry to cut you off there, Zale.
No problem. I also think it's kind of interesting, how much he's able to dictate the pace of the game through his play, right? Whether it's a side lane play that was kind of more measured today or constantly poking away at Jensen and taking over the jungle. He has shaped the course of the game almost single-handedly in so many of their wins that it's really, really interesting. And it's just like the whole game plan right now is just get Jizuke going and he's going to make good things happen for you.
I might get crucified for this comparison, but we'll see. To me, it's akin to Niski's transition to the LCS. Totally different players, but in the sense that both of these players have decided to identify and index into their own style. That comment you made about Jizuke struggling to transition into the NA scrim culture where people aren't willing to fight him. I have found that as the split has gone on, he's decided, yeah, you know what? I don't care if you don't want to fight me. I'm just going to go fight. And he's kind of falling into the idea that, hey, I'm going to play my style just the same way Niski plays his own style. And it is starting to work for these two teams that now sit 1-2 in the standings. Does that make sense?
I mean,
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. I do think the big difference is Niski didn't have like a string of ints like Jizuke did when he.
What about his envy days?
Which is, I don't count that.
That
What?
because that was
far
Wait,
away.
you don't. Wait, you're not counting.
That
his
was
actual
his
transition
adjustment
time,
into NA.
which is the same. That it would be the most analogous.
Okay, I
Yeah.
thought this
thing
was
to-
the transition
to-
into C9. All right.
Well,
That was
I'm talking about his
Niski.
transition.
That was round
to
two.
this region and finding his footing here, right? And I think that it took Niski getting to Cloud9 and then finding over this last year and into this year that kind of more roaming style, willing to give up the CS, doing the reminiscent style, and then Jizuke saying, yeah, you know what? I don't need to do what the number one mid laner in the NALCS does. I'm going to play my style, which is the LeBlancs, the Rises, the things like that. I've just been impressed to see it. Again, consistency still big question marks, without a doubt. We'll have to see if they can carry it through to the postseason. Any other final thoughts from you guys before I take us out?
Not from me.
Not from Mark. He never has thoughts in
It
it.
was a great weekend. I'm just really happy
Mark,
with how well it actually went over. All the hard work that everyone put in behind the scenes, from the production team, the engineering. This was an incredibly smooth remote broadcast to take 30, 40 people that are in the LCS studio working together on a setup that they have been using for years and years and years, and to be able to not exactly replicate it, but basically replicate the show start to finish with minimal delays, minimal interruptions, minimal issues, I think is incredible. And it's something that I'm proud of being a part of that team and how hard everyone worked around me to get things going again.
I will echo that 1,000%. Exactly as Azael said, massive thank you to everyone behind the scenes who has worked their asses off over the last couple weeks to get this show up and running. I will extend that thank you to all of you at home who have, bared with us through these challenging obstacles and the changes that we've had to overcome in order to bring this broadcast to you. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for celebrating competitive League of Legends and showcasing it to the world in everything that it is. This is esports. This is the LCS. We appreciate you being here. We want to know what you think will make this show better. So hit us up on Twitter. Let us know how you think we can level this remote broadcast up. We are not done here. We're looking to make this show fully fledged for you guys as we move into the postseason. That's going to conclude week 8, though. So I'm going to say goodnight. Make sure you stay healthy. Go wash your hands, and we'll see you next week for more LCS.